Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Betrayal's Whisper by Kathryn J. Bain, narrated by Emily Sutton Smith. Part 1. Chapter 1. Thursday, March 20th. He's cheating. Gabrielle Brady stared at the text message from someone named Poker Player. Spam, no doubt. The text would likely bring on a barrage of weight loss information. She glanced down at her paunch. As much as she needed help in that area, answering a spam call was not worth some foreign company hacking her phone. She adjusted the heat of the griddle to medium and gave the batter one final stir. 3 plates lay on the table for breakfast, 1 each for Ryan and the kids. Gabby would sip her tangy orange smoothie. A heart-shaped sun catcher in the window filled the kitchen with a pink glow. Gabby hated the color the craft turned her cabinets, but it would hurt her daughter's feelings if she didn't show it off. She poured coffee into the world's best dad mug and raced up the stairs. Before reaching the bathroom door, she heard her husband, in the shower, humming a song she didn't recognize. She opened the door to a rush of steam. "Here's your coffee, Ryan," she hollered over the water. The scent of citrus with rosemary from his soap filled the bathroom. "You're the best, Gabby." She smiled. Going on 14 years of marriage. His hard work offered her the lifestyle she'd always wanted. Some of her friends would say she did too much in the way of wifely duties, but Ryan gave her what she wanted, a home with a pool and family, and she saw no reason not to show her appreciation. She wouldn't chance losing him by being petty, like a few friends had been. They thought they deserved anything they wanted because they were pretty. Unfortunately, their husbands soon found other women with similar looks, but those who treated them better, at least until they married. Too many wives these days thought tending to husbands with cooking, cleaning, and sex was beneath them. Not Gabby. Ryan gave it all for his family, and she gave it all for him. Her family traveled to faraway locations each year, saw plenty of shows, and had no worries about paying their bills. Gabby hoped to go to Ireland for their 15th wedding anniversary. She always wanted to see the castles and search her heritage a bit. They could afford it. Everything depended on Ryan's work schedule. She walked to the hallway closet and grabbed some fresh towels before returning to the bathroom. "There are clean towels for you," she said. "Thanks." Her gaze studied her husband's silhouette through the frosted pane of the shower. Time had been kind to him, giving him a rugged handsomeness he hadn't had as a younger man. As her eyes traced the lines of his shape, a twinge of self-doubt crept into Gabby's thoughts. He had grown into his attractiveness with his salt-and-pepper hair. His charisma and good looks seemed mismatched to her own flaws. Some days, like today, she wondered what he saw in her. Leaving the bathroom, she caught a quick glimpse of herself in the bedroom mirror. At 38, she still wasn't bad to look at, a bit on the plumpish side. She kept her hairstyle in a long bob to her shoulders, appropriate for a woman her age. Her hips had spread from having the children, but that was to be expected. She found the pooch on her stomach the most bothersome. For comfort, she wore sweatpants most of the time. In the mirror's reflection, Ryan's suitcase on the bed caught her eye. He'd be leaving soon for his 3rd trip to Atlanta. She spotted 1 pair of socks in the suitcase. She turned to the dresser and pulled out another black pair. Always better to take an extra in case you got a hole in one. Placing the socks in the suitcase, she noticed a white jewelry box. A gift for her? She picked the box up. From some store in Atlanta. Could it be an "I'm sorry to be gone so much lately" gift? The water still pounded in the shower. She couldn't wait, so she slid the lid off. Her breath caught. The necklace was lovely. Black hematite stones set off the rose gold inlay with round-cut diamonds. The water in the bathroom shut off. Gabby jumped. She rushed to replace the box in the suitcase. While lovely, the style of the necklace did little for her. Not long like she preferred, but she'd smile when she received it. After all, it's the thought that counted. She'd even wear the piece 2 or 3 times, so Ryan would think she loved it. Then she'd relegate the necklace to her jewelry box with the rest of the items she didn't wear. She walked to the dresser and pulled out a pair of silk pajamas. The door to the bathroom swung open, and Ryan walked out wearing a towel around his waist. "What are you doing?" He stopped mid-step. "I didn't see any pajamas, so I thought I'd toss a pair in. Can't have you going naked to the ice machine." He released a deep chuckle that got to her in her stomach. Gabby loved this man. He wrapped his damp arms around her waist. Kissing her on the neck awakened certain parts of her body. Too bad he didn't have more time. But with him having to leave and the pan heating downstairs, there was no time for anything more than holding each other. His phone rang on the end table. "Ugh." He released her and walked to the phone. He glanced at the screen, winced, then slid his finger across. "Hello?" Gabby looked out the window. The tree's limbs were closer to the house than she cared for. She had to get them cut back before they hit the siding. Ryan's voice drew severe with whoever he spoke with, which surprised her. Normally even-keeled, he stormed into the bathroom, which made her ears perk up to the conversation. "I don't care." His words came out in a harsh whisper. "You took the money. Now it's time to do what you agreed." His voice lowered further so she could only make out a few words. "This weekend. The deal." After a moment he walked out, gripping the phone in his hand, his knuckles white. "Everything all right?" Gabby asked. A knock on the door interrupted them. "Dad!" Another knock. "Dad?" "Duty calls," Ryan said with a smile. The tension from seconds earlier disappeared. Gabby opened the door to find Chrissy standing there with her bright blue eyes half closed. Her 13-year-old daughter's tousled blonde hair fell in gentle waves around her face. "Good morning." Gabby leaned over and gave her daughter a kiss on the forehead. "Morning." Her voice was groggy. "You're up early. You still have 2 more days of spring break." "I just wanted to tell Dad goodbye." "I'm fixing him breakfast if you'd like to join him." Chrissy had become a teenager this past year, but didn't seem to have any of the mood swings Gabby had heard about. Other mothers warned her that once hormones hit, Chrissy would no longer want her parents around. So far, she and her daughter were as close as ever. "What's for breakfast?" Chrissy rubbed her eyes and yawned. Gabby stepped back from her child's morning breath. "Pancakes." She glanced over her shoulder at Ryan. "Or would that be too heavy for your drive?" "It'd be perfect." Ryan smiled at her. "I'll be down in a moment." "Sounds good." Chrissy wiped her eyes and walked away. Gabby closed the door behind her and followed Chrissy down the stairs. Ryan started humming again. Gabby smiled. He always hummed after a night of lovemaking. She recalled the taste of his mouth on hers and the feel of his hands caressing her body from the night before. Her smile grew. "Why are you so happy?" Chrissy asked. "I thought you didn't like Dad leaving." "I don't." Gabby walked to the pan heating in the kitchen. "But I've got a wonderful husband, a lovely home, and 2 terrific children." She wrapped her arm around her daughter's neck. "How could I not be happy?" "My friends say I should hug you for 1 second, then it's time to pull away." Chrissy looked sideways at Gabby. "And do you feel the same way?" "Not so far." Her silver smile from her braces warmed Gabby's heart. They'd always be close. They were kindred spirits, sharing a love for clothes, movies, and music. "Why is Dad in such a great mood? He's the one who should be sad he's leaving." "I'm sure he is." Gabby stirred the pancake mix. "He's probably trying to convince himself he's not upset by humming. Makes things easier once he leaves." She wasn't about to tell her child that sex the night before was the real reason for his good mood. "Is this trip about the Atlanta job?" Chrissy, like her father, had a head for business, curious about things going on. "Yes, it is. This weekend he's showing the company how to use the new software. Hopefully after this his travels will end for a while." There for a minute I thought he had another family he was heading out to see. She grunted a laugh. Like one guy I heard about on the news. At once, the text from earlier popped into Gabby's head. He's cheating. She laughed. Ryan lacked the sneakiness to pull off another family. When they'd discovered one of their friends had cheated, she'd asked him if he'd ever considered having an affair. He'd told her she was too snoopy for him to get away with anything. Her smile grew. He gave her no reason to snoop. A chill raced down her back, like an awful premonition, trying to warn her of trouble. Unsure why, she shook off the odd feeling. As long as she had her husband and her children, she'd never have to worry about trouble coming her way. Chapter 2. Friday, March 21st. Gabby tossed and turned. She never slept well without Ryan in the bed beside her. Too much worry over his safety while away. The price of being a wife to one of the fastest upcoming software designers in the country. Each passing year, his travels seemed to increase, driven by his desire to provide their children with the best schools and ensure his family's safety in North Florida's most secure neighborhood. She pulled his pillow against her, inhaling the aroma from the so-called unscented hair gel he used. The memory of the necklace in Ryan's suitcase bounced into her mind. Why hadn't he given the gift to her? Must have forgotten. She shrugged off the memory and tightened her hold on his pillow. As she stared at the wall, the minutes ticked by, until finally she couldn't bear flitting her morning away any longer. She got dressed and made her way downstairs. She scanned her list on the pantry wall for items she needed to purchase. How did they go through so much food? RJ. At 9, he ate more than his fair share. How much more would he consume when he became a teen? Her phone pinged, taking her from the list. She glanced at the text, again from the stranger named Poker Player. He's cheating, and they're making plans. Frustration built between her shoulders. How did she end up on this guy's list? There were just too many spammers out there, and, unfortunately, consumers had no control over it. The phone companies could stop them, but they put profits they made from the spammers ahead of their customers' interests. The patter of bare feet came up behind her. "Morning," Chrissy groaned, her voice still laced with sleep. "You're up early again?" The day before, after breakfast with her father, she'd returned to bed. Chrissy had always been one to sleep in on weekends and on days off from school, like today. She rarely stirred until 9. Gabby glanced at her watch. 7:36. "I need to get a birthday present for Charlotte." Chrissy plopped down on the chair at the dining room table. "Can we go to the mall today?" "We can do that. Are you thinking of anything in particular?" "Maybe bath stuff?" Then she added, "And don't forget RJ needs a new bat." Gabby had. All these added changes would disrupt her planned routine, but with Ryan away, she was already feeling out of sorts. "How about I wake RJ up and we make a morning of it? Go to the mall and then the grocery store." "Okay." "Let me get some breakfast started," Gabby said. A low knock sounded on the front door. Who might that be? Gabby walked to the window and glanced out. Wade Foster stood on the porch. What was Ryan's partner doing here? She opened the door. "Wade, how are you today?" "I'm doing well. I hope I didn't wake you." She worked not to roll her eyes. Did he think she'd dressed in between the time he knocked and she answered? "Not at all," she said. "I'm getting breakfast going for the kids. Would you like to join us?"
"Unfortunately, I don't have time. Just wanted to check something with Ryan."
She jolted, then gathered herself quickly. "He left yesterday for Atlanta."
"Yesterday?"
Wade glanced away.
"I forgot he was leaving so soon."
Something was off in his voice. Gabby struggled to place it. Could he be lying about his reason for being there? Or embarrassed he needed Ryan's help?
"I guess I'll call him," Wade said. "I have a question about a meeting later today."
Okay.
Good seeing you.
He turned on his heel and rushed back to his car. An eerie feeling twisted in the pit of Gabby's stomach. As his partner, Wade should know what day Ryan left town. "Mom, you want juice for breakfast?" Chrissy asked, bringing Gabby back to her busy day. She returned to the kitchen where she pulled out cheese, green peppers, and eggs for omelets. After stirring the ingredients together, Gabby made her way upstairs. Lightly tapping on RJ's door, she called out, "RJ, you need to get up." "But there's no school," he groaned. "We've got things to do. You need a new bat, so move it." When Gabby didn't get a response, she turned the doorknob and gently opened the door, peeking her head into her son's room. As she stepped inside, a subtle hint of sweat filled the air. She was unsure if the smell came from the dirty clothes basket in the corner or her son. A smile came over her face upon seeing the tuft of hair sticking out from beneath his covers. Her gaze wandered around the space, taking in the familiar surroundings. Baseball memorabilia adorned the walls, displaying posters of his favorite players. The room itself exuded an intense love for the sport, with signed baseballs and cards carefully arranged in glass boxes on shelves. She pulled the blanket off him. "Come on." "Mom, just buy one." "I wouldn't have a clue what to buy. Your dad said you would." She paused for a moment. "The omelets will be ready in 5. Okay, RJ relented, tossing the sheets aside. They had ample time for the kids to eat, shower, and dress before the mall opened. During breakfast, they chatted about school and the upcoming summer baseball program. RJ hoped his father would be able to help coach the team like last year. This was the first year Chrissy hadn't tried out for a team sport, getting herself situated with the different activities found in middle grade. She had always been Ms. Independent, and right now, the garden club at school seemed to fascinate her more than anything else. That meant one less thing for Gabby to attend, since their meetings were after school, and Gabby didn't need to be there. Gabby decided against her smoothie, instead choosing to eat the same meal as the children. She savored the mix of green peppers with cheesy eggs in her omelet. At 5 minutes to 10, they piled into the car and headed toward downtown St. Augustine, known for its unique stores. Traveling along Florida 16A East, Gabby spotted a white SUV suddenly cut around a small blue truck behind. The SUV rode her bumper. She glanced at her children to ensure they had buckled their seatbelts. Her heart raced. He was too close. The tint on the windows was so dark she couldn't make out whether a man or a woman drove. She stole occasional glances in the mirror while watching the road ahead. The aggressive driver veered into the other lane and sped up. Another truck was coming at them in the opposite direction. A dog had its head stuck out of the truck's passenger side window. A horn blared. The truck pulled into her lane to avoid a direct hit by the SUV. He was heading right for them. Gabby slammed on the brakes. Tires screeched. His hand pulled his dog back into the car. "Look out!" RJ yelled. The seatbelt locked and jerked Gabby back. Her head hit the headrest. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel. The car veered to the right, missing the truck with the dog by inches. She and the truck stopped at an angle on the road. If she didn't know any better, she'd think the driver of the SUV was trying to cause an accident. She shook off the feeling of impending doom. She looked at Chrissy, whose eyes were wide. "Are you all right?" Gabby took hold of Chrissy's hand. "Yeah." Chrissy lowered her other hand from the dashboard. "How about you?" Gabby glanced over her shoulder at RJ. "Yeah, but that was close," he said. The blue truck behind her pulled into the emergency lane. Several cars stopped in both lanes, unable to pass with the truck sideways on the road. The driver of the vehicle with the dog rolled his window down. "Are you all right?" the man shouted through her closed window. Gabby lowered the window halfway. "We're fine, thank you," she said to the stranger. Gabby's heart still hammered in her chest. "Is your dog all right?" "Yes, he seems to be." The truck driver glanced over his shoulder.
then looked back at Gabby. "You did a good job missing me. I appreciate that." He rolled his window up and pulled back into his lane. Gabby waved off drivers who rushed up to make sure everything was all right. She wasn't hurt, neither were the kids, and there was no damage. Thank goodness. "I thought we were going to slam into him." Chrissy's voice filled with concern. "Me too." RJ's gaze focused on the road ahead. "Good driving, Mom." "Not sure how I did it, but glad I did." A sense of relief came over Gabby. She hoped her words helped the kids as well. After double-checking on the kids, she pulled back onto the highway. She hadn't seen where the SUV sped off to, but was sure whoever got in its path wouldn't be safe. She pasted a smile on her face as she flipped her blinker to take the exit to the mall. Hopefully, that near accident would be the worst part of her day. Chapter 3. "Are you sure that bat's the one your dad said to get?" Gabby glanced at RJ. He stepped away from the others and gripped the bat to take a swing. "Yeah, Mom, it's a good one." "All right, let's get it, and then we need to head to the grocery store." Gabby tried to keep things on track based on her list, not that she had anything else planned for the day except laundry and cleaning. The soap shop had taken longer than she'd hoped, with Chrissy unable to decide which scent best suited her friend. "Can I also get a new mitt?" RJ asked, his eyes hopeful. "You already have a mitt," Gabby reminded him. "Several, in fact." "But they have these new ones in. They're supposed to be better." He picked one up and slid his hand inside. "Not right now." Gabby waited a second for her son to replace the glove on the shelf. Then she made her way toward the cash register. "How about a new ball?" RJ asked. "Nothing else right now." Irritation rose between Gabby's shoulders. This was why she didn't like shopping with anyone else. "It's not like we can't afford it." RJ pouted. He was right. But kids shouldn't get everything they wanted. "I can afford it," Gabby said. "You can't. There is no we in this scenario. Just be grateful you're getting the bat." Gabby tried to maintain a calm tone. "I could have made you wait until your father came home instead of getting it today." Usually she would have left the sports equipment up to her husband, but this wasn't a mere gift or desire. A bat was a necessity. Since RJ excelled at baseball, having the right equipment was crucial. His current mitt sufficed, but another boy had damaged RJ's previous bat when he hit the ball wrong, cracking it. She purchased the new bat and walked out with both kids following. "Is that the SUV that almost hit us?" Chrissy pointed. "It looks similar," Gabby said. "But there are a lot of white SUVs out there." She wished she'd thought to get the tag number, but everything happened so fast. A shudder rolled down her spine, recalling how close she'd gotten to the truck with the dog. She was sure that the SUV had intentionally tried to hit them. But why? A huge insurance payout was all she could think of. But with so many witnesses, he wouldn't have gotten far. An hour later, they all emerged from the grocery store, pushing a cart with plastic bags full of food. "Wow," Chrissy said. "I didn't know we ate so much." Gabby paused for a moment and allowed a car to pass. "You have no idea. This isn't even our big shopping trip. This was just to replace things like bread, milk, fruits, and vegetables." She leaned toward her daughter and added, "It doesn't help that your brother's going through a growth spurt, and those thin legs of his demand a lot of food." Chrissy giggled. "No wonder he has such big feet." RJ had a mischievous grin plastered on his face. "Yep, and I'll need a new pair of tennis shoes soon." "Don't even go there." Gabby laughed half-heartedly, knowing the statement was true. She clicked the key fob to unlock the car doors, then placed her keys in her purse. She put it in the corner in the trunk while she unloaded the groceries. Chrissy joined her brother in the car. Gabby was too picky to allow the kids to help. They might set the milk on top of the bread. The thought made Gabby grunt a laugh. Behind her, footsteps fast approached. She turned at the noise. A stranger wearing a ski mask ran up to her. She reeled back and gasped. "What the—"
"Give me your money,"
the man demanded, with a gun pointed right at Gabby's midsection. Chapter 4. Startled, Gabby was stunned into silence. Her breath caught. Her eyes fell upon the gun aimed at her chest. Fear gripped her, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. She couldn't move, couldn't yell for help. Sweat gathered under her armpits.
"Your money, now."
He grabbed her arm and shoved her around to face the trunk. Okay, please don't hurt us." Her voice quivered and her hands shook. Frantically, Gabby rummaged under the groceries, seeking her buried purse. With trembling hands, she held the bag out toward him. "Here, take it." She had to get this man away from her children. "What's going on, Mom?" Confusion clouded RJ's face as he stood at the side of the car. He stared at the man beside his mother. "Get back in the car, RJ. Now." Gabby's voice trembled with a mix of fear and authority. The man looked over at RJ. Gabby swung her purse, sending the weapon under a nearby car.
"Why you?"
The masked man shoved her on top of the hot hood of the car behind them. He gripped Gabby by the throat, and his hands tightened. The smell of fake leather crawled up her nose. She squirmed to get away. She clawed at his fingers. Gloved. No way to grip them. She tore at his mask. He tightened his grip. The world spun. Her vision blurred. She needed to breathe.
Whoomp.
A resounding thud echoed through the air. The man recoiled, releasing his hold on Gabby. His eyes widened in surprise. Gabby leaned over. She coughed for air. Tears streamed down her face, and her nose ran. Her trembling legs gave out, sending her to the ground. "Stay away from her!" Chrissy screamed louder than Gabby had ever heard before. The new baseball bat was ready for another strike. The man glared at Chrissy. From the ground, Gabby kicked the stranger with all her might. He stumbled back a few feet, not far enough to save them.
"Leave us alone," she choked.
"Hey, you!" someone in the distance yelled. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. The robber snatched Gabby's purse before racing through the parking lot, with several men chasing him. He bolted into the busy intersection with no regard to traffic. Cars skidded and horns honked as he sped across 4 lanes. "Are you all right?" a man asked.
I think so,"
Gabby stuttered, her voice shaky. Just then, a woman approached. "I've called the police." She helped Gabby from the ground. "You're safe now."
"Here's some water, Mom."
RJ handed her a bottle they'd just purchased. He unscrewed the lid. The liquid in the bottle shook when Gabby raised the bottle to her lips. "Is everyone all right?" A store security guard rushed up. "We've got video, so when the police come, they might figure out who he was." The chances of that were almost impossible. Without fingerprints or a visible face, identifying the man would be difficult. Gabby drew in a shaky breath, her nerves on edge. She closed her eyes, fear taking a stronghold. The man could easily find them, because inside her purse was her identification with her address and her house keys. Chapter 5. Sherry Berry finished her latest crime video on a case out of Orange County, Florida. A man killed his neighbor because she'd made fun of him. The killer's parents named him Adolf, which made a drunken neighbor ridicule him over a period of a week. Sherry had finished the final interview with the officers and the ending credits. Tomorrow she'd post the video for her viewers to see. She understood the killer's irritation, to a point. Growing up, kids made fun of her name as well. Sherry Berry. What were her parents thinking? But then she became a social media influencer 2 years ago. While she hated her name before, now Sherry Berry was easy for people to remember online. Even those who teased her in school were following her. She smiled. Need to watch how you treat people.
You never know where they might end up, she mumbled. She took a bite of her English muffin with strawberry jelly. The sweetness rolled over her tongue. Basing all her mystery and suspense stories on Florida and Georgia had kept her from competing with the likes of Mr. Balin and Coffeehouse Crime. While they had millions of followers, at last count, her social media numbers came to 623,000. She at least had one thing over them. She traveled to some of the crime scenes live, like the local news stations. The biggest difference between her and the local news? The vlog didn't limit her to a 2-minute segment. Eventually, she'd be up there with the big guys. One huge news story, and she'd be making big money. A loud engine revved outside. That noise was getting to be a daily thing. Sherry hated this place. No landlord who cared enough to make sure people were quiet or kept things clean. She couldn't wait until she had enough money saved to get a home of her own. Then she wouldn't have to make videos early in the morning to keep from getting disturbed by loud music and even louder cars. She walked to the window and inched the curtain back. Her neighbor stood next to his car with 2 other men. The noise was too loud to figure out what they were saying, but she deduced their discussion had to do with cars, since all 3 of the men had their heads stuck under the hood. These guys had no qualms about disturbing people with loud car mufflers. "Be quiet," she yelled, knowing they couldn't hear her over the noise they were making. She tapped her fingers on her dresser below the windowsill and let out a frustrated sigh, then released the curtain and returned to her computer chair. In time, she'd have a 3-bedroom home instead of this small 1-bedroom apartment. She loved the idea of having a room as her office with a recording studio. Her phone buzzed. The letters BFF came up on her screen. "Hey, Denise, not working at the Triple F today?" Sherry grinned. That was what she and Denise called Florida Fresh Foods, a local grocery store chain. "Actually, I'm still at work, but I wanted to let you know a woman got attacked in our parking lot." "How bad?" "Not sure, but someone said he tried to kill her in front of her kids." Sherry thought about it. The kid angle might be worth checking into, and the store being in one of the nicer neighborhoods might help as well, at least locally. Rich people didn't like crime, and they were quick to contact local representatives and vent their feelings to the media. If nothing else, she might be able to use this crime as one of her 2-minute shorts until she came up with a larger crime to cover. "Thanks," Sherry said. "I'll check it out." The car outside revved up again. Hopefully, by the time she got home, the fool outside trying to impress his friends would be gone. Chapter 6. Criminal investigator Arlo Morales of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office leaned back in his chair with his feet relaxed on the desk. The past week had been quiet in St. Johns County. Surprising, since it was spring break, but most college kids headed to South Florida. He was thankful he no longer worked in the robbery division. A small town, but with all the tourists, St. Augustine and the local area had over 4 million property crimes during a given year. Carjackings, credit card thieves, burglaries. Too many lazy people thought themselves entitled to what others worked for. Unfortunately, the state attorney and local judges didn't sentence the guilty long enough to sway them from committing more crimes. At least the murder rate remained low. Unfortunately, other violent crimes had increased with all the people moving into the area. He skimmed through the file of a local armed robbery. The witnesses proved useless, but once they sent the robber's picture to the media, things moved. Within 24 hours, they'd arrested the perpetrator. Now, if the state attorney would prosecute instead of slap his wrist, he might stay in jail for a while. Arlo's cell phone rang in his pocket. Upon seeing his son's name, he swiped his hand across the screen. "Hey, Kyle. You busy?" "No. What's wrong?" Arlo swallowed back his trepidation. Kyle's wife was due to have their first child any day now. Hopefully this call wasn't bad news. Arlo couldn't imagine having to tell Heather something terrible occurred to their first grandchild. "I was just wondering if you could talk me through all my tension. I get more worried every day about being a father. Not sure I'll do things right. Maybe break this kid good."
Arlo laughed. At least it wasn't anything heartbreaking. The nature of his business always made him look on the dark side.
"It's natural to be nervous, but you're going to be fine. You're a good man. You'll make a good father."
"I hope so. Every time I look at that crib, I wonder what I've gotten myself into."
Arlo laughed again. "Once that baby's in that crib, it'll only get worse."
"I didn't need to hear that."
"You'll do everything you can to protect her. But you'll do well, I know it."
A loud breath came over the phone.
"I guess I'm just getting a case of the nerves." "You'll be fine."
They spoke for another few minutes before Kyle decided he was all right. Arlo stared at his phone. He couldn't believe how quickly the kids had grown. And soon, a granddaughter. Time flew.
"Hey, Arlo."
Dave Sweeney tapped on the doorframe.
"We got an armed robbery of some sort at the Florida Fresh Foods on Hartsfield."
Arlo's boss in the division stood at over 6'7". Unlike most of those tall and skinny, Sweeney was nothing but muscle.
"I got it."
Arlo lowered his feet and stood. He pulled a suit jacket from the back of the chair.
"I'm hoping it's an easy one,"
Dave said. Arlo understood. Hartsfield was a more expensive area of St. Augustine, with homes going for around $700,000. Crime was low in that area of the county. Dave would be the one to put up with the media and local politicians who weren't willing to give them time to do their jobs.
"Why don't you take the rookie with you?"
Dave nodded to the guy with his face staring at a computer screen.
"You interested, Nick?"
Arlo hollered louder than he needed to.
"Sure am."
Nick Chapman had joined their team after another officer suffered a fatal heart attack within minutes of arriving at a shooting. That was just 1 month before, and the squad was still reeling from the loss. Arlo led Nick out of the station to the parking lot. He explained what he knew about the case, which wasn't much.
"The strip mall the grocery store is in should have enough cameras, along with other businesses nearby. If we get lucky," Nick said, "we can have this solved before dinner." "You definitely have wishful thinking there, don't you?"
Arlo huffed a laugh. It seemed harder to solve cases these days. Criminals were getting smarter, thanks to all the information on the internet.
"I'll drive," he said, climbing in behind the wheel of the dark blue sedan.
Nick slid into the passenger seat and buckled up. He was there to learn. Unless instructed to do otherwise, if he had a question Arlo hadn't asked, his mouth was to remain shut. Most newbies understood you couldn't learn if you didn't listen. Nick's head almost hit the roof of the car. In his early 30s, he had moved to homicide from the patrol division of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. Nick wore his black, unruly hair in what they called a man bun. Arlo didn't care for the style, but if it didn't affect Nick's work, he could live with it. Arlo didn't have enough hair to do anything more than use a comb. He'd been balding more every year. He considered having the barber shave all his hair off completely, but Heather wouldn't let him. Voices came over the radio regarding officers stopping cars and needing assistance. Police grew to hear certain codes. The rest they seemed to tune out. Arlo put the car in reverse and pulled from the parking space, then wheeled through the lot. As they drove down A1A to the Florida Fresh Foods shopping center, he noticed 2 new businesses had opened in the past month. Within 6 minutes, Arlo put his blinker on to pull into the strip mall. He paused for 2 shirtless teen boys flying down the sidewalk on their skateboards. In front of Florida Fresh Foods, a crowd had gathered around the police crime scene tape. 2 police cruisers parked near the entrance of the store, and several officers milled about.
"What do you want me to do?"
Nick asked.
"Let's check with the first responder."
As they approached the crime scene tape, the aroma of barbecue from the restaurant a few doors down drifted over to Arlo. Nothing smelled better. What was Heather planning for dinner? He grinned. He'd gladly pick up something. Sherry Berry, already at the scene, stepped in front of them, stopping their pace.
She thrust a cell phone in Arlo's face. Sherry had been a thorn in the side of the local department for a while now. She showed up at crime scenes no matter the time of day or night, getting confidential information from inside the department from who knows where. When asked, she'd say an anonymous source. If Arlo ever discovered that source, he'd plug that leak in a hurry. "Anything you can tell us, Detective?" Sherry asked. "I just got here, so you know more than I do." He slipped under the crime scene tape, with Nick following. Arlo stopped near an officer blocking gawkers. "Who was first on the scene?" he asked. "Johnson." The officer nodded to a young woman in the corner. They walked over to her. "Officer Johnson, I'm Detective Morales, and this is Chapman. We understand you were first on the scene. What can you tell us?" "Woman's putting groceries in the trunk of her car." The officer pulled out her notebook. Claimed a man in a mask and black hoodie pointed a gun and asked for her purse. The kids got out of the car. Mother got scared for them, so she hit the guy's arm with the purse and the gun flew off. She paused. "By the way, crime scene's got it now." "Good," Arlo nodded. Subject then grabbed the woman by the throat, started strangling her, but the daughter got a bat from the car and smacked him on the back. Not hard enough to cause damage, but enough to get him to release her mother. That's when others saw the commotion and started coming over. The guy grabbed victim's purse and took off, ran across the 4 lanes. She used her head to point. Last anyone saw of him, he was running behind the station. "Anyone get a look at him?" Large guy, dressed in black, fast runner, wearing a ski mask. Even wore gloves taped around the wrists, so no way to tell what color he was. Only way we know he's male is because of his voice. She shook her head. Too bad the kid didn't hit him in the head. Might have laid him out. "Thanks." Arlo nodded, then turned to Nick. "Let's hope our victims have more now that they've calmed down a bit." "Doesn't sound like we'll get any fingerprints," Nick said. "The guy covered himself pretty well. Unless he wasn't wearing gloves when he put in the bullets." Arlo grinned. "Don't always get good ones, but a partial can sometimes work." Arlo had Nick go over and talk with one of the witnesses who'd stayed behind. Arlo turned back to Officer Johnson. "How's the victim and her kids doing?" "Shaken up. All they could provide was a description of a guy in a black hoodie, wearing a mask and brandishing a gun." They spoke for a few more minutes, but Arlo found out nothing new. "Okay, thanks." Nick returned as Arlo finished with Officer Johnson. "The witness didn't have much to tell, barely saw the guy, only caught a mask and black hoodie." Arlo glanced around the scene. "If the suspect ran across the street, he might have had a car waiting at the convenience store. Why don't you head over and see if you can get a copy of the gas station's video footage?" he said to Nick. "I'll see if I can gather more information from the family." "Sounds good." Nick walked off as Arlo turned to the emergency vehicle parked to his right. He approached an EMT standing beside his truck, stowing away what appeared to be a box that looked similar to a tackle box. "How's the mother doing, Hal?" Arlo shook the guy's hand. "She'll be physically fine. She's fortunate her children were with her. If her daughter hadn't intervened, you might be speaking to the coroner instead of me." Chapter 7. Gabby mustered a weak smile for her children, trying to project strength despite her fear. RJ fidgeted anxiously while Chrissy had her arm around his shoulder. When had Chrissy become such a courageous girl? Gabby could still vividly recall the wide-eyed shock of the man when Chrissy hit him. A shiver ran down her spine, recalling his cold, dark eyes. They resembled a black hole, ready to snatch her away from everyone she loved. She glanced around. Officers still asking questions, people watching and taping the police cars, the crowd, along with her and the kids with their cell phones. She wanted to go home, call Ryan, hear his comforting voice. As she waited for a detective to speak with her, she tried her best to hide her face from the people holding phones up. Her mother didn't need to hear about this before Gabby had time to call her. Gabby rubbed her hands together. The sun did little to warm her. She couldn't seem to erase the chill that had set up house in her bones. A man in a dark blue suit approached them. "Miss Brady?" the man asked.
"Yes,"
she replied, her voice trembling. "I'm Detective Arlo Morales." He held his hand out to her, then the two children. "I hear you have a couple of brave kids here." She nodded. A lump formed in her throat, and tears threatened. She did a quick prayer of thanks to God for keeping her children safe. "Can you tell me what happened?"
"She already told the other officer."
The young girl referred to the female officer leaning against a squad car to the right. "When you spoke to Officer Johnson, you were likely in a vulnerable state. Now that time has passed, I want to see if you recall anything else," Arlo explained. Gabby took a deep breath. She didn't want to remember what happened, let alone speak about it. She swallowed back her trepidation and told her story again.
"I was loading groceries into the car when a man approached me."
She hesitated, swallowing back the bile rising in her throat.
"He had a gun," she whispered.
"Did you recognize him at all? His voice, his posture, anything about him? Any of you?" Arlo asked, looking from one to the other. Gabby and her children exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "Okay, please continue." He took out a notebook and pen.
"He demanded my purse. I had it among the groceries, so I was rummaging to retrieve it when RJ got out of the car."
The officer glanced at the kids. RJ raised his hand a couple of inches.
"I thought he might harm him." She bit her lip to keep from crying. "I swung my purse at him and hit his arm. The gun fell rolling under that car."
Gabby looked at a nearby blue Toyota.
"He became furious. He grabbed me by the throat."
Tears clouded her vision, and she instinctively reached up to touch her tender neck.
"He wouldn't let go."
Her breathing increased, and her pulse raced. A tear snaked down her cheek. Fear rushed through her as she recalled the intense look in the man's eyes. Suddenly, Chrissy's arm wrapped around her shoulder. Gabby jumped at her daughter's touch.
"It's okay, Mom. You're safe."
Chrissy looked at the detective.
"I grabbed RJ's new baseball bat and hit him. He let go of her and turned around. By then, people started running our way. Before he took off, he snatched Mom's purse."
Gabby marveled at her daughter's strength once again. In that moment, Chrissy sounded like her Aunt Ava. Her sister had always been Gabby's protector, 8 years older and shielding her from bullies at school or boys trying to take advantage. Guilt replaced the fear in Gabby. Her own daughter now protected her when it should have been the other way around. "Thank you for your time. We'll need you to come down and sign a statement in the next day or two." Arlo's kind eyes said he understood her tears. "Do you have any questions for me?"
"He's got my purse, which has my keys."
Gabby took hold of Chrissy's hand. RJ sat on the other side, so she grabbed his as well.
"I don't have a spare for my car with me."
"I'll have an officer take you home," Arlo said. "Do you have a way to get into your house?"
"Yeah, I have a spare hidden."
She looked at her car.
"Can I keep my car parked here until Monday? My husband's out of town and he has the other key."
"I'll fix it with the store so you can." The detective walked off and spoke to another officer. Gabby's relief at the prospect of reaching home unharmed quickly soured, giving way to a gnawing sense of dread. The man who attacked her could be lying in wait, ready to pounce when they walked in their front door. Chapter 8. The police officer who drove them home walked through the entire house before he left, putting Gabby's mind at ease for a few minutes. She wrapped herself in a soft comforter to warm up. Her fingers trembled on the cell phone as she texted Ryan. "Please call. Important." Her cell rang within a minute, giving her a slight semblance of comfort.
"Hey."
Tears filled Gabby's eyes. "Gabby?" Ryan asked. "What's going on?"
"Something happened."
She choked on the words. What? When she didn't proceed, he said, Gabby, what's wrong?
We were attacked, she blurted, at the grocery store.
Attacked? What are you talking about? Words wouldn't come. She couldn't speak. Gabby? After a moment of silence, he said, Let me speak with one of the kids.
No, I'm fine,
Gabby said. She didn't want the kids to relive the horror, though they were near enough to hear her part of the conversation. She swallowed the tightness in her throat.
He had a gun and tried to...
She could barely breathe, recalling the fear. A sob escaped.
I'm sorry,
she inhaled, trying to get her composure.
Here, Mom.
Chrissy stood beside her with a cup in her hands.
Here's some tea.
Thanks. Gabby took a sip. The lavender tea had a hint of rosemary. The warmth of the drink did little to calm her nerves.
I'm sorry. I'm falling apart,
she said to Ryan. It's all right. Ryan's voice was soft, caring. Take a deep breath and tell me first, are the kids all right? She sniffled.
Yes.
Her voice croaked. And you?
Except for being a mess, I'm fine.
Okay, where are you?
Back home, but he has the keys to the house.
It's going to be okay, honey. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can pack. Silence came over the line for a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
She nodded, though he couldn't see her. Okay, now if you can, tell me what happened. His voice sounded like he was in a tunnel. She could hear him moving about. Gabby inhaled, held her breath for 4 seconds, then slowly released it.
We'd gone to the mall, then the grocery store.
She blinked back tears.
A guy with a gun held us up. He got my purse and the keys to the house.
Her nerves wouldn't allow her to tell the entire story again. She needed time to process everything and to feel safe before she told him about the man trying to strangle her. This is what I want you to do. Call your dad to come over and change the locks. Ryan paused. Also have him check the windows.
He's on his way.
You called him first? The concern in his voice turned to irritation.
Chrissy did.
Gabby's worry lessened the longer she talked with Ryan. Your daughter is a lot like her father. She thought to call Dad while we were in the police car being driven home. Gabby paused a moment.
They'll be here any moment.
She hoped. Good. He sounded like he meant it, though he didn't care for his father-in-law. I'll be in late. See if he'll stay until I get there, or you can go to their house if you'd rather.
Okay.
If so, I'll come get you. Once you decide, call me. If I don't answer, leave a message. I'll be on the road. Warmth rushed through Gabby. What other husband would put up with a father-in-law who'd made it clear several times that you weren't good enough for his daughter, and then request that same man come protect his family while he was away? And you're sure you and the kids are all right? Ryan asked again.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Gabby wasn't sure how their mental state would be after this, but they could deal with that later. Their physical safety was most important.
We're scared since the attacker has keys to the house.
Don't worry. He'll be safe until I get there. Instant relief washed over Gabby. Ryan was right. With her dad coming, they'd be safe. But she wanted Ryan home. Nowhere else did she feel more at ease than in his arms. Okay, I'm packed and we'll be on the road once I check out of the hotel, Ryan said. I'm glad you and the kids are all right.
It was all Chrissy. She used RJ's new bat and knocked the guy away.
That's my girl. Gabby could hear pride in Ryan's voice. He was silent for a moment, then said, Make sure you keep the doors and windows locked and your phones near. I'm on my way. Gabby released a loud breath.
I'm so glad you said that.
Did you think I wouldn't come after all this?
I thought I might be overreacting.
Honey, someone pulled a gun on you. There is no such thing as overreacting in a situation like that. His calming voice soothed her. You have every right to be scared, but everything's going to be all right. A smile came over Gabby's face as she hung up. He was right. Dad would be there within minutes, and Ryan would be home later that night. Her anxiety lessened, and the trembling of her hands stopped. "Everything's going to be all right," she said to the two kids seated near her. "Your father's coming home." Ryan would see to it they were safe. She trusted him to do everything possible to protect her and their children. Chapter 9. Gabby placed a glass of sweet tea in front of her mother. She was thankful her parents had arrived as quickly as they had. Her sister Ava soon joined them. With her family gathered around her, Gabby felt a sense of comfort and stability. "I appreciate you all coming here as fast as you did," she said. "I can't believe how Chrissy had herself so together to think of calling you." "She's a tough girl." Ava cocked her head to one side. "A lot like you." Gabby took a sip from her own glass of tea. A hint of jealousy rushed in as fast as the sugary sweet drink. She'd always hated being the weak one in the family, and Ava the strong one. Now Chrissy was becoming strong, like her aunt. She'd even said she'd like to be like her Aunt Ava when she grew up. While Gabby loved how close they were, she felt hurt when her daughter gave no inclination to be like her mother. But then, why should she? Gabby had no job except being a mother and wife. She did nothing exciting. Ava was energetic. She played in golf tournaments, mountain climbed, and a couple of years ago retired from the army. There was no reason for Chrissy to want to be like her mother when she could emulate someone like Ava. "She's got your blood in her, Ava. No fear. Just focus." Gabby forced a laugh. "I'm not sure about that," Ava said. "But you're raising a strong girl." A noise sounded from the back, causing Gabby to jump, proving her point. She was the scared one. Ava took hold of her hand. "It's only Dad working on the back door lock." Gabby nodded. "Obviously, I'm not as strong as my daughter." "Don't take her having it together for a sign of strength." Mom adjusted the salt and pepper shakers so they were in the center of the table. "Now that the shock has worn off, I have no doubt she's upstairs feeling as nervous as you." Gabby hadn't thought of either of her children being scared. Both seemed fine at the scene and when they got home. Gabby was the one falling apart. She didn't like the thought of them being terrified. They might need to talk to a therapist about the robbery. She'd read those victims of attacks got post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The article had surprised her, since she thought PTSD was only for soldiers. Ava picked up the detective's card from the table where Gabby had placed it when she got home. "I'm going to call him to see if they caught the guy yet." She waved the card in the air. "It hasn't been long enough, has it?" Mom asked. "You need to give them time." Gabby wanted to know as well, so she wasn't about to stop her sister. Ava ignored their mother and walked to the living room, card in hand. She pulled her cell phone from her purse in the room's corner. "Don't worry," Mom said. "Most times, from what I've heard, these guys take the purse, pull out everything they can sell or use, like credit cards and cash, then throw the purse away, keys and all." "I sure hope so." Gabby canceled her credit cards once she'd finished with her phone call to Ryan. She made a list of what she'd have to replace, things like a new driver's license and membership cards. Costco wouldn't allow them to purchase anything without proof of membership. Within a moment, Ava returned to her seat next to Gabby. "What did they say?" Mom asked. "Had to leave a message." Ava put the card back on the table. "I'll try again later if he doesn't call back." Gabby's shoulders shuddered. Would the police ever find the guy who attacked her? With his face totally covered, there would be no way for her to point him out. Dad walked in the back door. He squeezed Gabby's shoulder as he walked past. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "I'm okay. I feel much better with the locks taken care of." She stood and hugged her father, his aftershave mixed with sweat. "Thanks." "Your father likes to take care of you and the kids, even if all you have is a leak in your sink." Her mother smiled. "All you need to do is ask."
But this is more important than a slow drip in the sink, Sue.
Dad's sharp voice surprised Gabby.
Of course it is, but you'd come over for a leaky sink in a heartbeat.
Mom smiled and fluttered her eyelids. Her parents were the perfect example of opposites attract. Her extremely routine, stern father made a point of being early everywhere he went. He had no patience for those who were late. Her flighty mom always missed appointments. A giggling girl who at times acted like a teenager with OCD. Everything had to be in its place in her house, and her house had to be perfectly clean. No sign of dirt anywhere, not even a dust bunny under the beds. Gabby often wondered how her parents stayed together now that Dad was retired and home all day.
I'm going to put some extra locks on your windows.
Dad turned to walk away, then added under his breath,
I'm sure your husband wouldn't know how.
He strolled into the living room, where RJ watched television. They spent a few seconds discussing the baseball game on the screen. It had taken Gabby years to notice the tension that always seemed to be between her parents. Dad never laughed when Mom tried to be funny. Growing up had been hard with a neat freak mother, but there had been fun, unlike with her father. He had been the rule-maker, the disciplinarian. But he had shown his love in other ways. Taking them to amusement parks. While they went to ride the rides, he'd stay in the hotel so as not to spoil their fun. Sadness swept over her. Gabby couldn't recall the last time she'd seen her parents kiss or even hold hands. That was why Gabby wanted a man like Ryan, calm and loving, even if he didn't fix things around the house. If every husband knew how to take care of their home, then all the handymen in the city would be out of business.
Don't let him bother you.
Mom took Gabby's hand.
No father likes the man who takes his little girl away.
Gabby struggled to control her irritation. Dad had never thought Ryan the best choice of husband. He wanted her to marry someone able to fix cars and do repairs around the house. A man like him. Even after Ryan's business took off and they bought the new house, Dad still didn't seem to like Ryan.
Your dad worries because Ryan's not here much.
Mom glanced over her shoulder, as if making sure someone didn't overhear.
I keep reminding him how hard it is starting your own business. He seems to have forgotten all his own late nights at work.
Dad had been in construction, starting his own business at 35. He got lucky. During the height of the real estate boom, he won several bids on new commercial businesses. Annoyance flickered through Gabby. It's Ryan's job to travel. He's popular because he's willing to go to the businesses to show the employees how to use his software. He doesn't enjoy being gone, but his job allows us to live in a nice neighborhood with the best schools.
I understand, and your father does too. Ryan's a good provider. Your dad just hates seeing you alone all the time.
Gabby shared her father's sentiments. But until circumstances changed and the business could hire someone to teach, Ryan would be away. At least he was willing to stop everything to come back when his family needed him. Mom straightened and glanced over at Ava.
It doesn't help that Ryan was...
There.
Dad stood at the foot of the staircase.
All entryways rekeyed and windows downstairs secure. I'll make sure the upstairs windows are too. Then you should be fine.
He kissed Chrissy as she passed by him on the staircase. She walked into the kitchen right into her grandmother's open arms, keeping Mom from finishing her statement.
And how are you holding up?
Mom asked Chrissy.
Okay, I guess. Nervous. Keep looking out the window. But once Papa is done, I should be better.
Chrissy walked to the refrigerator.
I'm going to have some cheese and crackers. Does anyone want anything?
No one else took her up on her offer. She walked to the counter and pulled out the cheese board.
I love this little girl.
Mom smiled at Chrissy.
My little hero. What can I say? I gave him a good whack.
Chrissy pretended to swing a bat.
We should put her in baseball.
Ava spoke loud enough for RJ to hear from the sofa.
Sounds like she should be on your team.
Aunt Ava.
RJ crossed his arms over his chest.
Mom told me to get back in the car, so I did.
As you should have. Ava gave a curt nod. Leave it up to the women. She grinned at her nephew. He got up and walked up to her.
I wasn't scared.
I didn't say you were. Just wanted to give Chrissy a chance to show off. Ava pulled RJ onto her lap and tickled him, causing him to laugh and squirm. Dad walked down the staircase and replaced his tools in the box near the front door.
Everything looks tight.
I'm just glad you're all okay. Tears welled in Mom's eyes.
They're all right, Sue, so you can stop with the waterworks.
There was no emotion or sign of love in Dad's tone. What would I do if anything had happened to any of you? Mom stared down at her lap.
But they're fine.
After a second, Dad walked over to her and gave her shoulder a squeeze.
We'll have to say an extra thanks to God when we say our prayers tonight, he muttered.
Mom smiled at him. Do you want some tea? Gabby asked him when Dad took a chair next to Ava.
Sure do.
Mom reached over and gave Gabby's hand a squeeze. Being a parent never gets easier. You worry when they're young, and you worry when they're older. Gabby stood and kissed her mom on her cheek. She understood her mother's concern, and she'd do anything to keep her own children safe. Chapter 10. Saturday, March 22nd. Gabby opened RJ's bedroom door to check on him. His blankets were up over his head. The air was still heavy with the aroma of sweat. She'd have to wash his clothes and bedding to get the smell out. Ryan had arrived after midnight. Both kids insisted on staying up until their father got home. He noticed Gabby's bruised neck the second he saw her. He figured out what happened, which made her thankful she didn't have to go into every little detail. Ava had left after a rousing game of trouble with the kids at about 10. Her parents stayed until Ryan got home. Gabby spoke with her best friend, Kimberly, a little after 7. She'd also received a few texts from ladies in her Bible study. Warmth rushed through her that so many people cared. All the movement in her home earlier kept the thought of anyone getting inside at bay. But now, with everything quiet, anxiety crept in. Gabby walked into the spare room across from RJ's room, double-checking the windows. She paused and moved the curtains aside. She glanced around. Her heart dropped to her shoes. A silhouette stood on the corner of their yard. Fear caused her to look away. When she looked again, the shadowy figure was gone. Had she imagined it? She had hoped once Ryan got home, her anxiety would lessen. Maybe they should consider an alarm system. She glanced out one last time, but saw no one. Must be seeing things not there because of the attack earlier. She left the spare room and tiptoed down the hall to Chrissy's room. The light shined through the inch space between the door and the wood floor. Gabby had seen the light on when she walked up the stairs and assumed Chrissy was still awake, though it was after 1. Gabby knocked. "Come in," Chrissy spoke in a whisper. Gabby opened the door and stuck her head in. Chrissy sat back against her pillows on the bed, reading. The bedroom welcomed visitors with soft pastel hues that adorned each wall. A collection of framed photographs of her friends graced one side of the room. Against the left wall stood a meticulously organized desk. Nestled on the back shelves sat an inviting collection of books and cherished stuffed animals. A string of delicate fairy lights danced playfully across the window's drapes, casting a soft pink glow like the sun catcher in the kitchen Chrissy had painted. Unlike her brother's smelly room, Chrissy's gave off a hint of strawberry. Gabby figured the aroma came from the lotion on her desk. "Why are you still up?" Chrissy closed her book and placed it beside her. "I was going to ask you the same question." Gabby grinned. "I'm just having trouble getting to sleep." "Me too." Chrissy glanced at her window. Tension filled her eyes. Apparently Mom had been right about Chrissy feeling anxious now that the hoopla had quieted down. "You're safe." Gabby slid onto the edge of the bed. "The windows and doors all have extra locks on the inside. No one can open them from the outside.
I'm still nervous. I'm glad Dad's home.
That makes two of us. She took hold of her daughter's hands, which were surprisingly cold.
From the air conditioner or fear?
I noticed you were still up, so I want to give you something. A gift between you and me. She pulled a box from her robe pocket. I received this from my grandmother for Christmas when I was 13. You've grown into a wonderful young lady, so I thought you were old enough to take care of it.
Thanks.
Chrissy's eyes sparkled as she took the box, a huge smile on her face. The anxiety from moments ago had disappeared. She opened the lid to discover a bracelet inside with a heart pendant. You don't have to wear it. Gabby hated wearing jewelry she didn't like. She wore any unwanted piece she received once or twice to keep the person who gave the gift from feeling bad. Then she'd put it away. It's not the current style, she said, and it's old, but it's something I'd like you to keep. My way of saying how proud I am of the woman you're becoming.
It's pretty.
Chrissy held the bracelet up in the air and let the heart spin. It's always meant a lot to me. Gabby paused. Like you do.
I love it. Thanks.
Chrissy reached over and hugged Gabby.
I love you.
Warmth rushed through to Gabby's heart at how wonderful her daughter was, and, except for today, how wonderful her life was. She left Chrissy in the bedroom, staring at the bracelet, and paused at her own bedroom door. She looked back at Chrissy's closed door and the memory of her anxious eyes. Gabby's heart ached at the sight of her worried child. Anger took over. How dare someone do this to her family? She considered getting a knife from the kitchen butcher's block to put under her pillow. If anyone broke in, she'd cut them to pieces. She shook her head to get the angry thoughts out. She'd make sure Ryan brought his gun up from the car. Entering the bedroom, Gabby found Ryan in bed with the news on. "Kids doing okay?" he asked. RJ's asleep, but Chrissy seems a bit nervous. Her anxiety should disappear in time. Like when she gets to school and everyone asks her what happened. She'll become the center of attention for a day or two, which will help her forget about being scared. Gabby smiled. He was right. After brushing her teeth, she climbed into bed next to Ryan. She snuggled into his arms, seeking his comforting warmth. "Did you bring the gun up with you?" she asked. He looked down at her. "It's in the nightstand. Why?" "Wondering, in case." "I guess Chrissy's not the only one worried." He tightened his grip on her. "No, she's not," Gabby said. "I was thinking we should go away for a day or two." "Unfortunately, I have a huge potential client coming into town next week. I need to entertain them. And the kids have school starting back up." "Why can't Wade do the meeting?" "I close deals better, so he would like me there." Gabby nodded. "I hate Chrissy being scared." "Me too." Ryan's brow creased. "If the guy's not caught by the middle of April, when I'm supposed to go to Nashville, I'll send someone else. I won't leave you with him still out there." "I think we'd like that." Her phone chimed, and she rolled over to check the screen. "Junk," she said. She noticed she'd missed a message from Kimberly earlier, confirming lunch on Monday. Gabby returned to the security of her husband's embrace. "I'm grateful we're all okay," she whispered. "I can't imagine what Chrissy and RJ would be going through if that man had seriously hurt me." Chapter 11. It was late when Arlo finally logged off the computer. Nothing new in the Brady case, not that he expected much. The guy could be anyone. The video from the gas station showed him running to a white Toyota SUV. Unfortunately, he kept his mask over his face and had stolen the car earlier. Doorbell cameras provided nothing better. He flipped off the lights to the den and headed to the back bedroom. He paused, recalling dinner. He'd wanted barbecue earlier, until Heather told him she was planning on chicken. There should be leftovers. The remainder of the juicy taste of the crunchy fried chicken made Arlo lick his lips. After a quick debate and Heather's voice in his head reminding him of the heartburn he'd receive if he ate right before bed, he decided against having another piece. When did he get so old? He used to be able to eat anything at any time and not worry. He climbed into bed next to Heather, who rolled over to face him. "Did I wake you?" he asked. "No, having trouble sleeping." She'd had insomnia off and on since she hit menopause. Her hot flashes didn't help. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, just hate having some guy running around attacking women with children." He wondered if there could be more to the situation. Why Ms. Brady in particular? The woman had 2 kids with her, a pretty girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a nice-looking boy. They'd be popular on the child trafficking circuit. He shuddered at the notion. A guy he knew who worked in child exploitation told him that doing away with this type of criminal activity would be easy. Put the rich who offend in jail, then the nobodies would run into hiding. You wipe out demand, supply naturally goes down. It's the same with drugs. I thought the attack at Florida Fresh Foods was just a robbery. Heather pulled the blanket over her hip. He stole the purse, but it seems odd he would take from a woman with a carload of people. Why not choose an older woman walking alone? She'd be easier pickings. He decided not to tell her the video showed the guy waited almost 10 minutes before he attacked Ms. Brady, like he was waiting for her. Well, he did have a gun. Makes anyone stop and give him what he wants. She folded her arm under her head. Until she knocked the gun from his hands, then he tried to strangle her. Not exactly something you'd see from your run-of-the-mill purse snatcher. I suppose. She let out a sigh. People are getting meaner, feeling so entitled lately. If they don't get what they want, they lash out. She curled into his arms. Whoever he was, I hope he learned his lesson from that girl smacking him with the bat. Her breath tickled the hairs on Arlo's chest. I would have loved to have seen the look on the guy's face. Me too. Arlo smiled. He loved being in bed with his wife. Her warmth, their love-making, even after all these years. Too bad he couldn't make her wish come true about the guy not stealing again. Most don't quit because they failed. In fact, they get more violent each time because they learn from their mistakes. I imagine if he's going to continue, he's moved on to an easier side of town, one where crime is more prevalent. Heather burrowed into his arms. The people who live in Hartsfield are the type to run and see what the excitement is, instead of running for safety. True. Crime isn't something usual on that side of town. I was glad to hear others got involved. She leaned her chin on his chest. It's still safe here for the most part. At least, right here it is. She kissed his neck. Night. Night, babe. He kissed her on top of the head. Her hairspray from the day still held a slight apple aroma. Yeah, safe for the moment. He knew about crimes committed he wasn't about to discuss with her. Most occurred in Jacksonville, but the big city was close enough to soon have their garbage drip into their county. Since he had taken the detective's exam and left Miami, Heather had some modicum of ease about his job. Patrol officers had the tough part of the job, facing those who wanted them dead for no other reason than they wore a badge. As a detective, he might go into a dangerous situation, but unlike on television, he always had plenty of backup. Arlo wished there'd been some sort of evidence to point at the guy who attacked the Brady woman. But with no prints or ID, the likelihood was small they'd catch him, even if he was caught committing another crime. And something in his cop's gut told Arlo there would definitely be another. Chapter 12. Dave Sweeney walked into the detective's room. Got a ping on the Brady's credit card in Jacksonville. They're holding the video for you. He handed Arlo the address on Phillips Highway. Great. Arlo bound up, sweeping his jacket from the back of his chair. The drive would take about an hour with traffic. Come in, rookie.
He glanced over his shoulder at Nick. "I'm coming, old-timer." Arlo blurted a laugh. The car was hot and stuffy after being in the sun all day. Arlo opened a couple of the windows, hoping to get a light breeze to cool things off. About the only time of year for a nice breeze in North Florida was March, heading into April. He jacked the AC to high. Hot air blew through the car. "This is usually where they mess up," Nick said. "Using that credit card will be his downfall." "Probably plead down, though, since we can't get him for the assault. Keep your fingers crossed that once we find out who this guy is, we'll find the lady's purse." "Might. It's not like most criminals are rocket scientists." Arlo pulled out of the parking space. "But he could still say he found it." The drive to Jacksonville took longer than he'd hoped because an accident closed one lane on I-95. He couldn't imagine taking this drive every day to and from work. At 4:53, they finally pulled into the department store parking lot, where a clerk led them to a back room. A box of pizza lay open on the table in the corner, making the place smell like fermented yeast. "We got a couple videos up and ready," a security guard said. Arlo watched the first video of the parking lot in front of the store. The man paused the tape when a sedan came into view. "That's him pulling in," the security guy pointed. Nick took down the tag number and left the room to check on it. The Brady woman determined her attacker had been a man because of his voice, so Arlo would assume the person getting from the car was male as well. From the distance, he couldn't be sure. A hoodie covered the person's face, making identification impossible. He no longer wore gloves. The ring on the hands determined it was a man walking into the store, a man with light brown skin. The video jumped to the person inside, his head down and face unable to be seen clearly. The security guy pushed buttons to follow the man through the store. Every once in a while, the camera got a glimpse of his face, but Arlo wasn't sure if it'd be enough to post with the media. "I copied every bit of video where he went, hoping something might hit. Then this happened." The guy typed on the keyboard. "Your guy stopped to talk to this man. Looks like they know each other. And this new guy's not hidden at all." Nick returned to the room. "The car was reported stolen 2 hours before our guy went into the department store." Arlo watched the interaction between their credit card user and the other man. Sure enough, they did a fancy handshake, and the white guy was clearly visible, all the way down to a mole on the side of his nose. But without a name, what good would it do? "I don't suppose this other guy used a credit card to check out?" Arlo asked. "No, cash. But I know who this one is." The guard tapped the screen on the head of the guy with the mole. Arlo jerked back. "You do?" "Yeah. Caught him shoplifting about a month ago. Name's Ivan Rizzotto. Got a copy of his license here for you." At least they were a step closer. He and Nick rode back to the station in St. Augustine and pulled up the information on Ivan, which showed no current address. He had an arrest record, which included armed robbery twice, domestic abuse 3 times, and kidnapping and rape once. Definitely not a nice guy. The scary part was guys like Ivan hung out with those who did similar crimes. Chapter 13. Monday, March 24th. On Saturday, they'd picked up Gabby's car. She continually stared in the side mirror, afraid her attacker might have followed them. She had refused to eat out when Ryan suggested they do so on Sunday, yet neither she nor the kids felt safe enough to eat much dinner in their own home, even with the locks changed. Chrissy's bravado seemed to have disappeared once Ryan arrived home. Her clinginess to her father only added to Gabby's trepidation. As Monday morning arrived, a glimmer of relief washed over them. She deliberately kept quiet about her lunch plans with Kimberly, not wanting to concern her children, and the kids appeared excited about getting back to school. Maybe their eagerness came from wanting to get back to some sort of normalcy. "You sure you're going to be all right?" Ryan asked, kissing Gabby on the cheek. "After I drop the kids off, I can come back and work from home if you'd like." At breakfast, Chrissy had asked her father to drive them to school. He'd agreed, but insisted they get back to normal, which meant the bus home for RJ and Chrissy walking the 3 blocks from school. He explained they had to take their lives back from this creep. Gabby agreed, but how do you get over something so terrifying? Though she wanted him at home with her, she said, "You hate working from home." She nuzzled his chin with her head. "Go. I'm fine." Within 5 minutes of being left alone, she got a text from this person who called himself Poker Player. Her heart raced, and she darted to the window to see if anyone was out there watching. She looked back at her phone and reread the text. Her mouth went dry, staring at the words. "He's cheating, and they're planning to kill you." Chapter 14. Gabby forced herself to ignore the text she'd received earlier. She washed RJ's laundry to get rid of that terrible sweaty smell in his room. She put away dishes from the dishwasher, dusted, and vacuumed, though the house wasn't a mess. Anything to keep her mind off the text and the fact that someone indeed did try to kill her. "We need to take our lives back," she repeated Ryan's words from the weekend. "I need to take my life back." She hung RJ's shirts in his closet. Her phone rang in the other room. Likely junk. A ding sounded as she left RJ's room. She paused. No, she had to listen to the message. It could be from school. She swallowed back her trepidation. It didn't matter if the call came from this poker player scum. She'd not let it bother her. In fact, if he kept it up, she'd call the police. Maybe that detective. She gave a curt nod. The number for the voicemail announced, "Name unavailable." Either someone selling something or a friend who hadn't set up their phone properly. She input her code to listen to the message. "Hello, I need to tell you something." The voice was low, almost a whisper. Gabby had to strain to hear it. "I just thought you'd like to know your husband's cheating on you." The call clicked off. Gabby jerked back. What the? No number was listed on the phone. No way to call back. Someone playing games. After what she'd been through, how could they be so cruel? Gabby walked away from her phone, then stopped. What if the caller was the man who attacked her? No. She was sure the voice was that of a woman. Could he have gotten a friend to call? It made little sense. There would be no way for her attacker to have her cell number. Her phone had been in her pocket when he stole her purse. She hated the thought of leaving her house with the attacker still out there, but now she feared staying home. Even the thought of putting her phone in her purse brought anxiety. God, get me through. She glanced at the ceiling. Gathering her purse, she headed downstairs and placed the bag on the dining room table. She stared at the phone, then shoved it in the purse. Thunk. She jumped. "It was only a squirrel on the roof, you fool," she muttered. Gabby rubbed her hands up and down her arms. Even with the locks changed, a wave of dread came with each noise. Her home used to be her sanctuary. Now the 4 walls were like a jail that held her captive and in distress. A knock sounded on the front door, causing Gabby to startle. At the second knock, she rushed over and glanced out the window to see Mrs. Aquino, her Philippine neighbor, standing on the stoop, a covered plate in her hand. Gabby opened the door. "Mrs. Aquino, how are you?" "I'm fine. You, how are you?" "We're doing well." "I just wanted to give you this. Brownies. Thought you and the kids would use a treat. Make you feel better." "Thanks. I really appreciate it." Gabby took the plate from her and headed into the kitchen, where she placed the goodies on her counter. "I'd love to visit, but I was just heading out." Gabby swung her purse over her shoulder and marched to the front door. "No, you go." Mrs. Aquino followed her to the door. "I just wanted to check on you and the kids." Though earlier than Gabby would normally leave, with her apprehension, she felt safer having Mrs. Aquino there as she left. Outside, Gabby's eyes darted around looking for some phantom to pounce. On the way to the restaurant, she looked at every car around her.
No one appeared to be following. There's no one there. They can't know where you're going. You're safe. She looked at a white minivan next to her. The driver talked on his cell. See? No one cares what you're doing. She flipped on her favorite rock music. It did no good. She switched to country, even Christian, but nothing changed her feeling of trepidation. Once in the parking lot of the Italian restaurant where she was to meet Kimberly, she released a stuck breath. Inside the restaurant, the hostess led her to a padded bench to wait for a table. The cold air of the AC only added to the chill she'd felt all morning. Her mind continued with its games. Is it him? Or him? Every man who entered the restaurant after she arrived became a potential suspect. The aroma of garlic and fresh-baked garlic bread caused her stomach to growl. She'd been afraid to have anything at breakfast for fear she might get sick. Kimberly walked in behind a couple. Gabby gave a wave with her hand still on her lap. For the first time that day, she relaxed. The hostess showed them to a booth in the back corner where, after giving their drink orders of wine, Gabby confided in Kimberly about her ongoing fear. Before Kimberly could react, the waitress returned with their drinks to take their food orders. Once alone, Kimberly reached over and took Gabby's hand. It's okay that you're still scared, but I'm sure it's over. This is going to be the one bad thing to happen in your life. Kimberly's words made Gabby feel better. Or perhaps her ease came from the glass of wine she'd already finished. The clink of silverware on plates and the hum of conversations surrounded them, providing even more comfort. No one would try anything here. I was terrified, but at least it got Ryan back home early, Gabby said. The server returned with their orders. The basil gave the pizza she ordered a good flavor. Kimberly shoved her hair back over her shoulder. A necklace adorned her friend's neck. The same necklace with black hematite stones from the box in Ryan's suitcase. Questions surged through Gabby's mind, drowning her in a sea of confusion. Why would Ryan give jewelry to Kimberly? She finished her second glass of wine in one gulp as she tried to gather her thoughts. She stared at the necklace. Why would Kimberly have a gift from Ryan? Unless they were... The breath stuck in Gabby's throat, making it almost impossible to breathe. Chapter 15. It had taken a few minutes for Gabby to gather herself in the restaurant. Thankfully, Kimberly hadn't realized something was wrong. Driving home, Gabby couldn't shake the notion of Ryan cheating. Not just cheating, but cheating with Kimberly. That would be the only reason for Ryan to give Kimberly a gift. Gabby's heart sank. Kimberly was her dearest friend, someone she trusted implicitly. There had to be another reason for the necklace. But what? Entering her house, Gabby's steps were heavy with uncertainty. Both Ryan and Kimberly seemed to have been gone a lot the past couple of months. Only one way to be sure. Gabby opened the calendar app on her phone. Both Ryan and Kimberly had been away this past Saturday, but Kimberly returned the same day. Ryan came home early because of the attack on his family. He wasn't due back until Tuesday. No way could they have been together. The stiffness in Gabby's shoulders relaxed. Instantly, the tension returned. But did Kimberly return home on Saturday? Gabby had no plans to see her. They might have spoken on the phone, but that would have been it. And a phone call could take place from anywhere. Gabby's heart raced. They couldn't. They wouldn't. Glancing through the rest of the month, she realized Kimberly was gone 3 weeks prior. Hadn't Ryan been gone then, too? Gabby's movements became robotic as she made her way to Ryan's office. She paused outside his door. Did she really want to know? Were her fragile nerves playing games with her? He'd been a cheater before they married. Had she been too blind to see he might be cheating again? Too many questions rushed through her mind to find comfort. She had to know. Gabby burst through the door into his office and went straight to his computer. Her gaze fixated on his work calendar, comparing it to the one on her cell phone. She paused. She should trust her husband. Weren't there Bible verses on that? But a voice inside told her to push forward. She scanned the calendars. Ryan had been gone this past weekend. Also 3 weeks prior and 1 weekend in February. The same with Kimberly. Tears blurred Gabby's vision. This wasn't proof, just her own insecurities, right? Pure coincidence they'd been gone at the same time. Kimberly, in fact, had been gone several other weekends. She visited a lot of friends and craft festivals around the South, always coming and going. Those 3 weekends were pure coincidence. They had to be. But there were other clues. Ryan appeared stressed lately. They'd be discussing something and his gaze would wander. In his own world at times. Obviously something was wrong, but whenever she asked, he'd say he'd been thinking about the office, and she didn't question it. Stop this. These conjectures were to take her mind off this past weekend. If nothing else, Kimberly would never hurt her like that. But her imagination didn't conjure up the necklace. The same piece of jewelry had been in Ryan's suitcase. Gabby was sure of it. This can't be happening. Ryan wouldn't cheat. But he did. That voice in Gabby's head yelled at her to look at the facts. He'd been a cheater years ago. With his travels, he could have been cheating all along, and she'd never have known. He might have a girl at every port, so to speak. And, with him in charge of the money, he could purchase gifts for someone else and she'd be unaware. Someone like her best friend. She opened the top desk drawer and shuffled through the papers. She didn't know what she was looking for. Some proof she might be wrong? Nothing but old letters about his business, pens, and pads. The second drawer held blank sticky notes, thumb drives still in their packages, and other office supplies. She jerked open the bottom drawer and rifled through the papers. Drafts of blank contracts. On the bottom, a lone picture. One of Ryan and another woman with auburn hair and green eyes. She sat on his lap, his hands between her legs, kissing. In the background, Gabby spotted the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse in North Carolina. The picture slid from Gabby's fingers onto the desk. Her hand flew to her mouth to stifle a sob. The woman was not Kimberly. The jacket Ryan wore in the picture had been a gift a couple Christmases ago. Not before they were married. The trust she placed in her husband shattered within seconds. How many times, and how many women? A flood of memories washed over her, once precious, now stained. She forced herself up from the desk to the sofa along the far wall, where she collapsed. Gabby clutched her chest, trying to catch her breath. Betrayal seeped into every crack of her being. Please let this be a mistake. Let this be her imagination running wild. The drama queen Ava always accused her of being. Gabby glanced at her phone still on the desk. He'll give me answers, she growled. She jumped up and grabbed the cell. Her fingers refused to dial his number. Tears rolled down her face. Her heart was breaking. She plodded the few steps back to the sofa. At once, she screamed. She punched a pillow, trying to drive all her pain away. She hit and tore until the pillow was in shreds and the stuffing all over the floor. Sobs racked her entire body. She screamed until her throat felt raw. Gabby closed her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely down her cheeks. Something inside said that her world just exploded. Instantly, she sobered and rushed from the room. She'd show him. Running upstairs, she darted into her walk-in closet and grabbed her suitcase. She'd leave. Pick the kids up, and they'd go. He'd realize what he was missing when they weren't around. Her heart ached with the thought. I still love him. Ryan had been a part of her life for over 15 years. He was the father of her children. Could she survive without him? Or live with what he'd done? Leaving would tear the children apart. She stopped with the open suitcase on the bed. "I'll not leave so easily," she muttered. "Not without some kind of fight for my marriage." She closed the suitcase and put it back. Her hands shook. Was she losing her mind? Her thoughts bounced from Ryan and Kimberly to Ryan and the stranger, then back again. She tried to focus on something else, but it did no good. No matter what she did, she couldn't get it out of her mind. What would Ava say? Just Gabby creating drama where there wasn't any. All because of a stupid necklace. Again, Gabby argued to herself, Ryan would never cheat. But he had in the past, before they were married, when he dated Ava. Ava told Gabby years ago she'd married a cheater. "Once a cheater, always a cheater," were her sister's exact words. A sinking feeling developed in the pit of Gabby's stomach. There had to be an explanation for the necklace. There had to be. That piece of jewelry might be one of millions sold around the country. This might all be a coincidence. Was she willing to destroy not only her marriage, but her friendship with Kimberly by asking? She didn't want to jump to conclusions. And even if Ryan justified the necklace, he could never explain away the picture of him with the woman on his lap. There were definite feelings between the two. Gabby got up and grabbed a tissue. She blew her nose, her mind racing with apprehension. How would she face him? What words wouldn't push him farther away? Time seemed to tick away as she stole a glance at the clock. Less than an hour before RJ returned home. She had to compose herself, get everything back in order, clean up the torn pillow and stuffing in Ryan's office. Above all, she wouldn't let on as to what she'd found. Not until she was prepared for the consequences. Chapter 16. Gabby threw herself into organizing things, desperately trying to restore order. She didn't know how she'd hide the fact she tore up the pillow. Would Ryan even notice? A sound came from the garage. She stopped mid-step. Her shoulders stiffened. Someone was opening the garage door. Too early for Ryan. The garage door company wasn't scheduled for 2 more days to change the outer garage door mechanism. Her attacker still had a way in. What should she do? Call the police? Run? Her eyes darted around. She froze. The garage door lowered. Her breaths came out in spurts. The kids might come home to find her, or worse, walk in on this person in their house. She glanced at her watch. Another 20 minutes until RJ arrived from elementary school. 30 minutes later, Chrissy would be home from middle grade. Gabby's breathing was loud in the empty house. She turned, finally able to move. Going through the front, she'd have to pass the door leading in from the garage. There were 2 locked doors out the back way, including the screen for the pool, which sometimes got stuck. Would there be enough time to get away? She spun, unsure where to hide. A car door slammed inside the garage. Panic surged through her veins. She darted toward the office and quietly shut the door. No lock, and this flimsy door wouldn't stop someone willing to strangle a woman in front of her children. Hide, her mind screamed. The only available place to conceal herself was under the desk. She rushed there. She bent to crawl under but saw the opening where the legs raised the desk. Anyone breaking through the door would see her. She stood. By coming in here, she became a trapped animal. Again, she spun, unsure what to do. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. Her gaze caught the glint of the fireplace pokers. A quick flash of Chrissy's concern came into Gabby's mind. Anger rushed in. She'd not go down without a fight. This person would no longer be a threat to her family. If nothing else, the police would have DNA in order to catch this barbarian. Taking hold of a poker, she backed into the triangle where the door would open, but hit the large bookcase. The only way to be found would be if someone looked behind the door. She strained to listen, but her pulse pounded in her ears. The door from the garage opened into the house. Gabby's palms grew slick with sweat, making the poker slippery in her grasp. She wiped her hands down her pants. She hoped this stranger couldn't smell the sweat that had formed under her arms. Footsteps approached with increasing loudness on the wood floor as they neared. Within seconds, they paused outside the office. Her throat went dry. She pressed herself even further into the corner. Her white knuckles clutched the poker above her head with the same bravado her daughter had used a few days before. She would show this intruder the consequences of threatening her family. A shadow stepped into the room. The knob to the door turned. The door moved, revealing her hiding place. She swung the poker down with all her might, but the man deflected the blow with the palm of his hand. Chapter 17. The poker jerked to a stop in mid-air. Gabby's eyes widened. "Sheesh, Gabby," Ryan said. "What are you trying to do, kill me?" He winced as he rubbed his palm. He tore the poker from her hand and tossed it on the carpeted floor. I thought you were him," she stammered. Her eyes darted in the direction of the garage. She could have killed. "I'm so sorry." At once, tears ran down her face. She covered her face with her hands. "It's all right." Ryan pulled her into an embrace. "I should have called to let you know I'd be home early." "Yes, you should have." There was an edge to her voice. She jerked out of his arms, recalling the picture in his desk drawer. A bashed head might have done him some good. She swiped at her eyes. "Why are you home early?" "Figured it would be best to be here when the kids came home. Might help them feel safer." "That's a good idea," she mumbled. Gabby still loved this man who cheated but was concerned for his children. She plodded from the office. Her legs weighed a ton and trembled as she walked. At the living room sofa, she dropped down, pulling a throw pillow against her chest. "Are you sure you're okay?" Ryan's gaze fixed on her. "You might need to see someone before you fall apart completely." Just hearing that garage door brought everything rushing back. I'd been holding everything together for the kids all weekend, and I guess I needed to let my anxiety out. Suddenly, exhaustion washed over her. After not having slept well, everything had caught up with her. "Just next time, try not to take your anxiety out on my head." Ryan grinned and sat next to her. He took hold of her hand. "You should freshen up a bit before RJ gets here." He moved a strand of hair from her face. "If he saw your fear, he'd realize I wasn't a knight in shining armor." He grinned. "We can't have that, can we?" "I guess you're right." While he was trying to lighten the mood, it did little to make her feel better, especially with everything she'd discovered earlier. But now wasn't the time to confront him. Not with RJ on his way home, and not with her in the shape she was in. Gabby stood and headed to the staircase. Her bedroom appeared a million miles away. She trudged up each step, her legs wobbling. Between the mixture of terror and emotional pain, it took all her power to put one foot in front of the other. Once in her room, she stared at herself in her mirror. Pale, smudged mascara, and trembling hands. She had to pull herself together, if nothing else, for the children. Footsteps sounded on the staircase. Ryan's. A smile came over her face, thankful she recognized those steps as belonging to him. The smile disappeared as quickly as it came. She might be safe with him physically, but emotionally he could tear her apart better than anyone else. A soft knock sounded on the open door. Ryan sauntered in, a glass of wine in his hand. "I thought this might help calm your nerves." He handed her the glass. She nodded and downed the entire glass in one gulp, like at the restaurant earlier. Her head felt fuzzy. Too many drinks today. "I guess I needed that." She exhaled a laugh. "Apparently you did." He led her to bed. "Take a moment to relax. There's still about 10 minutes before RJ gets here." Gabby slid onto the bed. She didn't need the kids to see her frazzled and afraid. It would only scare them more. She pressed her head back into the pillow and closed her eyes, wishing she could make this past week go away. Ryan closed the door softly behind him. She was too upset to confront him, and if she did, would he leave? Leave her and the children to take on this invisible man all by themselves? Chapter 18. Tuesday, March 25th. Gabby let out a loud yawn in the lonely house. She turned the television on to make it appear others were there with her. Being alone made her more on edge. Every sound caused her to jump. The tree branches against the house, car doors slamming, even the sound of the dishwasher cycling off and on. It didn't help that her mind raced between Ryan's cheating and the attack on Friday. She hadn't realized how far her fear would take her until she almost hit Ryan with the poker. Thankfully, she hadn't struck him, though she'd like to wound him emotionally like he'd hurt her. The kids kept glancing between their parents, who barely talked to each other at dinner or breakfast. Something was wrong, but no one had been willing to speak about it. How long could she hold in the pressure of her doubt in her marriage before it burst from her? Ryan thought her anxiety had to do with almost clocking him on the head. Some did, but there was so much more. Maybe she should see someone like he suggested. But if he asked for a divorce, would her seeing a therapist give him custody of the children? She had to stop this. Except for being anxious, she thought she had been handling everything well. Until she wasn't. She grabbed a purse and headed out to her car parked in the driveway. A van pulled around the corner and slowed. She rushed to get in her vehicle. The van stopped a few houses down. A woman got out holding a package. Gabby had a hard time focusing as she drove to Ava's. Every few seconds she'd glance in the mirrors for any sign of someone following. A few miles down the road, anger took over. How could Ryan ruin their family like this? He had to know how it'd affect her and the kids. How can you? Fighting tears, Gabby pressed her foot to the gas. She drove up to a slow car too fast. She slammed on the brakes, stopping before hitting the vehicle in front of her. How can you? How? Tears slid down her cheeks as she turned the corner. She jerked to a stop at a red light. With the back of her hand, she dashed the tears from her face. He was her husband. Hers. She should leave him. Leave without a word. Disappear for a couple of days. Let him realize what life would be like without her. He'd deserve it. And she'd do it. Except for the children. She'd not put them through believing something had happened to her. Not after the attack on Friday. If she took them with her, he'd realize the mistake he'd made. But again, leaving would only hurt the kids. They loved their father so much. And leaving would mean telling them the truth. Could she? His actions not only hurt her, but humiliated her, because he'd done the same thing to Ava. The light turned green, and she continued to drive to her sister's. Would Ava be willing to help? After all, Ryan had dated her first. He'd cheated when they were together. Or would Ava toss it back in her face? She warned her about Ryan cheating, but Gabby didn't listen. She considered going back home, but she didn't dare. Which did she fear more, the man who attacked her, or her thoughts about her husband when she was alone? Both were sending her to the edge. After a few minutes of considering, she continued, sure her sister would support her. So many times Gabby had relied on Ava, and now again she turned to her for this, the deepest pain she'd ever felt. Gabby caught another red light. An older couple walked along the sidewalk, hand in hand. That couple should be her and Ryan, years from now, happy, loving each other in their golden years. How could he do this to her, to them? A scream fired in her throat, and she slammed her fist into the steering wheel. Never had Gabby been so angry with Ryan. A horn honked behind her, startling her. She hadn't noticed the light turn green. The The way she was going, she'd be lucky to get to Ava's without an accident. Within 5 minutes, she was standing on her sister's front porch, her world crumbling around her. She knocked, but got no answer. Please be here. Out playing golf, no doubt. Ava, an avid golfer, played 3 times a week at a local club. She had a tournament in August coming up, out practicing while her sister's world fell apart. Gabby glanced over her shoulder. Ava's car was out front, which meant she had to be home. The remnants of a sleepless night clung to Gabby. She knocked again. "Coming!" a voice yelled from somewhere inside. The door finally opened. "Gabby?" Ava jerked back upon seeing Gabby on the porch. Ever perceptive, she must have realized immediately that Gabby needed her, because Ava pulled Gabby into her arms without saying a word and led her inside. Ava possessed a radiant charm impossible to ignore. Her short, sun-kissed blonde hair framed her face, falling in soft waves above her shoulders. Her blue eyes sparkled when she was happy, but now they filled with worry. Entering the home, a mixture of bacon and coffee made Gabby's already upset stomach twist into a knot. Tears fell before she could stop them. "I'm sorry. I tried to keep it together," Gabby sobbed. "You don't have to for me." Ava held Gabby in her strong, warm arms. Clad in a pair of well-fitted jeans, the denim embraced her figure. A Billy Joel concert T-shirt adorned her slender frame. Gabby wished she had her sister's figure and her air of self-assurance. After a moment of allowing her to get her pain out, Ava lifted Gabby away. Ava handed her a tissue from a box on the end table and said, "Now tell me what's going on. Is this about the robbery?" Gabby shook her head. Tears stood in her weary eyes. She walked to the fireplace, its pristine white color submersed in the soft glow of the room's ambient lighting. Her eyes scanned the meticulously arranged family photographs on the mantelpiece. Each smiling face portrayed a facade of happiness, concealing the hidden pain that lay beneath. In the reflection of the large mirror above the fireplace, she glimpsed her own tortured expression. Her gaze shifted to the fireplace pokers. Her body stiffened. Just yesterday, she'd come close to... "I almost killed Ryan yesterday," she muttered, staring at the pokers. "You what?" Ava jumped up from the love seat. "I thought he was the robber, and I almost hit him in the head with a fireplace poker." "Is he okay?" Gabby nodded. With a heavy sigh, she gathered her courage and uttered the words tormenting her. "The worst part was I wanted him dead. Wanted him to hurt as bad as he'd hurt me." "What are you saying? Ryan's never hurt you?" Ava stared at Gabby. "You're not making sense." "He's having an affair." Silence hung in the air as Ava processed the shocking revelation. Her eyes widened, mouth agape. "Whoa. Wow. Not what I expected." After a second, she said, "What makes you think he's cheating?" Gabby turned away from her sister. She'd not tell her about Kimberly. That was too deep a pain to release just yet. "I found a picture of him with another woman." She twisted the tissue in her hand. Gabby turned to face her sister, hiccuped a sob, making her words incoherent. "On his lap. They were kissing." Disbelief etched on Ava's face. "Maybe deep inside I knew Ryan was the one coming into the house." Gabby shrugged. "He would have deserved a shattered head for how he's made me feel." "Gabby, I doubt you wanted him dead. You've been through a lot this week." "What am I going to do?" Gabby whispered. "We'll figure it out. Come sit." Ava pointed to the love seat where they'd been moments earlier. Once they were both seated, Ava asked, "It could be an old girlfriend. Ryan hasn't changed much in the years." Gabby mentally scoffed. If anything, he'd changed for the better. Working out more, taking better care of his skin. When a woman saw a man naked as much as Gabby did, she saw the changes in his body. His looks? Ryan's had all been for the better. He had on the leather jacket I gave him as a gift a couple of years ago. Gabby's head shook slowly, her eyes downcast. Ryan has no idea I found the picture. Ava's brows furrowed with disbelief. You didn't confront him? I'm afraid he'll walk out on me. On us. I'm too scared to let him go. Ava raised her eyebrows in shock. So you aren't planning to leave him first? Of course, leaving would be her solution. She'd not let something like love get in the way. When she found out Ryan had cheated on her, she kicked him to the curb without another thought. Until Gabby met him. I still love him, Gabby cried. What a stupid but true thing to say, with all the pain she was feeling. And I need to think of the kids. What will happen if he decides to end the marriage? What will you do? I'm not sure. No matter what he did, Gabby couldn't imagine life without Ryan. I should try harder, find a way to get him back. What are you talking about? Try harder? This isn't your fault. Isn't it? Gabby got up and returned to the fireplace. Look at me. I'm frumpy. Don't dress like I used to. Put on weight. Everyone changes as they age, even Ryan. But he got better. I got worse. Ava did a quick eye roll. What is it with the women in this family? We marry men who cheat and then blame ourselves instead of them. Ava let out a loud sigh, apparently recalling when Mom caught Dad cheating. She didn't leave him either. It would sure be a lot easier if they were to die, Ava said, causing Gabby to wince. At least you'd collect the insurance. Don't say that. Not after what almost happened yesterday. Tears filled her eyes again. I feel so lost. The tissue in Gabby's hands was nothing more than frayed trash. First, you have to get all this pain out. Ava joined her at the fireplace. Then, what does Mom always say? Don't get mad, get smart. We have to make sure you've protected yourself, no matter the outcome. Chapter 19. Over 100,000 people had viewed the video Sherry had posted on the Gabrielle Brady assault. Better than she expected. With over 500 comments, that made this video Sherry's most popular since she started, though she didn't know why. She glanced through news articles to see if anything caught her attention. Though there was plenty of crime in Florida, she was picky about what she spent her time on. The crime had to be something her viewers would be interested in, but she had to want to chase after it herself. Most people who did crime videos discussed those already solved. A lot were basically a rehash of what the ID network showed. She preferred local crimes because she'd be first to get the news out, except maybe for the local stations. The police interviews and crime scene pictures gave her a thrill. A knock sounded at her door. Great. Lunch. She rushed to open it. Hey. Hey. The delivery guy handed over the bag from Cantina Louie, a Mexican restaurant. She loved their mahi tacos. She placed her food on her coffee table, along with the Diet Cola she'd ordered. A light fish aroma filled the air. Before she took a bite from her lunch, her phone rang. She reached over and glanced at the screen. Ah. She hesitated to answer, but he had a bad heart, so the call could be important. Hey, Dad, she said when he answered. Hey, little girl. She hated when he called her little girl. She wasn't a baby anymore. Ever since Mom died, he treated her like a child. He'd ask if she needed money, admonishing her for not going to college to get a degree. I was calling to check on you, he said. Doing great, about to eat my lunch. She hoped that would give him the hint to keep the call short. Good. He waited a beat, then continued. Quinn's going to be in town this weekend, and I thought you'd like to join us for barbecue. Sounds like fun. Not. The last thing she wanted was to hear what a wonderful brother she had, especially now that he worked for some pharmaceutical company. If this company sold their cancer pills for a lot less, they'd still make money, and she'd be more impressed with her brother's career. But she'd go, if nothing else, to see her brother and his kids. "When and what time?" she asked. "Saturday at around 4. You and he can talk while I cook." He paused. "Apparently the company he works for is hiring. He thinks you might fit right in." "I like what I do, Dad." Sherry rolled her eyes. No way would she work for big, greedy pharma. Her brother didn't care if she fit in or not. They talked on the phone once a week about her videos. He'd even complimented her a few times. It was Dad who cared. He wanted her to have a real job he understood, not just making videos. The way she looked at it, she was stepping into his footsteps. He'd been a journalist in New York for over 25 years before retiring to Florida. She did the same thing, only in a different way. While he'd done newspaper, she made videos. "I know you enjoy what you do," Dad said. "Humor him. He's looking out for you like a big brother should." Silence came over the line. "See you on Saturday?" She'd try to come up with an excuse, but wouldn't. Why couldn't he just be happy she made enough to support herself? "Honey?" "I'll be there, Dad." She chose not to add that she'd listened to her brother, but never consider taking a job with a company she despised. Chapter 20. Arlo discovered Ivan Rizzotto, the man in the store speaking with their suspect, lived with a woman near Phillips Highway. As much as Arlo would like to have shown up at 4 a.m. to wake up the punk, he chose to be nice. Might actually have a better chance to get the name of the guy who used Gabrielle Brady's credit card. In St. Johns County, Arlo would take Nick and they'd go off on their own to interview Ivan. But he was in Jacksonville. And with Ivan's long history of drug abuse and robbery, Arlo thought it'd be better to go with another officer, one with a car displaying the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office emblem. Both vehicles pulled up in front of the house and parked. "Stay here," Arlo said to Nick. "Keep your eyes open if we need you." "Will do." At Ivan's front door, the Jacksonville officer knocked. The first 2 times produced no response. On the third, a woman pulled the door open. Her hair was a mess, and her eyes were bloodshot. "What?" she snapped. She looked like she'd just climbed out of bed, though it was almost noon. "Is Ivan Rizzotto here?" the officer asked. "Who wants to know?" Her breath smelled of alcohol. She looked to be in her 50s, but could be in her 30s. "Jacksonville Sheriff's Office." Like it wasn't obvious from the car and the uniform. Arlo had seen this type before, drinking and doing drugs all day. He wondered how many taxpayers knew that alcoholism was now considered a disability. To him, a disability had no cure. The sad part was most of these addicts had kids living in the same house. Arlo couldn't see any hint of a child on the premises. No toys, kids' books, sippy cups behind the woman. Maybe she'd been smart enough not to have any. Or Child Services had them. "Where's Ivan?" the officer asked. The woman stared at the JSO officer for a moment. "He ain't done nothing wrong." She swiped her hair from her face. "Is he here?" the officer asked with a bit more force. "Ivan," she yelled over her shoulder. "For you." The woman walked away, leaving the door open, which Arlo and the officer took to mean they were more than welcome to step inside. The place reeked of trash. A cockroach lay in the center of the room, kicking its legs in the air. "Yeah, I'd want to die, too, if I lived here." Arlo ran his hand under his nose to keep the smell out. On a coffee table in the middle of the room lay a pipe with burned residue. Little doubt used for meth. "Hey, what you doing coming in here? You ain't got no warrant." Ivan buttoned up a pair of jeans as he trudged from the back. "Girlfriend allowed us in," Arlo said. "Stupid Don't be like that, Ivan." Arlo glanced around. White stuff scattered like dust on a table. "Cocaine?" Just got a question. If you answer right, we'll walk away and pretend we don't see any of this." He waved his hand toward the table full of white dust. There was enough paraphernalia to ruin Ivan's day and cause him to spend the next couple of years in jail. However, if he had a decent lawyer, there would be some question as to the evidence confiscated, since the woman didn't exactly allow them in. Arlo had bigger fish to fry and figured Ivan was the JSO's problem, not his. "What do you want?" Ivan dropped onto the sofa. "Who's this?" Arlo pulled out the picture of the guy Ivan talked with in the department store. Ivan looked at the picture, then up at Arlo, considering his options. Being a snitch wasn't always the best thing in his world. He pulled a cigarette from a pack on the table, taking his time to light it. "Don't hedge on the man, Ivan." The officer used a pen to move the meth pipe around. "Could find yourself doing the time this guy's wanted for." Ivan's jaw clamped tight. Then he inhaled a loud breath. "Guy's name is Wolfhound." "Real name?" He shrugged. "The street don't go by real names." Arlo stared at him for a moment, then nodded. "I suggest you get this place cleaned up. Can never be sure who might end up at your door." He turned to go, then added, "And don't be making any phone calls after we leave, or my friend here will come back with a superb vacuum that sucks up things you miss." The officer chuckled as they walked from the house. "A vacuum that sucks, I'll have to remember that. Thanks for your help." "Anytime." The officer paused. "Might want to check out this Wolfhound while you're here. Could save you some time if he's still in the city." Arlo returned to his vehicle and filled Nick in on Wolfhound. They followed the officer to the sheriff's headquarters on Bay Street in Jacksonville. Within 30 minutes, Arlo was looking at the face of Otto Benedict, also known as Wolfhound. There were arrests for armed robbery, carjacking, possession of a firearm, sale of drugs, and domestic violence. "A sweet guy." Nick stood over Arlo's shoulder. "Aren't they all?" "Whatever happened to that 3 strikes law?" Nick asked. "State attorney's got to be willing to use it. Too bad more would rather make deals and clear their desks than actually do the jobs they promised to do when running for office." Arlo let out a low breath. "People don't seem to realize the police bring them in, but it's the state attorneys and judges who've got to put them away. The harsher the punishment, the less likely they are to reoffend. If nothing else, they won't be around to reoffend." Arlo unbuttoned his jacket. "Says Otto Benedict's living in Orlando. But with him being in Jacksonville, I'd say the likelihood of him being down south is slim." "I agree." "Apparently he's got a sister who works in a strip club on that same stretch of road as the department store, Phillips Highway." Arlo had hoped they'd be heading back to St. Augustine, but no such luck. "Shall we see if she knows where her brother is?" "Sounds like a plan." Nick grabbed a folder. "Maybe Wolfhound can explain how he came by our victim's credit card?" Arlo would love if he confessed to attacking the Brady woman, but nothing would be that easy. People like Otto Benedict had a story ready in case they got arrested. Chapter 21. Arlo followed Nick through the parking lot of the Sapphire Men's Club. Though they didn't have jurisdiction, they saw no need to take an officer from the job of protecting just to babysit when all they wanted to do was talk. If they came across Otto Benedict, they'd hold him until the JSO arrived to arrest him. Few cars were parked in the club's lot. Too early for a full house yet. To the right of the business sat a motel that offered hourly rates. To the left was a sex shop. On its windows they advertised toys for men and women. Music sounded through the closed front door of the club as they neared. When they entered, Arlo waited a beat for his eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. Nick walked forward and watched a blonde gyrating on the stage. Patrons took up about a third of the chairs. Little doubt later the place would be full. 2 men got up and walked out, diverting their eyes from either detective. Arlo grinned. He and Nick did stand out as cops. The aroma of skunkweed floated in the air. One bartender stood behind the bar, and a guy in a suit sat on a stool. Arlo assumed he was an owner or manager. A large man walked up to them. Arlo flashed his badge and leaned toward the bouncer. "Have you seen Otto Benedict?" Arlo yelled over the music. "Ain't been here in a week or so." "Is his sister here?" Guy used his head to point to a back room. Unlike on television or in the movies, most strip clubs played nice with the police. Losing your liquor license could close your business. Arlo nudged Nick to divert him away from the blonde on the stage. They walked to the back room where Arlo knocked on a door marked dressing area. A woman in a short robe answered. "Why, hello," she said. Arlo again flashed his badge. "Looking for Zena Romero." "Zena!" The woman looked over her shoulder. "Cops! What they want?" a female voice asked. "Long as it ain't me they looking for, I don't care," yelled the woman over her shoulder. She then flashed a grin at Nick. "Unless you was looking, cutie." His face turned deep red, making his pockmarks turn white. The woman laughed. "Zena'll be out in a minute." The dancer turned and shut the door behind her. Arlo decided he'd give Zena exactly 30 seconds before he walked in, but the door opened within 10. A petite woman with long black hair stood in the open doorway. She wore a purple bikini, and her arms were muscular, like someone who did a lot of push-ups. He knew her to be in her 20s, but she looked about 10 years older. "Miss Romero?" Arlo asked. "Yeah, what you need?" She had a lit cigarette in her hand. "We're looking for your brother, Otto." "I ain't seen him for over a week." She blew smoke into the air. "Where's he staying?" "What do I look like, my brother's keeper?" She raised her lip in a sneer. "No." Arlo stepped closer. "But you do look like someone who'd like to make some money tonight. Something that won't happen if me and my partner choose to sit at the bar all day waiting for you to either tell us where Otto is or until he shows." He paused a moment, then added, "And, of course, we'll have to have a cruiser parked out front." Nick pulled out his cell. "Shall I make the call?" "Give 'em what they want." Arlo turned at the angry man's voice. He was the guy in the suit they first spotted at the bar, smart enough to know that cops in the main area would harm the business. Zena's lips tightened, and she crossed her arms over her chest. After a second of staring at her boss, she said, "You might want to check with his girlfriend. Name's Shanna, and she lives on McCormick." "The address?" "Not sure, but you can't miss it. Some fool painted the house pink." "Thank you." Arlo spoke more to the man standing in the doorway than to Zena. He knew if the guy hadn't shown up, they'd be smelling skunkweed the rest of the afternoon. Chapter 22. The people who changed out the garage door opener had left about an hour before dinner. They'd come out a day early after receiving a call from Ryan. "See, he still loves me." Gabby fixed Ryan's favorite as a way of saying thank you and to get him away from all these other women. If she was going to win her husband back, she believed it would have to be through her cooking. The aromatic flavors wafted through the air, filling the kitchen. She stopped mid-stir. Ava was right. The women in her family blamed themselves for their husbands' infidelities. This was Ryan's fault, not hers. She walked to the sink, ready to dump the potatoes down the garbage disposal. Out the window, she caught sight of a man in the backyard. Stepping back, she gasped. A touch startled her. She spun, almost hitting RJ with the hot pan. He jerked away in time. "Mom, are you all right?" RJ looked at her with concern on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just didn't hear you come in." She placed the pan back on the stove, her hands trembling.
I didn't burn you, did I? No, I just wanted to see what was for dinner.
He glanced in the pan.
Are those garlic potatoes?
So much for tossing dinner.
Yeah. Yum. Thanks, Mom.
He gave her a quick hug around her waist and rushed from the room. She walked back to the sink and looked out the window. The stranger had disappeared. Could it have been her imagination, or someone visiting a neighbor? She had to pull herself together. Too much was going on for the kids not to notice her falling apart. The family finally gathered around the table. Laughter mingled with the savory taste of the grilled steak with Parmesan garlic roasted potatoes. That was perfection, honey. Ryan touched his fingers to his lips and gave a little kiss.
Mm-hmm,
RJ added, shoving a potato into his mouth. I have to head back to the office and sign a huge contract. Ryan looked around the table. A trip to Ireland might be in order next year. He looked at Gabby and gave her a wink. That sounds like fun. Gabby hoped her voice held the enthusiasm she wanted. After all, the past year, the trip was all she talked about. But she had a hard time focusing on Ireland when Ryan stood to leave his family to go who knows where. Down the road to Kimberly's? It'd be easy enough for Gabby to find out since Kimberly lived a couple of blocks over. But Gabby wouldn't go check. Even if she found him there, what could she do about it? She wouldn't get him back by causing a scene, and she'd not leave the kids home alone, not with some guy possibly watching them. Gabby vowed to embark on a personal transformation. She would hit the gym, shed the weight that had settled after having 2 children. No more sweatpants as an everyday occurrence. No more faded T-shirts. Instead, she'd dress up better. Not fancy clothing, but slacks and tunics that covered her stomach. Make herself more presentable when Ryan got home. Then he wouldn't feel the need to work so much after hours. She mentally scolded herself. Ugh, still blaming myself for his affairs. He pulled his jacket from the corner of the sofa where he'd placed it when he came in.
Mom, are you in there?
Chrissy's gentle bump on her elbow snapped Gabby from her daze.
Sorry, sweetheart, I was lost in thought.
She looked at Ryan, adjusting his tie.
Don't forget the new garage door opener.
Got it. He picked up the opener to place in his car. He walked over and gave her a peck on the cheek. See you later. Gabby then turned her attention to her daughter, hoping they wouldn't see how sad she was. Ryan left.
What is it you need, honey? Can you help me with an idea for my history report? We have to write about someone alive in our family who did something special.
Ava, Gabby uttered, mustering a small smile.
Why Aunt Ava? RJ asked, while clearing his plate from the table. All she does is play golf and be in the army.
When she was 16, she saved a child from drowning. Gabby's voice carried a hint of admiration. She pulled the little boy from the water and even performed CPR to save him.
Really?
Both kids said in unison, their eyes widened in awe. I'll call her and let her know you need help. Gabby pulled out her phone and texted her sister about the report and about Ryan leaving for the night. Ava replied she'd be more than happy to help Chrissy. Ava said to call her and she'll fill you in, Gabby said to her daughter. She still has the newspaper clipping from when they interviewed her.
Great!
Chrissy's excitement showed.
Thanks, Mom.
After getting the dishes in the dishwasher, both children bounded up the stairs. Excitement came in their voices as they discussed Aunt Ava, leaving Gabby alone with her thoughts. Ava was someone special, a woman of strength and courage, saving lives, standing up to bullies at school, a soldier. Ava was a force to be reckoned with. After watching television with the kids and getting them to bed, Gabby trudged up the stairs. Collapsing onto the edge of her bed, she glimpsed her reflection in the mirror. The woman staring back seemed lost and average. No wonder Ryan had grown tired of her. No wonder he sought solace in the arms of another woman. Tears filled her eyes. She had to win him back. She got up and pulled the curtains aside to look out her window at the side street. A silhouette stood near a neighbor's car across the street. They lit a cigarette. She didn't recognize the man. Her heart leapt into her throat. She moved to the side. Had he seen her watching? Where was her phone? Glancing around, she spotted it on the end table. She rushed to it and returned to the window. She inched the curtain back. Mrs. Aquino walked out and spoke to the man. It appeared she knew him. All this tension in her life. Tears clogged Gabby's throat. She climbed into bed. Thinking over the past couple of days, she tossed and turned. Ryan's empty space on the bed only made it harder to fall asleep. Eventually, the tiredness caught up with her, and she drifted off. The sound of the garage door woke her. Gabby listened. Her hand felt under the pillow for her hidden cell phone. The garage door opened into the house. Gabby's heart stood in her throat. The person coughed. Ryan. Terror released its hold on her. She checked the clock. 1:10 a.m. His footsteps were hushed as he ascended the stairs and slipped into bed without a word. A faint scent hung in the air, piercing Gabby's senses. Had he come home before, coated with perfume, and she never realized? Gabby bit her lip, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. In the darkness, she vowed to do what she had to in order to win her husband back. She'd also protect herself and her children. That meant visiting Ava's attorney friend in case Ryan walked out on them. Chapter 23. Wednesday, March 26th. Gabby spent half the night trying to shake the feeling of being betrayed. There had to be an explanation for the perfume on Ryan. Maybe he hugged a female co-worker, or someone at the gym accidentally sprayed him as he walked by. No, he'd showered before dinner. There might be an excuse for the necklace around Kimberly's neck, and for the perfume. However, the picture hidden in the desk held a different story. There was no excuse. Her cell phone rang. She pulled it from her pocket. Ava's name came up on the screen. "Hello." "How are you holding up?" Ava asked. "Fine, I guess. I went to the gym this morning." Pride filtered through Gabby for getting out of the house and doing something on her Get Ryan Back list. Not that she should be the one with the list. Ryan should be. "That's good." "But I've been thinking about what you said regarding seeing an attorney. I decided I should focus on fixing my marriage, not figuring out what I might be entitled to if everything falls apart." Silence came over the line. "I understand where you're coming from," Ava finally said. "But if Ryan ends up walking out, you need to be prepared." She paused a moment, then continued. "It's your decision, but you need to consider RJ and Chrissy. By taking preemptive measures and being ready for any eventuality, you ensure your chances of obtaining custody and enough support for them." Ava's words hit Gabby like a tidal wave. Custody. Support. 2 words she never thought she'd hear in connection to Ryan. Tears welled up in her eyes at the mere thought of losing her children. "Okay, I'll meet with her. But I'm not making a final decision until I have some more time." Gabby put as much determination in her voice as she could muster. "I agree, but there's something I should tell you." "What is it?" Gabby asked. "I followed Ryan last night," Ava said. "You did what?" Gabby jumped to her feet. "You told me a while ago that he goes out every Tuesday and Thursday for work, so I tailed him. When you called about Chrissy's school project, I was actually right down the road." Ava paused for another second, then added, "He drove to his office where he met Wade and 2 others before heading to a strip club." "Ryan? At a strip club? No way." The notion shocked Gabby. Ryan wasn't the sort to go to that type of place, but she never thought he'd be the type to cheat on her either. "I'll follow him again on Thursday." "No, you will not." Gabby paced the floor. "I don't want to know what he's doing or who he's with. I don't need to know any more than I already do. But the more knowledge, the better you can fight. You need to stop. This is my life, and the more you find out, the more my world is going to implode on me. After convincing Ava to stop following Ryan, Gabby agreed to pick her sister up to meet the attorney the next day. Gabby dropped onto the sofa. She pulled the crocheted blanket around her. Strippers. Each layer of her life was being ripped away. When had her husband changed? He used to be a hard-working man who cared about others. When did he become someone who would cheat on his wife? Gabby scoffed a laugh. Always. That's how they met. He'd cheated on Ava, his girlfriend at the time, and hoped Gabby would talk her sister into forgiving him. It seemed like yesterday when Gabby first met him. She'd gone through a difficult breakup, and this kind man with beautiful blue eyes and dark brown hair had mesmerized her. Her sister's ex-boyfriend. Back then he was thin and scrawny, not the muscular man of today. Ava had allowed Gabby to move in with her when she lived in Warren, Michigan, when Gabby's own boyfriend, Kevin, walked out, clearing out their bank account. Gabby found herself without enough money for her apartment and utilities. Ava got everything caught up for Gabby, even contacted the complex to help her sister out of her rental agreement. She had one rule for Gabby when she allowed her to move in. No more Kevin. And Gabby kept that promise. But when Ryan came over one day, Ava was working. He told Gabby about the breakup and how he'd made a mistake. He seemed so sincere. She spoke to Ava on his behalf, but she wouldn't budge. Within days, Gabby went to a bar Ryan frequented with friends. They spent the night talking in the corner. They shared a kiss so magical her toes curled. Within hours, they'd found themselves in bed. Once they made love, they both felt bad, but nothing stopped them from meeting again. And again. And again. The hardest thing she ever did was confess to her sister that she'd been seeing Ryan. It tore their relationship apart. Ava saw it as betrayal, even though she no longer wanted Ryan. She tossed Gabby and her things out. Gabby returned to her parents in Florida, with Ryan following. Mom tried to fix the rift between the two, but it took years. Not until Ava married someone else and the birth of Chrissy had their relationship healed completely. Pain crashed into her. Could Ryan's affairs be the God's way of paying Gabby back for her sins? Chapter 24. Thursday, March 27th. Police reports were so redundant. Most said the same thing because the police officers were all at the same scene. Sherry never understood why each officer had to do their own report. It would make more sense for one to do a report and the others to add to the first. The report on the assault of Gabrielle Brady showed the perpetrator strangled her, but let go when her daughter hit him with a baseball bat. Weird. Most thieves liked to get in and go. Why stick around to kill the woman, especially in a busy parking lot in front of her children? Hard telling. The guy might have been on drugs. Sherry would put that question to her listeners, see what they thought. The more the commenters talked to one another, the better. Normally she wouldn't deal with this type of case, but for some reason it hit with her audience. May as well keep the momentum going. Her phone rang in the other room. She walked over and grabbed her cell. The caller ID showed the name Fatima, her inside source with the local police. They'd gone to high school together, and when Sherry started her videos, she was happy to hear Fatima had a job with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. Fatima had always been one for passing rumors and could not keep any secret. "Hey, girl," Sherry said. "Just got to work, but thought I'd call." Fatima kept her voice low. "You know the Brady case you've been following? They have a suspect." "Great. Let me grab a pen." Sherry walked to her desk and pulled out a pad and pen from the drawer. "What you got?" "Seems some guy used the woman's credit cards. Name's Otto Benedict. They're still looking for him." Does he have a record? A long one. You can look his history up on the clerk's website. For most jurisdictions in Florida, the clerk of the court had criminal cases listed. Even if they didn't, the information was available to the public. Thanks, Fatima. I owe you. Just remember, you didn't hear it from me. She laughed. Sherry agreed before hanging up. Fatima never asked for anything in return for the information she gave. Sherry figured her friend loved the intrigue of being an informant, even if it meant that the sheriff's office might fire her if caught. Sherry walked back to the desk in her bedroom. On her computer, she pulled up the clerk's website. Let's see what you can tell me about this Otto Benedict, she muttered. After a moment, she was on the website, looking under court records. The man had one arrest in St. Johns County. The site gave an address for him in Orlando. She pulled up the Orange County clerk's website. Otto Benedict had a list of crimes that should have put him away for years, a long time ago. If the state had not released Otto Benedict on parole the year before, he'd not have been able to attack Ms. Brady. Sherry smiled. Might be smart to see what Ms. Brady and her family thought about this man with a history of violent crimes, yet never served over 3 years in prison. The notion appalled Sherry. Would the Bradys feel the same way? Chapter 25. Arlo sipped the last of his coffee after finishing his eggs. You sure it's this Otto guy who attacked the woman at Florida Fresh Foods? Heather asked. They'd discussed the case that morning. Fairly sure, he said. He knew his wife would not get on the telephone and tell all her friends. She'd have made an excellent lawyer. No one kept secrets better. He got up and placed his mug in the sink. He fits the description and had her credit card. Others fit his description as well, and with him wearing a mask, you can't be sure. The card is the clincher for me. He loved bouncing thoughts off his wife. She'd been a former officer before the birth of their first child. Then she decided on being a full-time mother and wife. Arlo had a feeling if she had continued with her legal career, she'd be in charge of his department. Well, I hope you're right, because this guy's picture gives me the creeps. She referred to the mugshot he had in the file. He has no soul in his eyes. After breakfast, Arlo headed to the station. Before moving forward, he needed a better feel for Otto Benedict. Arlo scanned over the guy's arrest reports. He'd been in trouble since the age of 14. Started with stealing a car. Now he was up to carjacking and armed robbery. Unfortunately, without better confirmation of his guilt, the state attorney would only charge him with using the credit card, and he would do little jail time. Otto had grown up in Jacksonville, and now his current address listed a place in Orlando. Didn't mean he wasn't here in St. Augustine on the day of the Brady attack. The drive was less than 2 hours from Orlando. Chances were, if his girlfriend lived in Jacksonville, he'd have been there for a while. They just had to figure out where he was staying now. The girlfriend told the officers who'd searched her house that she tossed Otto out over a week before the attack for fooling around. There was nothing in her home to indicate he still lived on the premises. They called Otto's parole officer and had him violate Otto for leaving the county without permission. Anything? Nick walked in with a couple of styrofoam coffee cups. Not really. Thinking Otto Benedict might have gone back to Orlando, where he's from. I could call someone down there to check the address listed. Nick handed a cup to Arlo. You think he went home after using those credit cards? Makes sense, since his girlfriend dumped him. He has to know we would get notification about their use. Except his sister's here. Nick dropped into a seat on the other side of Arlo's desk. But are they close enough for her to allow him to stay with her? Arlo glanced through a few more screens. Except for construction, Otto has spent most of his life in jail. Not someone I'd like for a roommate, even if we were related. Arlo wrote down Otto's last known address on Cahill Street in Orlando. I'm sure he's the person who did the attack on the Brady woman. The right size and height as described by the witnesses. Arlo knew they'd need a lot more if they were going to get him convicted of attacking Miss Brady. Maybe once they found him, a good search would give them all the evidence they needed. Chapter 26. Gabby's hands quivered while sitting in the office of Renee Palmer, a partner at Palmer, Hedgefield, and Moore, P.A. Ava sat in the chair beside her. Gabby had a chill all the way through. How'd she let her sister talk her into this? She didn't want a lawyer. She didn't want a divorce. She wanted to fix her marriage. The woman seated on the other side of the desk had her hair pulled into a clip on the top of her head. She wore a deep raspberry-colored blouse with a multicolored skirt. Renee leaned forward, her eyes filled with empathy, and her hands clasped together on the desk. "Your sister's absolutely right to be proactive about this," she said, her voice laced with understanding. "The sad truth is nearly half of marriages end in divorce, and when betrayal is involved, it makes the pain worse." She has no clue about the extent of their assets. Ava had been doing most of the talking. Renee nodded. "That's okay. A place to start is tax returns and bank statements. All you need is an idea of what you have and the value." Renee slid a slip of paper across the desk. "This is a list to help. Chances are your husband's business will be worth the most. If you decide you want to pursue a dissolution, we'll have to get an evaluation. Having a copy of his tax returns would help. But if you can't get those, that's all right. There are people who specialize in retrieving the information." Gabby scanned the list, her heart sinking with each item. Stocks, mutual funds, automobiles. "Going after his business seems so deceptive," she said. Ava nudged Gabby's shoulder gently. "Remember, this is about protecting yourself and the kids." Gabby's head hung low, conflicted by her own emotions. "I'm not sure if I'm ready to face all this." Renee reached across the desk to hold Gabby's hand. "What you're feeling is completely valid. Many women find themselves engulfed in despair, unable to confront the painful reality. But the fact you're here, willing to take charge, speaks volumes about your strength." "It's my sister who's driving this, really?" She smiled at Ava. "She's always been protective of me." "And while Ava is your pillar of support, it's crucial to be aware of your assets." Renee leaned back. "Let's take divorce off the table. What if something were to happen to your husband? 5% of Americans become disabled each year. All it takes is one terrible car accident. Or what if worse occurs? Being aware of the assets could help you in the long run." That made sense. Since Ryan was older, he had the better chance of dying before she did. Accidents happen every day. People die without warning. You can never be sure. Do you have wills? "No." Guilt rushed through Gabby. She'd been meaning to get that done. "You need to, especially with Ryan traveling so much." Gabby's mind quickly flashed to Friday's attack. "You're right. If anything happened to him, it'd be smart to know where everything was, anyway." She felt better. Looking into things in case something happened to Ryan didn't feel so underhanded, and it would be easier to discuss the assets with him when the time came. After another few minutes, Gabby and Ava walked from the attorney's office. Ava buckled her seatbelt in the passenger seat. "Do you want me to go through Ryan's office so you don't have to? In case you find something, you know." The notion jolted Gabby, but she already knew what was inside Ryan's desk. "No, I should be fine." Gabby gave herself a curt nod. "I'm not looking into this like it's for a divorce, but in case anything happens to Ryan." A shudder raced through Gabby, thinking about how different the outcome of the attack might have been if Ryan had been there. Would this guy have killed him? She dropped Ava off before driving home, considering everything said by the attorney. It would be smart to know about their assets, make sure of no changes to their insurance policies. As she pulled around the corner, she spotted a car in her driveway. A woman stood at the front door. Gabby parked beside the woman's car and got out. "May I help you?" she asked as the woman met her in the driveway. "My name's Sherry Berry. I do a video vlog of local crime stories in Florida. I was hoping I could talk to you about what happened on Friday." Gabby thought the woman looked familiar. She must have seen her on the internet. "I'd rather not, with the man still out there." "I totally understand." The woman held her phone up at chest level. "Apparently the police know who attacked you." Gabby rocked back a step. "They do? Who?" "His name is Otto Benedict. He used your credit card in Jacksonville." "Have they arrested him?" "Not that I'm aware, but I'm sure they're looking for him." Sherry paused, then added, "He has a long history of arrests." She waited a beat, then added, "I'd like to discuss with you our failing justice system, how it protects criminals more than victims." Gabby looked around. "I don't want to do this right now." She walked around Sherry to her front door and let herself in. She shut the door before Sherry could ask any further questions. Gabby slammed her purse on the dining room table. This wasn't the guy's first crime. He should have been sitting in prison instead of attacking her. Should she call the detective to find out if what this video person said was true? She placed her purse on the table and saw the document the attorney gave her, redirecting her attention to the list of assets. She'd call the detective when Ryan got home. Though angry with him, having him here with her any time she thought about the attack made her feel better. He might also have questions she didn't think of. Sucking in a deep breath, she marched straight into Ryan's office to the filing cabinet. In less than 5 minutes, she located the tax returns, both personal and business. She copied 3 years as suggested by the attorney. She also found a buy-sell agreement for Data Stream Bytes. Someone had valued the company at a staggering $2.7 million, accounting for mortgage and other expenses. Gabby stared at the figure in disbelief. She read further. Ryan was selling his share of the company to Wade. Shocked, she reread the document. Why did Ryan not say anything to her? And why would he sell a business that meant so much to him? Her heart rose to her throat. Could he be planning to leave her and take all that money with him? Chapter 27. Dressed in a tailored navy blazer and a flowing silk scarf that stressed her bright blue eyes, Gabby felt a flicker of confidence. She hadn't felt this pretty in a long time. Her straight blonde hair cascaded down her shoulder, with hair longer in the front than in the back. She'd spent a lot of the afternoon making photocopies of tax returns and deeds, things the attorney had suggested she know about. Once Ryan arrived home, they called the detective, and he verified that someone had used her credit card. He also said that they suspected he was the man who attacked her, had a long arrest record, and the police were still looking for him. Now she prepared to go to a PTA meeting for RJ's school. Earlier, Chrissy had made it clear she didn't want Gabby to go. She was worried the man the police were looking for might be out there, watching them. Once Ryan explained that he'd walk Gabby to her car and be watching when she got back, Chrissy seemed to be more at ease. So did Gabby. She pushed back strands of her hair with a decorative comb. Ryan walked in as she put on a leather jacket. "You look nice," he said. "Are you sure you're only attending a PTA meeting?" Gabby fought a smug smile. "I've decided I don't want to look frumpy anymore. It's time I make people aware my handsome husband's got a winner, not a loser." "You've always been a winner from my point of view." He walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. She forced herself not to shove him off. She mustered a smile and kissed him on the cheek, leaving a light remnant of lipstick. "See you after the meeting." As Gabby sat in the car, a laugh that had been trapped in her throat escaped. Was that a tinge of jealousy on Ryan's face? A glimmer of satisfaction shined amid her crumbling world. Phase 1 of her plan was working. get Ryan to notice her. Now, on to phase 2. Separate Kimberly from her husband. That would be easy enough if she knew her friend as well as she thought she did. Within 5 minutes, she stepped through the double doors of the school. Gabby could feel the charged atmosphere of the PTA meeting envelop her. A hand shot up, drawing Gabby's attention to Kimberly, who waved eagerly. Anxiety Gabby had about facing her friend jumped to the forefront. She paused and inhaled a deep breath to give herself strength. She'd not chicken out. Breaking up Ryan and Kimberly's relationship was the only hope Gabby had of saving her marriage. She moved toward the empty seat next to Kimberly. "I wasn't sure you were going to come with all that occurred." Kimberly leaned over and embraced Gabby. It took all of Gabby's strength not to shake her friend off. Sadness swept in. She'd felt the same way about Ryan not 30 minutes before. Funny how she used to love their affection for her. "You look nice." Kimberly scanned Gabby's appearance. "Is that a new outfit?" Gabby nodded. "Thought I'd stop looking so worn out." "What are you talking about? You always look nice," Kimberly replied, tilting her head to one side. "What's going on?" The gavel struck the stand on the stage, signaling the beginning of the meeting, saving Gabby from answering. After a few announcements, the discussion turned to finances, which all seemed so trivial at this moment. She didn't understand why Kimberly still attended these meetings. Her kids no longer went to school, the last having graduated high school a couple of years ago. She claimed she had a heart for the local schools since her children had attended them, yet she never really got involved more than just coming to the meetings. Gabby gazed down and saw the paunch protruding from her stomach. Then her eyes darted to Kimberly, without an ounce of fat on her. Kimberly had always claimed her own marriage ended because of her husband's infidelity, but now Gabby couldn't be sure who the real cheater was. The meeting droned on, but Gabby found it difficult to concentrate. Her attention fixated on the woman seated beside her, the woman who had once stayed up all night because a boy dumped her before the junior prom. Kimberly had foregone her own date to keep Gabby from being alone. Now this woman, who Gabby once considered a close friend, was after her husband. The resounding strike of the gavel snapped Gabby back. Could that meeting have been more boring? Kimberly draped her sweater over her shoulders. Not likely, Gabby muttered. You don't seem to be yourself tonight. Are you okay? Fine, Gabby spoke through gritted teeth. How dare this woman act like she cared? Want to go for coffee and pie? Kimberly gave a slight wave to someone in the crowd. Not really. Gabby clutched her new purse tightly. I need to get home to the kids. Chrissy was worried enough about me leaving without my also being late. Oh, okay. Kimberly's brow knitted. They walked out in silence, heading toward Gabby's car. You can do it, if you want to save your marriage. Gabby needed the pep talk. As she opened her car door, she faked a sob. Her heart thudded in her chest. Please let this work. Are you all right? Kimberly asked. Gabby let out a loud breath of air. She slumped onto the driver's side car seat. Ryan's cheating. What? Kimberly's hand rose to her chest. How dramatic. How do you know? He came home last night smelling of perfume. Something cheap. Kimberly's eyes widened. She only used the best cologne. She had to know the perfume came from another woman. And no one could accuse Gabby of lying. Wouldn't a stripper likely wear inexpensive perfume? And Ava saw him go to a strip club the other night. Gabby sniffled. A strip club? Ryan? Gabby nodded. She brushed at a fake tear. A look of disgust came across Kimberly's face. At least now, the trust between Ryan and Kimberly would be gone forever. And hopefully, so would their relationship. Chapter 28. Friday, March 28th. Gabby grinned, recalling the night before and the look of horror on Kimberly's face when she found out Ryan had been going to a strip club, probably wondering what type of STD she might have because her lover was hanging with those types of women. The more Kimberly thought about his hands on her body after being with a stripper, the more she would want to scrub herself clean. Gabby shuddered. Maybe she should do the same as well. How could he do this to his family? Risk losing everything for a bit of extramarital fun? "Mom, what's wrong?" RJ put the empty milk glass in the sink. "Are you mad at me?" "At you?" She jerked back in shock. "Why would I be mad at you?" "I don't know. You've barely talked to me since you got home from the meeting last night. I thought maybe my teacher said something to you." "Should she?" "No." "I'm sorry. I just have a lot on my mind." "About what happened last weekend?" With all she'd discovered in the past couple of days about Ryan, Gabby had almost forgotten about the robbery. "I can't seem to get over it," she lied. RJ gave her a hug. "It'll be okay. Dad'll take care of us." Tears sprang into her eyes. He trusted his father with all his heart. What would he do if he found out his father cheated? Time to confront Ryan. His affairs would remain too much of a distraction for her if she didn't. Besides, Kimberly had likely already told him that Gabby knew about the strip club. "I'll tell you what. How about fajitas for dinner tonight?" "My favorite." RJ smiled. "That's right. So go finish your homework, and I'll call you once dinner is ready." "Yippee!" He disappeared out of the kitchen. His feet pounded up the staircase as he ran to his room. She hadn't planned on fajitas, but she'd do just about anything to make her son feel better. And she couldn't allow her children to know she was angry at their father, and why. Not unless she had to. During dinner, RJ and Ryan talked about practicing with his new bat. RJ had even talked his dad into getting him a new mitt before the upcoming season. After everyone finished eating and the kids went upstairs to finish homework, she cleared the table. Ryan followed her into the kitchen. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You are awful quiet tonight." "I want to ask you something, but not sure how." "Just ask me," he shrugged, like he didn't have a care in the world. Did he think she was going to ask him about something as foolish as the weather? Gabby looked over his shoulder to make sure the kids were not within earshot. She fought tears coming to her eyes. "Exactly when did you start going to strip clubs and sleeping with other women?" "What?" "Don't deny it. Ava saw you go into a strip club on Tuesday, and I found the picture of your girlfriend in your desk drawer." "What are you doing? Spying on me?" His voice rose. "Don't put this on me, and don't change the subject." Gabby forced her voice to remain low. "How many? And are any of them my friends?" Gabby's jaw tightened. "Let's talk about this after the kids have gone to bed." He put his hand on Gabby's arm, but she shook it off. She wanted to slap him upside the head with the frying pan in her hand. Instead, she nodded. He was right. She'd wait until the children were in their rooms for the night. He disappeared into his office, likely buying time, trying to come up with a reason for his extracurricular activities. But he had no excuse. The kids came down an hour later and watched television with Gabby before heading to bed. Ryan had been in his office all evening claiming to have work. Could he be erasing every bit of proof of other affairs? Not that it mattered. One was as bad as 20. Once the kids were upstairs, she walked into his office. He raised a glass of amber liquid to his lips and swigged the drink down. His eyes rimmed in red. "The kids are upstairs," she said. He nodded and placed the glass down. "I went to the strip club just once. I swear," he said. "Unfortunately, things got out of hand." "What do you mean?" She swallowed down a lump in her throat. "I got drunk and did something I shouldn't." Gabby's world crumbled even more. "I stopped before anything went too far, but it shouldn't have gone as far as things did." Her jaw tightened. And just how far did things go? A kiss and a dance. He put his hands up. That's it, I swear. He shook his head. We'd signed a huge contract, and Wade insisted on going to the club. The other two wanted to as well, so I went along. I'm sorry. Just a kiss. Her lips trembled. And what about the other woman? He stared at her for a moment. I hoped you'd never find out about that. He shook his head. Roxanne Hughes. She worked with us on the software project when I was in North Carolina. The affair just happened, but it's been over for a long time. Gabby couldn't contain the tears any longer. She wanted to throw up. Did you love her? She croaked. No, it was just sex. Just sex. She grunted a laugh as tears rolled down her cheeks. Don't cry, Gabby. He got up and walked around his desk. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. When I got back home, I swore I'd be the husband you deserved. He tried to take hold of her hand, but stopped when she winced at his touch. And I had been until the other night when I got drunk. Any others? No, I swear. Don't lie. I need the truth. She never had such a difficult time looking into his eyes. There have been no others. No one compares to you, Gabs. I'm going to bed. She turned and trudged to the staircase. Gabby? A knock sounded on the front door. She continued up the stairs, allowing Ryan to answer it. Hello, my name's Sherry Berry. You might have seen my news videos. I'm sorry to come by so late, but I thought I'd stop by to see if I could schedule an interview with you and Ms. Brady about the man who attacked her. I spoke to her earlier? He turned and looked at Gabby, who shook her head. It's late and she's not feeling well. The lie came out so easily. If you have a business card, I'll give it to her. Ryan stood in the doorway, as if blocking the stranger from getting in. Did she tell you the police know who attacked her? He has a long arrest record for violent crimes. Would you like to give us a comment? Let me talk to my wife. If we choose to speak with you, we'll contact you. Ryan shut the door in the woman's face. Gabby plodded into the bathroom where she turned on the water to the shower. Just a kiss, and an affair that had been over for a while. What about Kimberly? Should she have asked? And did Wade know? He'd shown up the day after Ryan left for Atlanta. He appeared to be lying. Could there be more women out there, and he was hiding the fact? What was it, Chrissy asked? Did her father have another family? She let loose a laugh that held no humor. Ryan had told her he'd never be able to have an affair. Gabby was too snoopy. Apparently not snoopy enough. Once inside the shower, she allowed hot water to pound on her back. She sobbed, hoping the kids didn't hear. She had to get the pain out. Ava was right. Sitting around bawling all day wouldn't get her marriage back. After telling Kimberly about the stripper, she would be out of the picture. Gabby was sure of it. But Gabby had to be sure he ended the affair with this other woman, like he said. But how? And what about the stripper? Any time he left the house or headed out of town, she'd be wondering if he wasn't running into someone else's arms. When finished, she walked from the bathroom to find Ryan on the end of the bed, his face drawn. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past couple of hours. Gabby, please talk to me. Tell me you forgive me. For what? You said the affair's over, and you've never gone to the strip club before or after. It's true. Please believe me. He stood and met her halfway. I love you so much. I'd never do anything stupid enough to lose you. Except you did. She spoke through tight lips. Yeah, I guess I did. A tear slid down his cheek. I'm tired. If he'd told her about Kimberly, she might have forgiven him right then and there. She considered telling him she knew, but her heart couldn't do so at that moment. I need to check on the kids. She marched from the room. Neither of the kids mentioned hearing her cry. When she returned to her bedroom, Ryan was in bed. She crawled in beside him, their backs to each other. After a while, she turned and stared at him in the dark. Heat came off his body. No snores. Did that mean he couldn't sleep either? Good. He didn't deserve to get a good night's sleep. A sob rose in the back of her throat, but she squelched it, hoping he wouldn't realize she was awake. She rolled over, and the tears came. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. She didn't respond, unsure if she could ever trust him again. Chapter 29. Sherry stayed in the parking lot to the convenience store and waited. When leaving the Brady's home earlier, someone had ducked down when her headlights hit the windshield of a parked car on the corner. When she passed, a figure rose. All she could think was that it had to be Otto Benedict. The driver did a U-turn and began following her. Her heart raced, recalling those headlights in her rearview mirror. She wished she'd thought to get the tag number. The car drove past the convenience store. Now she waited to see if it would appear again. After 45 minutes, nothing. Apparently someone was leaving at the same time she was. But she was sure they'd been hiding when she passed them. After 5 more minutes of waiting, she pulled from the lot to head home. Stopping at a stoplight, she looked in her rearview mirror. She swore the same car that had been following her earlier was right behind her. Her palms sweated on the steering wheel. What should she do? Her dad's voice came to her mind. Get to somewhere with a lot of people or to the police. She got on a main road and headed straight to the station. Outside stood 2 police officers by a squad car. She pulled up next to them. "Officers, I'm being followed." She turned and pointed at a car that turned the corner 1 block up. They caught sight of the car as it disappeared from view. "Do you know who it was?" "No, but they were parked outside the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Brady. I have a feeling they were watching the house." Chapter 30. Saturday, March 29th. Gabby double-checked all the locks on her doors and windows. There was still no news from the police on the man who attacked her. Had they found him? Was this Otto guy the guilty person, or was it false information? There was too much of that in the media these days. The clock clicked over to 3 when she finally decided to get up. Her mind raced most of the night, making it impossible to sleep. Ryan's soft snores told her he had no problem getting rest. She'd been tempted to shove her elbow into his back to wake him, but decided it would be wiser to do some research while he slept. She headed downstairs with her laptop. At the dining room table, she booted up the computer. She waited a minute until her search engine came up. Then she typed in the name Roxanne Hughes, North Carolina. Mostly sheep showed up. Then she turned to a couple of social media sites where she hit on a woman in Durham, North Carolina. The same woman from the picture. Gabby glanced through her photos. None of Ryan. Of course not. Who would put a picture on their site showing what a slut they were? Under the woman's relationship status, she put engaged. Gabby scrolled down her feed. Roxanne announced a couple months ago that she'd be getting married in the next year. No pictures of her fiancé. Too bad. Gabby was curious if this man had left his wife for her. At least Ryan was telling the truth about the affair being over. No matter what he'd done, she still loved him, and the kids would be miserable if they split up. A sense of relief came over her. She next navigated to the Florida Corporation website, where she entered DataStream Bytes, LLC, into the search box, hoping for insights. The corporate information had Ryan's name listed as president and resident agent. Did that mean he hadn't sold the business? She then searched for his name to see if she could find any other information. DataStream Bytes popped up along with another one called Brady Holding Group. She'd never heard of the Brady Holding Group before, so she clicked to enter the page with the information. A jolt of surprise coursed through her as she noticed the name Gabrielle P. Brady, listed as president associated with this business. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how she could be involved in any corporate entity, let alone something called a holding group. Ryan's name appeared once again, this time as vice president, and again as the resident agent. The mailing address was nothing more than a postal box. Another secret. What else could he be receiving in that box? The business location listed an address in Jacksonville. She jotted down the information. It would do no good to look at tax returns since this Brady holding group just opened. She returned to the search engine and input the Duval County property appraiser. According to the information, the property was purchased for $2 million. Gabby stared. Where did Ryan get that kind of money? Chapter 31. Sherry inched the curtain back and looked for the car that had been following her the night before. "No sign of him," she said over the phone. "You sure the guy's not out there?" Quint asked. She'd called her brother to let him know what had happened. "Yeah. Once I realized he was following, I headed straight for the police station. 2 officers were outside. By the time I told them what happened, the guy had turned the corner." "Did you file a police report?" "Seemed a waste of time since I had no information. Besides, what if the person was a fan who wanted to meet me? Reporting the follower might cause me issues online." She'd kept an eye out as she drove home, but once she left the station, she didn't see the car again. Her hands still trembled. "Could this guy be a stalker fan?" Quint asked. She combed her fingers through her hair. "I used to think that would be cool. Be large enough to have someone want to stalk me." She cringed. "But if that person is a stalker, I take my wish back. There is nothing cool about those types of fans. In fact, it was downright scary." "I'm sure it was. I still think you should let Dad know. He's close enough to keep an eye out if you need it." "Then I also get to listen to him tell me how stupid I am for doing this type of work." "It's your call." "Thanks. I'll think about it." She scanned the parking lot again. Finally, relief came over her. She'd keep a lookout, but there might be nothing to worry about this person who followed her. "I think by going to the police, I scared them off." Chapter 32. Gabby dialed her sister's number. Ryan had taken the kids out to lunch to give Gabby time to rest, but Gabby couldn't sleep, not after discovering this building in downtown Jacksonville. While waiting for Ava to answer, she walked into the kitchen and pressed the button on her coffee maker to fill her cup, her 4th of the day so far. "How are you doing?" Ava said upon answering. "I'm doing fine, but I discovered something new," Gabby said. The coffee maker hissed behind her. "Turns out we might own a building in downtown Jacksonville." "What?" "I found it on the corporate website for Florida." She pulled her mug from the machine and took a sip, vanilla flavor mixed with rich coffee. "And get this, Ryan paid $2 million for it." "Wow, my sister's rich. Guess next time we eat out, lunch is on you." Ava chuckled. Gabby found little humor about Ryan keeping the property secret. "I don't get why you think this is funny. He could have been keeping the holding company secret to walk out with enough money to live anywhere he wants." She took a sip of her coffee. Even her favorite vanilla flavoring did little to calm her nerves. "I'm just trying to lighten things up," Ava said. "My life is falling apart. I feel like I've lost everything." "You've lost nothing, Gabby. Don't start going drama queen on me now. This is good news. If anything happens to Ryan, you and the kids will be taken care of for sure." Tears welled in Gabby's eyes. "It's better to be ahead of the curve than behind it," Ava added. Gabby scrubbed a hand down her face. Fatigue had set in. She didn't want to know anything else. "I want my life back the way it was before I found all this out. It's better to be happy and ignorant." "Really?" Ava's harsh voice surprised her. "What if he is planning to leave? You'd know nothing about that building, so you wouldn't be able to get any portion of the proceeds to support you or the kids. You'd lose your house, Gabby. The kids would have to leave their schools. Now you can protect yourself and your children." "Why would he put my name down as president if he was going to leave? I assume he'd have to have me sign something to remove me." "How often do you sign things without reading what the document is because you trust Ryan?" Gabby considered that. "A lot," she muttered. "There you go. That's likely how he put your name on it in the first place. I just hope it's nothing illegal he's doing. You might want to tell Renee about it." Gabby swallowed back bile that rushed to her throat. "I don't get how I could have been so blind. How could I not know? Not only about the cheating, but all this double-dealing behind my back." "Because he didn't want to know." Ava paused. "Think about it. Over the years, there were likely signs. You wanted to trust him, though I'm not sure why. After all, he cheated on me, if you recall." She exhaled a loud breath. Guilt rushed through Gabby, though she wasn't the person who cheated with Ryan. "I'm sorry for what you went through." "Oh well, it's water under the bridge." Her voice was light, no longer with the irritation from seconds earlier. "Right now, make sure if he doesn't quit these affairs, you will walk out and take half of everything, including the building he's been hiding." "I guess you're right, but I'd hate to put the kids through a divorce." "It might not come to that, but if it does, you need to find a way to make yourself happy." "I was happy before." "Other people made you happy," Ava cut in. "Your life is nothing without others. It's fine to love Ryan and the kids, but you need more. The kids won't be at home forever." She hesitated. "Let me ask you a question. Except for your family, what makes Gabby happy?" She couldn't think of anything. "Nothing," she muttered. "Exactly. Think about it. Finding out what makes you happy will give you a stronger marriage because you won't be relying so much on Ryan to take care of you. It's time you take your life back and stop living through others. Get a job, go back to school, volunteer somewhere. There has to be something you'd like to do." For the last 14 years, Gabby had been Ryan's wife, or Chrissy and RJ's mom, not just Gabrielle Brady. Who was she, truly? How do I figure out who I am when I haven't been me for so long? A knock sounded on the front door. "Someone's here." Gabby rose. "I gotta go." "Okay, but if you need me, you know where to find me. Love you, sis." "I love you too, Ava. And thanks for always being there for me." "That's what big sisters are for." Gabby slid her finger across the screen. The person outside leaned over to look through the glass on the side of the door. Kimberly. Gabby's heart stopped. She was sure Kimberly hadn't seen her, or she would have waved. Another knock. Gabby didn't move. Sadness rushed in. She never thought there'd come a day she wouldn't want her best friend in her house. Chapter 33. Gabby ignored Kimberly's earlier knock and the subsequent phone calls that followed. She finally texted back. "I'm fine, just need some time alone to process everything I found out about Ryan. See you at the meeting Monday." That should hold her for a day or so. Gabby had to make some tough decisions. The past couple of days had been tense, not just for her, but for the entire family. The kids were quiet, apparently aware of the tension between their parents. She pressed the button to start the dishwasher. Stay or go? Staying meant making love to Ryan. Not necessarily that night, but soon. Was she ready for his hands to touch her when she knew where they'd been? "Hey." She almost dropped the plate in her hand upon hearing Ryan's voice. She turned and looked at him. "How you holding up?" he asked. "Okay, I guess." "I'd like to know where I stand." He paused, then added, "You're the only woman I want, Gabby." He stared out at the pool. "If you want to go to a counselor, I will. I'll do anything to make this right." He turned and looked at her. "I love you and don't want to lose you. You mean more to me than my own life." He sounded sincere, but could she believe him? Or was he worried about the millions he'd have to share with her? He stared down at the floor and muttered, "Are you planning to leave me?" "If I was, I'd be gone." He blew out a loud breath. "What do you want me to do to prove I'm all in?" "Go back in time and don't do what you did?" "I wish I could." His shoulders slumped. After a moment, she said, "I don't think we need a counselor." She looked at him. "You want this marriage to work? Then no more women." "Woman. There was... Don't worry about it." He waved a hand in the air as if erasing his statement. "One was one too many." His jaw tightened, then released. "There will be no more. No more clubs, either." Gabby stared at him for a moment. She wanted to believe him. "And I've been thinking about going back to college once RJ is in middle school. I need to do something more with my life other than be your wife and the kid's mom." He staggered back in surprise. After a moment, he said, "What a wonderful idea. What do you want to study?" "I'm not sure. Maybe something to do with business or property management." "I love the idea of you getting a business degree. Then we could go into business together." He leaned his elbow on the counter and placed his chin in his hand. A mischievous look came into his eyes. "I'll do anything I can to help you accomplish that. You put me through school. It's time I did the same for you." "Okay." She was shocked he was so agreeable. "Anything else?" he asked. "Not that I can think of right now." "Dad, are you coming?" RJ yelled from upstairs. "Thank you for being such a wonderful woman." He squeezed her arm before he walked from the room. She trudged out to the back patio and sat on a chair in the warm evening sun. The smell of a gas barbecue came from somewhere in the neighborhood. It had been a while since they cooked out. Maybe this weekend if they felt up to it. The slap of flip-flops sounded behind her. Chrissy walked over and put her arms around her mother's shoulders. "I'm sorry about you and Daddy." "What do you mean?" "The fighting." Gabby glanced over her shoulder at her daughter. "It's not like the walls are soundproof." Chrissy raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to get a divorce?" A crease formed at the top of Chrissy's nose. Ryan didn't appear to be leaving, and Gabby wanted to stay married. "No, we're not getting a divorce. Married people argue, but that doesn't mean they split up. Not if they love each other and their children." "Good. RJ was worried," Chrissy said, though the look on her face said she'd been concerned as well. "We're going to get in the pool. Why don't you come play?" Ryan walked out in his swim trunks, followed by RJ. "Yes, come play with us," Ryan said. He took hold of Gabby's hand. She forced herself not to flinch. If she stayed in this marriage, she couldn't hate Ryan's touch. It wouldn't be fair to either of them. After a moment of pondering, she smiled. "That sounds good." She had to let go. Forget the hurt. Could she? With how much she loved him, that was likely. But it was unlikely she'd ever forgive Kimberly for what she'd done. Chapter 34. Monday, March 31st. A smile came over Gabby's face. For the first time in over a week, she felt happy. That Sunday, the family hung out together in the pool, then after dinner played a board game. The kids' laughter had filled the air, reminding her of the time before the attack, before she knew about the affairs. She'd even made love with Ryan. At first, she'd been hesitant, but decided if she was in, she had to be in all the way. She planned to stay in her marriage, so forgiveness was the answer. Still, she didn't have the feeling of warmth she normally did when they made love. The closeness to her husband had disappeared. Would their deep love ever return? Determined to stay in her marriage, she had one more thing to do: face Kimberly. She couldn't be best friends with someone who hurt her so badly. Gabby had earlier contemplated not going to the meeting on the new gymnasium for Chrissy's middle school. She hated the thought of sitting next to someone who pretended to be her friend. But if she didn't attend the meeting, Kimberly would eventually come to the house. A confrontation was in order. What better time than tonight? Gabby's shoulders went stiff. She hated getting angry with other people. At least there would be 3 others at the meeting. That meant not a lot of prying ears. If Kimberly made a scene, the others would discover how she had betrayed Gabby. They'd stick up for her if need be. Gabby again dressed in a nice pair of slacks and a floral shirt. She even spritzed some of her perfume on. The smell of jasmine and vanilla always made her feel special. Ryan walked into the bedroom as she finished getting ready. "You look nice. Smell good, too." He swallowed hard. "You're not off to see someone, are you?" She loved the narrowing of his eyes. Make him worry. "Just 3 stuffy committee members and Kimberly." "Do you have to go?" Chrissy stood in the doorway, her arms folded over her chest. "I thought we'd play another game." The heart pendant on the bracelet Gabby had given her daughter the night of the attack swung from her wrist. "I'm on the committee," Gabby said, "and tonight was the only time we could get together before a final decision on the budget is made." "Why can't you meet online?" "Because they're a bunch of fuddy-duddies who don't know how to meet over a computer." Gabby kissed her daughter on the forehead. She hadn't realized Chrissy was still concerned about her. "I'm driving directly there and then back, so I should be fine." "I love you." Chrissy grabbed her mother around the waist. Gabby's heart broke at her daughter's anxiety. "I love you too." She took Chrissy by her shoulders. "We can't let this guy win. And since the police know who he is, he'll be in jail soon." She put her head against her daughter's. "Okay?" Chrissy nodded, then walked out of Gabby's room. "She'll be fine." Ryan looked in the direction Chrissy had left. "And so will you." "I'll see you later." Gabby gave him a quick kiss on the lips before she headed down the stairs into her car. She had been fine until Chrissy's anxiety got into her. Driving to the school, Gabby's heart raced with each block she passed. Could he be watching? Waiting? She mentally scolded herself for her silly thoughts. If the robber planned to come after them, he would have done so before they changed the locks, and the police knew who he was. In the school parking lot, she spotted Kimberly's car. Gabby parked next to it like she always did. She glanced at the clock. A few minutes to 7. She turned off the engine. Closing her eyes, she inhaled a deep breath. She had to confront Kimberly. Even if she no longer wanted anything to do with Ryan, Gabby could no longer trust her. A knock on her window startled her. When she opened her eyes, a strange man with a scraggly beard stood on the other side of the door. Terror overtook her. She tried to restart the car, but her fingers wouldn't do what she asked of them. "Hey," she heard a man say. Her mind was in a fog. "Get away from there," the same man's voice. Within a second, the unkempt man walked off, and Phil stood outside her door. "Gabby, are you all right?" She swallowed the scream that had risen to her throat and nodded. "Thanks," she said through the still locked door. Once the man crossed the street, she got out of the car. "Too many homeless around here." Phil looked at the guy jaywalking into the next block. Phil was right. The guy had appeared disheveled, likely hungry, much too small to have been her attacker. She walked with Phil into the building. Gary sat at one end of the table, tapping his pen against a notebook. Gabby glanced around for Kimberly, but saw no sign of her. Not that it mattered. She hadn't planned to confront her until after the meeting. She couldn't confront her now, with her nerves on edge from the man outside. All afternoon, Gabby played the scenario in her mind. The tears from Kimberly, the apologies. Gabby planned to make things clear. She and Ryan were trying to work things out, and she needed Kimberly to step aside, leave them alone so they could fix things. It'd be hard on both families, but it needed to be done. The heartache of losing her friend and her family mixed with her anger. How could Ryan and Kimberly not see the outcome of their actions? Kimberly walked from the back room with a carafe and some cups. The coffee's aroma overwhelmed to the point Gabby could almost taste it. "Hey, you made it," Kimberly said. Sharon Herrera, the woman in charge, placed a plate of cookies in the center of the table. She maneuvered well with a bad hip. Her cane helped. "Those look good." Gabby grabbed a chocolate chip cookie, hoping with her mouth full no one would talk to her. "So how do you bake and get everything for the school done as well?" Gabby asked Sharon. "I'm retired and all my kids are grown." She smiled. Gabby bit into the cookie. A light mint flavor surprised her. Kimberly took hold of Gabby's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Gabby placed the cookie on her plate, no longer in the mood to eat. She fought the urge to race for the bathroom to throw up. "Can we get started?" Phil asked. "My son's got a science project he needs help with." He and Gary sat on opposite sides of the table while Sharon took the head. The meeting carried on for a little less than 45 minutes. Gabby didn't know what they decided. Her mind focused on her discussion with Kimberly. Gary and Phil rushed from the building as soon as the meeting ended. Gabby helped Sharon clean up while Kimberly was in the bathroom. All three women walked out together, chatting about the weather, of all things. The heels of Kimberly's expensive sandals clicked on the cement. Sharon had parked next to the front door in a handicap spot. After saying their good nights, that left Gabby to walk to her car with Kimberly. "So, what's been going on?" Kimberly finally asked. "You said in your text you found out stuff about Ryan. Is it anything you can work through?" "We're going to try." Gabby paused, then plowed ahead. "You remember I mentioned the stripper? Well, there's more. He's been cheating." What? "Yeah, some woman in North Carolina." She waited for a reaction of shock, but Kimberly's eyes only held sadness. Likely saw her life with Ryan go up in smoke. "Oh, Gabby," she finally said. "I'm so sorry." Kimberly tried to take Gabby's hand, but she pulled away. "I love him." She looked at the ground. "And he says the affair's been over for a long time." "An affair? I wouldn't have thought it of Ryan." "He says he wants to work on the marriage, so I'm not planning to leave him." Gabby looked Kimberly in her eye. "I'm glad," she smiled. "I always thought you two were the best couple." Gabby was stunned by what her friend said, as if trying to pretend what she and Ryan did never happened. She struggled to control her anger. Gabby stepped back and took a deep breath, ready to tell her friend off. Kimberly's eyes widened. A loud bang sounded behind Gabby. A hot sting hit her right shoulder, spinning her. Gabby's steps faltered. A man in a mask. A gun. "No!" her mind screamed. A car horn honked. The man jerked to the left. A lightning bolt of pain charged into Gabby's leg. She hit the ground. Searing pain crashed into her head. Dizziness. She blinked hard. Another loud bang. Her eyes wanted to close. "No, don't close. Don't close. God, please don't let me die. I have young children." No matter how hard she tried, darkness enveloped her. Part 2. Chapter 35. Arlo stood back and watched as officers with the Duval County Sheriff's Department walked Otto Benedict to a patrol car. Neighbors stuck their heads out of their homes to see what had brought the police to their neighborhood. Most had cell phones out. Arlo had received a call from Ivan Rizzotto earlier that Otto was at his sister's in Jacksonville, so the two law enforcement agencies worked together to apprehend him. Zena Romero was at work when they'd arrived, guns drawn. Otto walked out once they'd announced themselves. While Otto was being taken to the Jacksonville jail to be processed, Arlo and Nick entered the premises with a search warrant. An hour in, they'd found nothing to connect Otto to the Brady assault. No purse or keys, nor a black hoodie. Not one piece of evidence to keep him in jail for a long time. "He came too easy," Nick said. "Usually means he's got a story ready to go for us. And all we got on him is using the credit card. Not much to hold him on. I get the feeling he won't confess to assaulting the Brady lady either." "Detective?" One of the uniformed officers walked up behind him. "Thought you'd like to know we found some drugs on your guy. Likely cocaine." "Good." Nick smiled. "That'll hold Otto for a while." Arlo agreed. He dug his ringing cell phone from his pocket. "Morales here." "Understand he got him," Dave Sweeney said. "Yeah, we haven't found anything to implicate him in the Brady case. He was found with drugs, so that might go in our favor." "Maybe not. We got a shooting over on Fairfax at 3rd Street Middle School." "No one else available? I'm still in Jack's," Arlo said. He knew there were at least 2 other detectives on duty. "Besides, I'd like to be in on the interrogation." "Usually I'd agree," Commander Davis said. "But I thought you'd want to go personally, since one of the people shot was Gabrielle Brady." Arlo stared at his phone. Gabrielle Brady? What was going on? Pure coincidence after the attack? Or was someone out to get her? If so, one thing was for sure. The person who shot her couldn't have been Otto Benedict. Chapter 36. Sherry caught the end of the notification on her police scanner. All available units were called in for a shooting at a local elementary school. She rushed to put the refrigerated food she'd just bought away. She'd leave the rest on the counter for later. Within minutes, the scanner announced the need for an ambulance to the scene. Sherry took off. She arrived at the school not too long after the police. With her video camera, she scanned the buildings and people watching. She took a few pictures with her cell phone. A body lay on the ground, covered in a white sheet. She panned the police scanning around, careful not to spend too long on the body. Most of her viewers weren't into that type of morbid detail. "We need you all to move back." An officer pushed people to the end of the block. She wondered if that meant detectives were on the way. Sherry walked back to her car and pulled out her video camera with the long-distance lens. She found a spot where gawkers weren't out with their cell phones and scanned more of the area. 2 other ladies stood within a few feet of her. Officers milled about. The door to the school opened, and an officer helped a woman inside. Witness or victim? She'd have to find out later. She didn't recognize any detectives at the scene. "So, who is it?" a lady standing near asked her friend. "Haven't heard." The woman next to her craned her neck to see. "Some woman shot. I'll bet it's a domestic." So many of those these days. An officer seemed to think she was that lady attacked a couple days ago. The other woman shook her head. "No area is safe these days." "What lady?" Sherry waited for the other woman to ask, but she didn't. "Excuse me?" With her knuckle, Sherry nudged the woman who seemed to have all the information. "I'm Sherry Berry. I have an online news station." "Thought I recognized you." The woman smiled. "I loved the series you did on the missing girl with that older man she claimed to be in love with." She turned to her friend. "This one doesn't do all the speculation like them other people do." "Thank you." Sherry hoped she didn't gush. "You said you heard the deceased was the woman who'd been attacked?" "Yeah, that one at Florida Fresh Foods." The woman used her finger to point over her shoulder, though the grocery store was miles away. "I'll almost bet it's a domestic." "Might be." Sherry did her best not to jump for joy. From the looks of it, she was the first news person in the area. If that body belonged to Gabrielle Brady, Sherry would have the biggest scoop of her life. Chapter 37. Arlo parked a block away from the crime scene. The police taped the entire block off to keep people from getting too close. A crowd of people, along with news crews, had already gathered. Red and blue lights flashed on and off in the darkness. He cut through the crowd of people, with Nick following. The kick in his stomach when he'd heard about the shooting still shook him. Something was off about that attack at the grocery store. He'd felt it all along. Now this. Sherry Berry rushed up to them. "Just a quick question, Detective?" "I don't know anything, Sherry." "Is the person murdered Gabrielle Brady?" Sherry stuck her cell phone in Arlo's face. He stopped and turned to look at her. How did she know that already? "Does this have anything to do with her attack last week?" Sherry continued. I have no idea who is deceased. I just got here. He took her by the arm and walked her a few feet off. I would suggest you be real careful about what you post. The last thing any family member needs to hear over the internet is that their loved one is dead. As he stalked off, he heard another reporter ask Sherry how she knew who the deceased was. Likely another of Sherry's anonymous sources. At the crime scene tape, an officer greeted him with a nod. The officer lifted the tape to allow him to walk under. Who was first on the scene? Arlo asked, his jaw tight. Polensky. The officer kept his voice down. He's over there. Arlo looked in that direction. He'd worked with Polensky before. Good officer. The coroner, Maximilian Wagstaff, studied the body on the ground. 3 vehicles remained in the parking lot. Several officers stood around. He'd put them to work, knocking on doors. Arlo walked over to Officer Polensky, where they shook hands. After introducing Nick to the officer, Arlo said, I understand you were first on the scene. Yeah, 2 women shot. One on the way to the hospital, a Ms. Gabrielle Brady. Hit in the upper right shoulder, maybe hit her lung. Also got her in the right hip. Might have another hit, I couldn't see. She was unconscious when we got here, a lot of blood on the ground. Not sure if from her or the other one. He glanced at the body. Kimberly Sullivan, shot in the back of the head, dead when I got here. The only witness so far is inside. He paused and looked at his notebook. Sharon Herrera saw someone dressed in black come out from behind Ms. Brady's car. Arlo looked over his shoulder at her vehicle. Already in her car, pulling away. Herrera says she saw the guy rush out, then a flash. She honked as the Sullivan woman jumped on top of Brady. Guy shot again. Herrera started honking some more, hoping to get attention from nearby neighbors. She said the guy reached over and took something before running off, the Brady lady. Herrera claims the 2 women were best friends. Figured the Sullivan woman was protecting the other. And she paid with her life. Sadness swept over Arlo. Gabrielle Brady would have enough issues with someone trying to kill her twice now, but then to lose a friend who loved you so much they'd die for you. He couldn't fathom the guilt she'd have to live with. They called it survivor's guilt, and from what he'd heard, it was hard to get over. Any description? Arlo asked. Just dressed in black, couldn't tell if man or woman. He shook his head. This area used to be such a nice place for families. The entire country used to be. Arlo sighed. What were the women doing here? Meeting on a new gymnasium. There were 2 others who'd already left, but I got their names and numbers if you want to speak with them. Give the info to Nick. Arlo turned to Nick. Get a statement from the witness. We'll need to knock on some doors, see if anyone saw anything. I'll grab a couple uniforms to help. Okay. Arlo walked over to the body and bent down. He raised the sheet covering Kimberly Sullivan. Not a good way to spend your evening, Max. No, but crimes during the day weren't any better. What can you tell me? Shot through the back of the head, likely died instantly, straightforward unless I find something in autopsy. Okay, let me know when. If I can, I'll be there. Crime scene pulled her ID from a purse on the ground, has her address for you. Nick walked over and joined Arlo. Anything? Arlo asked. Just that Ms. Brady seemed off, like she had something on her mind. Miss Herrera said she could tell there was some sort of tension. Usually laughing, joking, whispering, but Ms. Brady hardly talked to her friend tonight. Interesting. Maybe she set her friend up and shot herself to make herself appear innocent. Except Ms. Herrera said Gabrielle Brady had been the first one shot. The shooter wasn't aiming at Sullivan until she jumped on her friend. Get this, whoever the shooter was, they paused, then reached down and grabbed something from Ms. Brady. Took nothing off the other one. Nothing? Not according to the witness. That is interesting. Arlo didn't get it. Why steal from one but not the other? All for show? And was Ms. Brady involved or Ms. Brady the target? Hard to tell at this point. Arlo did another cursory glance. His night would turn into day. He had to give notification to Ms. Sullivan's family, and then he'd join in the knocking on doors. One thing was sure. Their killer couldn't be Otto Benedict, since he sat in police custody at the time of the shooting. Maybe he'd give them some information if the state attorney came up with a deal. Chapter 38. Tuesday, April 1st. Cars drove into the parking lot at the hospital. Sherry had made sure no one followed her by taking a couple of rights and then a left on side streets. She paused, sitting in the car for a moment, and watched for anyone driving in behind her. No one arrived for about 5 minutes. Relief rushed in. It was safe to say no one was watching her. She read the comments on the video about the shooting she'd posted a little over an hour ago. She'd beaten all the local news stations with her video. She paused, reading a comment from someone who claimed to have worked with Ryan. Their handle on social media was Poker Player. Need to look into Ms. Brady's husband. After working with him for 2 years, I know the type of man he really is. This person might make a good interview. He'd have insight into the husband most wouldn't. She looked the person up on their social media site. No photo. Not good. Might be trying to sell something. She hated that. She'd consider contacting him later for an interview. A bunch of reporters stood out front waiting for a statement. She got out of her car and rushed to the side entrance for the emergency room of the hospital. She paused by the closed gift shop. So much for a small bouquet of flowers. She'd been lucky enough to get someone to give her the room number for Miss Brady when she called earlier. Obviously someone new or not paying attention. In the elevator to the 4th floor, she double-checked her cell. 22% left on the battery. That should be enough. She just needed a snippet from one of Miss Brady's loved ones. Sherry stepped from the elevator and followed the arrows to the room number given to her by the operator. She rounded a corner. No way to miss the room with the cop sitting out front. She took a deep breath and walked straight up to the police officer. "Is she allowed visitors?" Sherry asked. "Not yet." "Oh, I wasn't sure." Sherry did her best to give a longing look at the door. "I sure hope she's going to be all right." "All I can say is she's stable." Sherry knew that much. The authorities had already released some information to the media. "Good." Sherry gave a sad smile. "But mentally she must be torn apart. Losing her friend in that way, I just can't imagine." The officer shrugged. "When will visitors be allowed?" she asked. "Except for close friends and family, they won't." He looked at someone walking down the hallway. "Are you a close friend?" He'd likely ask someone inside if they knew her before allowing her entry, so no point in lying. Besides, she didn't want to alienate the police. "Actually, I've only recently met her. Just wanted to see if she'd see me, do an interview." "All media is supposed to be outside." He stood and moved in front of the door. "I'm not media." She shrugged her left shoulder. "Well, I guess I am. I've a local internet site. Sherry Berry Legal?" "You'll have to wait out front for any announcements." "I'll do that." She turned to leave, then paused. "Don't suppose you'd give me a statement? What it's like to sit in front of a door protecting someone all night?" He chuckled. "Boring." She laughed. "In case you want to say more." She handed him her business card and he glanced at it. "Bye." Sherry rode the elevator to the bottom floor. It had been worth a chance. Hopefully, by being honest about who she was, the officer would give her card to the Bradys. If she could get an interview with the family, that would be a real coup for her career. She stepped from the elevator and headed out. After releasing a yawn, she decided to head home to sleep. It had been a long day. Hopefully the neighbor wouldn't be out with his friends and loud car engine early in the morning. "Sherry Berry?" She whirled at the voice behind her. A woman stood against the opposite wall of the hallway. "Hey, they didn't give you anything, did they?" she said. "Figured they wouldn't." "Excuse me, do I know you?" "Nah." The woman dug the heel of her stiletto into the tile floor. She wore short shorts and a silver jacket over her top. "I'm just a fan. Saw you and thought I'd take a chance on meeting you." She combed her fingers through her long black hair. Well, here I am. Sherry yawned again. Sorry about that, but it's been a long night. I'll walk you out if you're leaving. She hesitated a moment, then allowed her to. Were you here to see Ms. Brady? Sherry asked. No, my mom's upstairs. I was getting ready to leave when I saw you walk in. It didn't take much to know where you were going. I'm sorry to hear about your mother. Thanks. They got to the parking lot. I'll see you around. The woman walked over to a dark sedan. Sherry strolled to her car and paused before getting in. She must be more tired than she thought. Normally she'd ask for a fan's name. Sherry looked over at the car parked a couple of rows behind her. She considered going over and asking, but decided against it. The woman likely had a lot on her mind with her mother in the hospital. Sherry left the lot with the dark sedan following. The feeling of déjà vu hit her, a strange sensation set in the pit of her stomach. The car looked similar, but then a lot did. Her stomach bounced to her throat. Nothing said the person following her the other night wasn't a woman. Chapter 39. Arlo glanced over his notes and reviewed what Nick had discovered when he spoke to Sharon Herrera. The more learned about the victim, most times, the closer you came to their killer. Most people were killed by those known to them. Kimberly Sullivan's divorce completed a year before, which meant contacting the ex to see if he might have a reason to kill her. She had 3 children, all adults. She worked from home, selling products online at places like eBay and Amazon. Ms. Herrera couldn't tell them how much Kimberly Sullivan made, or think of anything she'd have sold that would get her killed. Miss Sullivan had no employees or co-workers who would want her dead. Ms. Herrera couldn't think of anyone who'd want to kill Gabrielle Brady either. Arlo would send Nick to dig into the ex, while he focused on the Bradys for now. Something in Arlo's gut told him Kimberly Sullivan wasn't the intended target. The first shot hit Ms. Brady. Same with the second, and the attack on her the past weekend only confirmed his suspicions. If he was right, someone wanted this lady dead. He pulled in front of an apartment near Flagler College, a liberal arts school in St. Augustine. Ms. Herrera had explained that Ashley Sullivan had moved into her boyfriend's apartment in her senior year of college. They were planning to get married in the summer. She didn't know the address, but when Arlo looked up any emergency contact information listed with the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles website, the daughter's information came up. Most people didn't know this was something offered for free to those with a Florida license. Too bad. It made things easier for the police. Nick also discovered from Ms. Herrera that Ms. Sullivan had 2 sons, one in the military stationed in Germany, the other at the University of Florida in Gainesville. All the lights were out in apartment 603 when Arlo knocked. When no one answered, he knocked again, this time louder. "Who is it?" a male voice grumbled. "Detective Arlo Morales of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office." Within a few seconds, the door opened an inch. A chain kept the door from opening farther. "Let me see your ID." One of the man's green eyes looked through the space provided. Arlo pulled out his ID. The guy nodded, then unhooked the chain. "Sorry about that, but you can't be too careful," the guy said. "What can I help you with?" "I'm looking for Ashley Sullivan. She's my girlfriend." "Is she here?" "Yeah, in the back room." "Can you get her, please?" He stared at Arlo for a second, then frowned. He followed them in before walking down a dark hallway, his head hung low. Whatever the reason Arlo was there, the guy knew their good night's sleep was over. Arlo hated this part of the job. It was hard to tell someone they'd lost a loved one. He didn't pussyfoot around, told it like ripping off a bandage, fast. Get it over with, then tried to have them focus on his questions. Sleepy whispers sounded in the back. Arlo glanced around. A picture of a pretty brunette girl stood beside their victim, Kimberly Sullivan, both smiling. The apartment brought back memories of his and Heather's apartment when they first got married. Not big, but similar in the way it was packed with furniture too big for the place, and the aroma of food cooked earlier. The guy returned a minute or two later with the brunette from the picture. She had a purple robe wrapped around her. "I'm Ashley Sullivan," she said. "Did something happen?"
"Your mother is Kimberly Sullivan?"
"Yes." Concern filled her eyes. "Is she hurt?"
"I'm afraid your mother was shot and killed earlier this evening."
"What? What?" She stared at him for a full minute before the news hit her. "No, no, no!" Her knees buckled. The boyfriend caught her before she hit the ground. He easily lifted her and carried her to a nearby sofa. "It can't be right!" Ashley sobbed into her boyfriend's shoulder. "She can't be!"
"I know this isn't a good time." Arlo spoke as gently as he could. "But I need to ask you some questions." Ashley nodded, but she was nowhere near composed. They would inevitably end up coming back. "Can you think of anyone who'd want to harm your mother?"
"No, everyone liked her."
Ashley sniffled and looked up at the boyfriend.
"Just ask Gilbert. He thought she'd hate him because we moved in together before getting married. It totally went against her Christian beliefs."
She grunted a laugh, then a tear dribbled down her cheek. "That's true." Gilbert gripped Ashley around the shoulder. "But she just wanted Ash to be happy." "How well do you know Gabrielle Brady?"
"Aunt Gabby?"
Ashley's eyes narrowed with concern.
"They're best friends. I've known her my whole life."
"Do you think there's anyone who'd want to harm her?" Arlo looked between the two for any hint of deception, but found none. "She was also shot, but she's in stable condition."
"Mom told me Aunt Gabby was attacked about a week ago. What's going on?"
Ashley looked between the detective and her boyfriend.
"Why would anyone want to hurt either one? It doesn't make sense."
She stared at Gilbert, looking for an answer. When none came, she fell, sobbing against him. "Don't worry, they'll figure it out." Gilbert pulled her tight into his arms. "Can you wait for any more questions? This has been quite a shock for both of us." "Sure." Arlo stood. "Ms. Sullivan, I'm sorry for your loss. We'll do everything we can to find out who did this." He didn't know if Ashley heard him through her cries into Gilbert's T-shirt. "I'll be back in a moment." Gilbert gathered Ashley in his arms and took her to the back room. He returned within a few minutes. "They were close. I'll have to notify her brothers." Gilbert stared down the dark hallway. "Does the military let you come home for something like this?" "I think so." "Good." He stared at the ground. A tear fell to the carpet. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the detectives. "I'm not sure how the wedding will go now. Will she still want to have a huge affair without her mother there?" Gilbert squeezed a sniffle in his nose. "Please find out who did this. Kimberly didn't deserve to die like that. If they'll kill someone as nice as her, they'll kill anyone." He walked Arlo to the door. "Ashley doesn't like to talk about it." He glanced over his shoulder and lowered his voice. "But her mother was seeing a guy she kept secret." "What do you mean by secret?" "Neither of us ever met him." "You got this guy's name?" "I don't recall her ever saying. Ash might know, but I don't want to ask her right now. I thought he might be married or something. Maybe that's why this happened." Arlo considered the motive for the shooting. Married men had a habit of wanting to keep affairs secret. If so, why shoot the Brady woman first? Trying to throw the police off? Could be. But then again, maybe not. Something niggled in the back of Arlo's mind. Was it a coincidence someone shot Gabrielle Brady within a week of her attack? If not, the killer had tried twice now and missed. If he got a third try, Gabrielle Brady would likely end up dead. Chapter 40. Noises sounded in the distance. Unfamiliar sounds. Pain. Gabby moved to get more comfortable. Her leg ached, along with her head. A moan escaped through her dry lips. "It's okay. You're safe." Ryan's familiar voice. Safe? What? Gabby's eyelids fluttered open. She blinked hard to adjust to the bright lights above her. Disoriented, she couldn't recall where she was.
The last thing she remembered was walking to her car from the school meeting, then a loud noise. "It's okay." A warm hand took hold of her own. "You're safe. It's over." Safe? At once it hit her. The man in the mask. Gabby jerked her eyes open wide. She gasped. She tried to sit up, burning pain in her arm, her entire body. Ryan stood over her, holding her down. "You're okay. I'm here. You're okay." He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Gabby stared at him, his brow narrow. She relaxed back onto the bed. After a second, she glanced around. Her pulse sounded in her ears. "The man, he came back," she croaked. "I know." Ryan lowered himself to the edge of the bed. "What happened?" "You don't remember?" She shook her head, which only made the headache worse. "Where am I?" "In the hospital." "Hospital?" "Gabby, you were shot." "Shot?" Terror raced through her. "What?" He squeezed her hand. "There's more." How could there be more? "Kimberly didn't make it," Ryan said. "Didn't make what?" "She was also shot." Gabby glanced at the lights overhead. She rewound his words in her mind. After a second, she realized what he'd said. Dead? Kimberly? Gabby couldn't breathe. "It's okay, Gabby." Ryan again stood over her. "It's going to be okay." His voice rose. She was suffocating. Help. No air. She stared at Ryan, hoping he would realize. Gabby reached up to grab him. "Help me," she choked. The door flew open, and a police officer walked in, scaring her more. "She's having trouble breathing." Ryan spoke over his shoulder. He slammed his finger against a button on the bed. A woman answered. "My wife can't breathe. Hurry." Within seconds, a nurse rushed in. She used her stethoscope to listen to Gabby's heart and lungs. The officer walked out, closing the door. "Miss Brady?" The nurse leaned over her. "Try to breathe normally." She looked at Ryan. "It appears she's hyperventilating." She turned back to Gabby. "You're in the hospital. Safe. You need to calm down." Calm down? How, when someone shot her and killed Kimberly? The nurse walked to the door and stuck her head out. Within a minute, another nurse soon walked in with a syringe full of liquid. They shot it into the tube leading into Gabby's hand. Gabby looked at the nurse, then Ryan, and back again. "It's okay, babe." Ryan's voice was soft, low. After a second, the medicine hit her system. She relaxed into the mattress. "Kimberly?" Tears burned Gabby's eyes. "I'll let the doctor know she's awake." The nurse typed something on an electronic tablet, then slipped it into a plastic bag by the door before she left the room. "I'm so sorry." Ryan kissed the back of Gabby's hand. Lines around Ryan's eyes told her this was not some sort of sick joke. He pushed his hair away from his forehead. Tears welled in his eyes. He again looked away from her. "This can't be," she choked out. "I can't. Shot? Who?" Gabby's eyes darted around the small hospital room. She tried to focus on everything else in the room. Other than the bed she lay in, she saw a chair nearby, a sofa, a portable tray, and a television in the corner. Some sort of IV was attached to the back of her hand, and a pulse monitor squeezed her finger. "This can't be." Her voice came out weak. "Who?" she asked again. Her husband licked his lips as if trying to keep the secret hidden. Did she black out and harm Kimberly? Would she spend the rest of her life in jail for killing her friend? But Gabby didn't have a gun. How could she have shot anyone? In that instant, Gabby recalled the gun again, the pain in her shoulder, spinning. She tried to recall more, but couldn't. Her dry throat didn't help. She glanced around and saw a cup with a straw on the tray a few feet away. She reached her fingers out for it. "What do you need?" Ryan asked.
"Water?"
"I got it." He poured water from a little yellow pitcher and put the straw to her lips. After a few sips, she felt ready to speak.
"Ryan, I need to know."
Everything felt unreal. Her throat tightened.
"Please."
Before he could say anything, the door swung open, startling Gabby. She grabbed Ryan's hand. He held her fingers tight. A man in a white coat walked in. "Ms. Brady, how are you feeling?"
"Not so good."
She started breathing harder. "The surgery went fine." The doctor leaned with a hand on the railing.
"Surgery?"
Her voice cracked. "Yes, but there is good news. The bullets went straight through. There's been no internal damage."
"Bullets?"
she muttered. She jerked to sit up again, but pain pushed her back down. Who would shoot her and Kimberly? The doctor looked at Ryan, who grimaced. "You were in shock when they brought you in." The doctor took her pulse. "Normal in this type of situation." Nothing was normal, not to Gabby. Not when someone tried to kill her. And they succeeded with her friend. Fear raced through her. Her mind bounced around from one thing to another. She couldn't comprehend anything. This was the second time within 2 weeks someone wanted her dead. Chapter 41. Wednesday, April 2nd. Gabby woke with a jolt. Pain burned down her arm. "It's okay." From the dark circles under Ryan's eyes, he hadn't had any more sleep than she had. "I'm here."
"The kids?"
Her voice came out in a raspy whisper. How could she not think about her children before now? "They're at Ava's. She's bringing them by later today." It had been 2 days since the shooting on Monday evening. As much as she missed her children, she didn't want them to see her like this. However, she knew your mind could play tricks on you. If she didn't allow the kids to visit, they might think she was in worse condition. The door opened, and an officer stuck his head in. "A Wade Foster is here to see you," he said. "Is he all right to visit?" Gabby nodded. Wade walked in with a bouquet of mixed flowers in a vase. "Good morning." "What are you doing here?" Ryan asked. His lips thinned and his jaw tightened. "I came to check up on our favorite office wife, and to bring a gift." He held up the flowers. The two men stared at each other for a second. Then Ryan nodded. "While he's here, I'm going to get some coffee. You want anything?" Ryan spoke to Wade's back as he placed the flowers on the windowsill. "No, I'm fine, but thanks." "How about you, Gabs?" Ryan asked. She shook her head. Ryan walked to the door, paused, then turned back. "Wade, don't forget to sign the taxes. Have Peggy send them out. I plan to be out of the office for a while and don't want to worry about them on top of all of this." "I'll see they get out." Ryan stood there for a moment, then nodded. "Thanks." He left, leaving Wade and Gabby in the room by themselves. Definitely a chill between the two men, one she hadn't felt before. "So, how you holding up?" Wade asked.
"Be better once I get home."
"Don't be in too big of a hurry. You need to make sure you're well." He asked about the kids and if she needed anything. "I don't want to stay too long. I'm sure you need your rest, so I'll be going. Just wanted to check up on you." He kissed her on the cheek.
"Thanks for coming."
She yawned. Her eyes closed and she dozed until Ryan returned to the room. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to wake you."
"It's okay."
She adjusted the bed to sit up higher.
"It was nice of Wade to stop by."
"Yeah, nice." Ryan took a drink of his coffee. "What's going on?" When he didn't answer, she added, "With you and Wade?" "It's just work. Don't worry about it."
"Please."
She dragged the word out. She needed to put her mind on something other than the nightmare of her life. "Tell me, does your disagreement have anything to do with the buy-sell agreement in the filing cabinet?" He stared at her, his mouth agape. You really did go through my office. He pulled the chair up to the bed. The document was to scare Wade.
Scare him?
Make him think I was leaving the firm.
But why?
Ryan looked off into the distance, then turned to her. Going into business might not have been a good idea. That's all.
I thought everything was going well.
She paused for a yawn.
You just got a big client.
Yeah, but it's the first actual client Wade brought in. Now he thinks he deserves a bonus. He never mentioned a bonus with any of the clients I brought into the business. They might not have been as large, but they kept us going for years.
I hate you having issues. You're such good friends.
Well, like my mother used to say, the fastest way to lose a friend is to move in with them. I guess the same holds true for going into business with them. He sighed. I told him the other day he needed to take a couple meetings out of town because of you getting... He nodded, apparently as wary of saying the words as she was to hear them. But he's trying to come up with reasons he can't. He's more into sitting at the office than doing the hard stuff.
I'm sure it'll work itself out in the long run.
It's not the first time we've had issues. The bonus is one of the biggest problems because of the new client.
Funny, she said, how when you're starting out and no one's making money, things work so much smoother. Money has a funny way of changing people.
Ain't that the truth? She couldn't tell if Ryan was referring to himself or Wade. Chapter 42. Gabby stared into the mirror. She'd give anything for some makeup. Her hair looked a wet mess after her shower. Everything was sore, her leg, her shoulder, and her head. She swore she'd have a permanent headache. At least she was alive. She'd been determined to shower before the kids arrived. If she cleaned, they might not realize she was in bad shape. Her mind wandered back to that night at the school, walking out with Kimberly, getting ready to tell her she knew of her affair with Ryan. Gabby bit her bottom lip to keep from crying. Their friendship ended in a way she never intended. She looked back in the mirror. The scratches up and down her left arm from the cement were fading quickly. The mark on her wrist had bruised from where the guy tore her bracelet off. Her missing hair from where they'd put in stitches where she hit the cement would take a while to grow back. Every once in a while she jerked, causing pain in her shoulder. The nurse had made her get up and walk, which caused her leg to ache. In time, the pain would be gone. She'd have 2 scars to show for the bullets that went through her. The scars in her mind were less visible. She needed to refocus on the kids coming by later. She wouldn't want them to see her like this, falling apart every other minute. They were probably scared enough already. Did they know about Kimberly? Probably. If Ryan didn't tell them, Ava likely did. The police were also to come by to speak with her. Ryan had held them off as long as he could. Though shot only 2 days before, it had felt like months to Gabby. She'd lost track of time, unsure whether it was morning or afternoon. Time in the hospital seemed to stand still. "Are you doing all right?" the nurse asked through the closed door. The young woman had just graduated from nursing school. She came in to help Gabby with her shower.
"Yeah."
Gabby opened the door.
"I'm having trouble brushing my hair. I don't want to disturb the stitches."
"Here, let me give it a try." She stood behind Gabby and pulled the brush through. Her gentle touch told Gabby she'd make an excellent nurse. "How's the leg feeling?"
"Sore."
Gabby limped back to the bed. "It'll be that way for a while, but the more you walk on it, the better it'll feel." The nurse reconnected Gabby's finger to the pulse machine. "Using a cane will help with balance."
"When will I get out of here?"
Gabby asked. "Not sure. You'll have to ask the doctor." Gabby didn't want to miss Kimberly's funeral on Friday. While she'd been angry with her, she'd not let Ashley and the boys go through this alone. When Mom and Dad visited the day before, they told her about the funeral. Gabby imagined this hurt her mother as much as her. Kimberly was like an adopted daughter, spending the nights when they were teens, at every celebration, including holidays. Kimberly had lost her own parents years ago in a car accident, and she'd adopted Gabby's to fill the void. something Gabby didn't consider when she was thinking about tossing her friend away. While the nurse filled out information on the tablet, Gabby recalled the first time she'd met Kimberly. A smile came to her face. Kindergarten. Gabby had never been away from Mom for any length of time. She walked into that room, which seemed so big. Kids were playing with toys, laughing, crying. Gabby wanted to go home. Tears rolled down her cheek and she grabbed hold of her mother's leg. Mom had to pry her fingers loose. At once, a girl with brown hair walked up to them. "You want to play dolls with me?" the girl asked. "I was scared until I found a doll with the same color hair as me." Gabby wasn't sure she wanted to leave her mother's side. "There's a doll over there that looks like you, unless you like Elmo, but he's red." The girl took hold of Gabby's hand and led her to the corner where they played. Mom left without her knowing. She and Kimberly sat together during reading time and even had desks next to one another. Before Gabby knew it, Mom had returned to pick her up. Kimberly had held Gabby's hand ever since. When boys broke her heart, when she had her first child, for every bad thing or every celebration, Kimberly had been there. Tears formed in Gabby's eyes. She should have been willing to forgive her, to speak to her when she stopped by. The door swung open and Ava stuck her head in, bringing Gabby back to the present. "Ready for some—" Her sister paused. "You okay?" "Yeah, just thinking about Kimberly. I'm sorry." She looked over her shoulder. The kids' voices sounded behind her. "I'm just waiting for her to cover up. Sometimes things stick out in a hospital that shouldn't. Geesh." Ava gave Gabby a wink. "Ready." Gabby brushed her cheeks and put on a fake smile. "Let them in." RJ ran straight to the bed, grabbing his mother around the neck. Lightning rushed through her arm, but she said nothing, not wanting him to think he'd hurt her. He'd gone through enough already. "I'm so glad you're all right." Tears welled in his eyes and he hugged her again. I'm fine. She patted RJ on the back. He cried into her left shoulder. "It's going to be okay." Gabby noticed Chrissy hadn't moved from the wall near the door. "Chrissy, are you all right?" she asked. While the nod of her head said one thing, the wobble of her lip said another. "Sorry you're going through all this." Ava wrapped an arm around Chrissy. "They've both been distraught after finding out what occurred. It's understandable." She pulled Chrissy against her. "We're all upset by it." Chrissy leaned against Ava, causing jealousy to run through Gabby. She should be the person consoling her daughter. At least her son needed her. She hugged him tighter until he finished crying. He raised himself up and wiped his nose. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "A little, but I'll be okay." She spoke as much to Chrissy as RJ. He unfolded himself from her and walked over to the tray, where he lifted the lid of food the kitchen staff had brought for lunch. "This looks awful," he said. "It really is." Gabby huffed a laugh. "All we got for breakfast from Dad this morning was fast food." He made a face. "I miss your cooking. Your sausage patties are better." "I thought the kids were staying with you." Gabby looked at her sister. "They are, but he brought breakfast for them while you were getting examined. They've taken a couple of days off from school." Ava walked to the side of the bed and kissed Gabby on the forehead. "I'm so glad you're okay. But sorry about Kimberly." Chrissy turned toward the wall. She wiped her cheek. Chrissy had always liked Kimberly. Not as much as Ava, but they were still close. Ava and Gabby chatted while RJ sat on the sofa looking out the window, and Chrissy continued her vigil against the wall. After a while, Gabby gave her sister's hand a squeeze. "Why don't you take the kids to the cafeteria and get them something to eat? I have a feeling they're hungry." "RJ's always hungry," Ava said. "You want something?" she asked him. "Yeah." He walked to the foot of the bed. "I'll be right back." "Okay." Gabby smiled at him. Chrissy tiptoed to the sofa RJ had vacated. She wilted against a cushion, pulling her knees up to her chest. "I'm not hungry." "She hasn't eaten much." Ava gave a grimace to Gabby. "We'll be back." She closed the door quietly as she walked out, holding RJ's hand. "Are you all right?" Gabby asked her daughter. Chrissy shrugged. She turned and looked out the window. "It's okay to be scared, to be sad." Chrissy swiped at a tear rolling down her cheek. "I can't believe Aunt Kimberly is gone." She wiped her nose. "And someone did this to you." "I know." Gabby's heart broke seeing her daughter so upset. At once, Chrissy turned and looked at Gabby. "I asked you to stay home," she snapped. "Yes, you did." "Why couldn't you listen? Then this wouldn't have happened." Tears clogged her angry voice. "I wish I had." With Chrissy being so caring, it made sense she'd blame herself. Though there'd been no way to stop her mother from going to that meeting, Gabby swallowed back a sob. "If you'd listened, this wouldn't have happened." Chrissy put her face against her arms wrapped around her knees. "You're right. I'm so sorry I put you through this." Gabby stared at her daughter, whose heart was breaking. She'd never lost anyone she loved before. After a few minutes, she stopped. She got up and pulled a tissue from a container on the windowsill. "I'm scared." Chrissy's voice went to a whisper. "He's going to kill you." A tremor came over her voice. Gabby held her hand out to her child. "Come here." Chrissy got up and trudged over to the bed. She took her mother's hand. Her chin bounced up and down. "I'm not strong like Aunt Ava. I don't want you to die, and I want Aunt Kimberly to come back." Tears rolled down her daughter's cheeks. Gabby pulled Chrissy against her. "It's okay. You can't be strong all the time." Gabby's voice caught. "And it's okay to want Kimberly back. I do too." The heartbreak she felt at the loss of her friend said her words were true. She'd do anything for Kimberly to walk through that hospital door and to take away the pain she and Chrissy were feeling. Chapter 43. Arlo rubbed his tired eyes. He'd spent the morning looking into Kimberly Sullivan. Nothing. Not even a speeding ticket. Nothing came from the neighborhood canvas near the school, either. The neighbors who heard the gunshots were watching television or busy doing something else. By the time they got to their windows, the perpetrator had fled. Otto Benedict claimed to have found the Brady credit card. When told about the murder of Kimberly Sullivan, he lawyered up. CSI recovered a bullet on a nearby lawn from the murder. That and the one from her head proved to be a .38, and from the same gun. With only one shooter, that was normal. Right now they had nothing to go on. No prints, no DNA, no one who wanted either woman harmed. Hopefully Ms. Brady would give them something more to go on. Arlo walked up to the officer in the hallway outside Gabrielle Brady's hospital room. He and Nick had yet to get any sleep. That was the way with murder cases. He worked for days straight, slept when he could, whether it be in the car or at a desk. "Anything new?" Arlo asked the officer in a chair at the door. "Visitors?" "Husband's been here most of the time. This lady came by." He handed a business card for Sherry Berry. "Was not too long after the shooting, so I didn't even ask the family if they wanted to see her. Miss Brady's parents were by yesterday. This morning husband's partner came by first thing. Kids and sister just left after a longer visit. The daughter, looks about 12, appears shook up. Heard her crying through the door." He paused, then said, "I want this guy for 5 minutes. Alone." Arlo understood his feelings. Most cops hated it when kids were involved. "Yeah, wanted you to know in case you need to talk with her. She sounds fragile." Arlo nodded. Basically, he was saying to be nice to the kid. "Anything else?" "Husband took off but returned about 30 minutes ago, fully showered." He looked at the closed door. "He's the only one in there other than Ms. Brady." "Thanks." Arlo nodded, then knocked softly. A man in his 40s with dark brown hair opened the door. His face looked drawn, more so than the first time they'd met a couple of days ago. He was unrecognizable except for his nicely pressed dark blue suit. He even had a necktie around his neck. Ryan Brady shuffled out the door. "My wife's resting right now," he said. "Can you wait to speak with her?" "Sure." Arlo used his hand to direct Ryan away from the door. "We'd like to ask you a few more questions as well." "I'll do my best to help, but—" He shook his head. "All this is so unfathomable. Do you know who did it yet?" "We're still working on it. We're hoping you or your wife can be of help." "I can't think of anyone who'd do something like this." He again shook his head. Dark circles surrounded his eyes. "I feel for Kimberly's family. They're all good people." "How familiar were you with Ms. Sullivan?" "My wife's best friend. Basically all there is to it." He paused and covered his mouth to yawn. "Sorry, been sleeping here since the incident happened. Kimberly would come for dinner, but they'd spent the time together." "When was the last time you spoke with her?" He squinted his eyes as if thinking hard. "A couple of weeks ago or more, I think. She came over for Chrissy's birthday party when she turned 13. I think my wife had lunch with her last week." He balled his fist and hit himself in the thigh. "I wish I knew who did this. My kids are freaking out, and while Gabby's trying to stay strong, she's terrified as well." He looked Arlo in the eye. "Do you think this had anything to do with the assault on her at the grocery store?" "Can't be sure at this point in the investigation. We've arrested someone who used her credit card, but we had him in police custody at the time of the shooting." Ryan nodded. "How can I keep my family safe from some phantom ghost who wants to harm them?" While Ryan said all the right words, Arlo couldn't be sure he was on the up and up. Some family members had secrets they were afraid the police might discover. The secrets may have nothing to do with the crime, yet they refused to tell them. Then there were others who were good at lying and covering up their secrets. "I know this is a trying time for you and your family, but we need to ask some hard questions of you all. We'll also need to look into things like finances, anything to give us a hint as to who did this." Ryan swallowed hard. "I understand. You can look at anything you need to." "Where were you around the time of the shooting?" "Like I said the other day, home with the kids. RJ and I were playing Mario Brothers, I think." He ran his hand through his hair. "With everything going on, I can't recall for sure. If I had to guess, I'd say we started playing around 7:30. Played until we got the call on Gabby." "And your daughter?" Arlo asked. "She's only a kid. She'd not do this." "I know, but I need to ask." "She was up in her room. She's not much into video games, more into reading or watching stuff on her cell." He shoved his hand through his hair again. "She was annoyed her mother went to that meeting. She'd asked her to stay home, worried that something might happen." He released a sigh. "Right now she's blaming herself for not being able to stop her." After a beat, he added, "I really want this guy." Who didn't? Arlo knew they'd look deeper into Ryan Brady to see if there was a reason he wanted his wife dead. And if he did, had he paid someone to make it happen? Chapter 44. A hand touched her, jerking Gabby from a restless sleep. She looked up to find Ryan standing over her. 2 other men were in the room as well. "These detectives need to ask you a few questions." Ryan gave her hand a squeeze for support. "About the other night." The detectives introduced themselves. The tall one turned to Ryan and said, "We'd like to speak with your wife alone, if you don't mind." "No, it's okay." Ryan leaned over the bed and kissed Gabby on the forehead. "If you need me, I'll be right outside." She nodded. "How are you holding up?" Detective Morales appeared to be the one to take the lead. "Well, as expected. Who did this to me? To Kimberly?" She fought back the terror rushing through her. "We're still looking into it." Arlo paused a second, then asked, "What can you remember about that day? Start with the beginning. What did you do first thing in the morning?" "What's my morning got to do with anything?" "You'll be surprised. You might recall something unusual that occurred. Plus, it helps to start with something pleasant before we get to the actual shooting."
She nodded. "I stayed home all day, cleaning, cooking, stuff I normally do."
"Didn't go out anywhere?"
"Not until the meeting."
"Anything strange occur before then?"
"Nothing."
"Anyone come to visit? Talk to anyone on the phone?"
"I don't think so."
Not a lie, since she didn't answer any of Kimberly's phone calls. She didn't want to let him know she purposely avoided her best friend in the last week of her life. She had enough guilt over Kimberly's death without others knowing. "Is it common for you not to answer your phone?"
"Yeah, I have several friends who like to chat and will keep me on for an hour or more. I don't always have or want to take the time to listen to how their husbands are driving them crazy."
"During dinner, any arguments? Something said that seemed strange?" Gabby thought about it. She wasn't about to tell this man about her husband's affairs. She had a hard enough time explaining to herself why she planned to stay without trying to get others to understand.
"No,"
Gabby said. "Now let's go to the meeting," Arlo said. "Anything unusual occurred during the meeting?" She didn't want to go into her anger with Kimberly. It had nothing to do with what happened that night.
"No, standard stuff."
"According to Ms. Herrera, you were a bit off that night. Not quite yourself." Gabby stared at them. How could Sharon tell them something like that? After a moment, Gabby said,
"Sharon was right. I've been having a hard time concentrating since I was robbed. It's made me skittish about leaving my house."
She shuddered her shoulders.
"I almost drove back home after getting accosted by a homeless man."
"A homeless man?"
"Yeah, he walked up to my car and knocked on the window. Scared me. Thank goodness Phil got rid of him."
"Could you give us a description of him?"
"Phil might be better able to tell you since he wasn't having an anxiety attack, but we both thought, with his disheveled look, that he was homeless."
"Did you see him when you left the building?"
"No, I didn't see anyone." She winced. But then I didn't look. Why hadn't she looked?
"Why did you park where you did?" Arlo asked.
"It's where I normally park, next to Kimberly."
"Do you know anything about Kimberly's boyfriend, the man she was seeing?"
"She wasn't really seeing anyone. She was talking to some guy on the internet."
Gabby adjusted the bed to sit up more.
She'd never met him in person. They just talked online.
"Do you know his name?"
She called him Victor.
She glanced between the two detectives. Was this the person responsible for the shooting? Gabby had told Kimberly to be careful. Most people weren't what they said they were online. Too bad she couldn't get her friend to listen.
"Do you think he had something to do with this?"
"Too early to say." Arlo glanced down, then returned his attention to Gabby. "Now tell me about the shooting."
"I heard a loud noise, and there was the pain. I spun around, and a man was standing behind me with a mask. The same mask as at Florida Fresh Foods." She clenched her hands together as she told him the rest of what she recalled, which wasn't much. Afterward, she closed her eyes, hoping to get the vision out. She took a sip of water to compose herself. "Have you seen Kimberly's children?"
"Yes, we spoke with Ashley."
"How's she holding up?"
"Like you. Well, as expected." Arlo gave a warm smile. The other officer, who'd remained quiet until now, finally spoke. "One of her brothers is staying with her."
"Good."
Gabby fisted the sheet covering her lap. She loved those kids almost as much as her own children. Could she have removed Ashley and the boys from her life over an affair? With Kimberly's death, she'd never have to find out. The detective stayed about 15 more minutes, but she had no answers for them. She knew of no one who would do this. Ryan returned shortly after they left. After looking at him staring at her, she sent him home to get some rest. She couldn't take those sad eyes on her any longer. By herself, time dragged on. Gabby flipped through channels. She stared out the window at the sunshine. Anything to keep her mind from the shooting. She had her fingers crossed that the doctor was going to release her tomorrow. The door opened, and the officer sitting in front of her door stuck his head in. "There's an Ashley Sullivan here to see you." What? How could she think of coming here when she was going through so much? "Is she okay to visit?" he asked. Gabby nodded, unsure she could speak. "Aunt Gabby." Ashley rushed into the room, a small plant in her hand. Her tear-streaked face told of the agony she was still going through and would likely be going through for a long time. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner." "Don't even." Gabby pulled her against her. "I'm so sorry." Tears filled her eyes. "I wish I could have done something." "I know." Ashley sniffled. "John will be flying in later today. Carl wanted to come see you, but we were afraid it might be too much." "No, it'd be fine. But I'm sure you have a lot going on. I'm hoping to be released tomorrow, anyway." She nodded. "The funeral isn't until Friday." Ashley folded and refolded a corner of the sheet. "I'm hoping to be there. Is there anything you need?" Gabby asked. "We've got it covered. Your mom has come around along with your neighbor, Mrs. Aquino, I think." Ashley slid onto the edge of the bed. "She's wonderful." Gabby gave a slight smile. "She insisted on doing all the cooking for the repast after the funeral." She grinned. "I hope she's a wonderful cook." "Trust me, she is." Gabby patted Ashley's leg. "If you need anything, you know there's nothing Ryan or I won't do for you." "I know. It's just been hard." Ashley's chin trembled and tears spilled over her lashes. "The police are going to search her house later today." She sniffled. "Mom would have hated it." A tear dropped onto the bed. "I'm thinking of changing the wedding to a small affair because she won't be there." "No, don't do that." Gabby took hold of Ashley's hand. "Your mother was so happy for you. She wanted you to have the wedding of your dreams. I don't know if she told you, but she actually made your father pay for it." "Really?" Ashley smiled through her tears. "Yeah. She also said he was to be here. Though they divorced, that didn't mean he wasn't still your father." "He flew in last night. I'm not sure how I'm handling it since he brought her with him." Gabby knew the her was Ashley's stepmother and the same woman who broke up her parents' marriage. At that second, Gabby swore she'd never tell Kimberly's kids that their mother had tried to do the same. Gabby pulled Ashley into another hug. "You'll handle your father's wife being here like the wonderful woman you are, the woman your mother was so proud of." "I miss her so much." Gabby held Ashley while the girl cried. No matter her thoughts about Kimberly at the end, she knew her daughter now had a hole in her heart over the death of her mother. As angry as Gabby was, she'd still never hurt Kimberly's children like this. Chapter 45. Arlo pulled from the medical examiner's office on Avenue A in St. Augustine. He'd stopped by to pick up the autopsy report. Nothing surprising. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. It'd be weeks before the toxicology reports returned. If anything unusual showed up, Dr. Wagstaff would call. Arlo tugged his ringing cell phone from his jacket. "What you got, newbie?" A light chuckle came over the line. "Found out the Sullivan woman's ex now lives in Washington State. Said he was with his new wife at the time of the shooting." She confirmed. "By the way, they're already here for the funeral. Got a call into the airlines to make sure neither flew down before this, but found nothing on him in the way of a criminal record." "Okay, that's one less to worry about," Arlo said. "Anything on this boyfriend, the one online?" "Nothing yet, but got her cell phone records coming." "Good. Where you at?" Arlo asked him. "Heading to the Sullivan house for the search." "See you there." Arlo slid his finger across the screen. Ashley Sullivan had agreed to meet them at her mother's home with her spare key. They had a subpoena to make sure nothing got in their way legally. 35 minutes later, he pulled up to the light blue house on Winfield Circle. Ms. Sullivan had kept up the 2-car garage home nicely, with newly planted flowers bordering the front. Someone had recently mowed and edged the yard as well. Nick stood in the driveway with 2 other officers, along with Ashley Sullivan and an older man and woman. After some pleasantries, Ashley introduced Arlo to her father and stepmother. Nick took the 2 aside to speak to them separately. Arlo then followed Ashley into a tiled entryway. He could see straight through to a large window overlooking a patio. About 150 feet away sat a man-made lake. He'd hate to own this place when a hurricane hit, especially with the heavy rains filling that pond. To his right sat a dinette table with a used coffee cup and mail. Pillows sat askew on the sofa, along with a blanket which pooled on one end. He glanced in the kitchen. Dirty dishes sat in the sink. Definitely a contrast to the pristine yard outside.
"Should I fix something for everyone to drink?"
Ashley asked.
"No, that's all right,"
Arlo smiled.
"Sorry, I don't know the protocol."
"That's understandable. We're going to have to go through every drawer. Sometimes it's hard on family. If you would rather, you can wait outside."
"Thanks, I think I will."
She walked to a glass door and slid it open, taking a seat on the patio. Her father and his wife joined her after finishing their talk with Nick.
"Nothing new," Nick said.
Arlo didn't think there would be.
"You start out here, I'll head to the back."
Arlo walked down a hallway to a bedroom, which appeared to be the master suite. He directed an officer to the room across the hall. Arlo entered Kimberly Sullivan's bedroom. He stood in the center of the room and did a full 360. There was an unmade bed and a large blanket on the floor. The woman didn't anticipate anyone coming to her room. Dust covered a 6-drawer dresser to his right. Arlo slapped on a pair of evidence gloves and walked through the bathroom to a large walk-in closet. A mirror hung on the back wall, making the closet appear larger. Drawers inside the closet held underclothing and odds and ends. He rifled through each to make sure he missed nothing hidden. On hangers hung very nice clothes. Fancy shoes lay strewn about the floor. He searched through a set of drawers along with all the pockets and the clothing. In a rectangular box on the rack overhead, he discovered a batch of pictures of the Sullivan woman in provocative positions. He removed a plastic bag from his jacket pocket and placed the pictures inside. There was nothing to indicate when someone took the pictures, but Kimberly Sullivan appeared to be in her early 20s. Likely had nothing to do with the shooting. Other photos were of her with her children. Nothing to tell them who this guy was she knew online. Her computer or cell might be of more help there. Within 10 minutes, he'd finished with the closet. He tried to keep everything as neat as he could, not wanting the deceased's children to clean up after him. They had enough on their plate. Next, he moved to the bedroom. Going through drawers, he found nothing that told him who wanted this woman dead. He glanced through her jewelry, rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Most looked expensive. Her daughter might know if anything's missing. On the nightstand, a romance book had a bookmark on page 163. Sadness swept through Arlo. Kimberly Sullivan would never get her happily ever after. The officer across the hall walked in. "Nothing in there. Bunch of knickknacks and winter clothing. Nothing in any pockets or in any of the trinkets." Things found in knickknacks always surprised Arlo. Once in Miami, he'd actually found a 1/4 pound of cocaine hidden in the bottom of a Mary and Jesus knickknack during a search of a drug dealer's home. The drug dealer's mother, a good Catholic, beat him for a good 3 minutes before they pulled her off. Arlo had the officer finish with the bedroom while he searched the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. No drugs, prescription or otherwise. After he was done, he followed the officer to the living room, where Nick and the second officer were searching. Ashley and the others remained on the patio. "Anything?" Arlo asked. "No." Nick placed a pad of paper back in the drawer. "No man's name, either. We have a laptop," Nick said. "Daughter gave me the passcode. The techs will have a look through. Hopefully we'll find this Victor." Arlo walked to the dining room table and thumbed through the mail. A letter from Wyman Sullivan, the ex. Arlo yelled through the sliding glass door.
Ms. Sullivan, can you join me in here for a moment?" Once she was inside, Arlo showed her the envelope. "Why would your father send something to your mother?" She shrugged and said, "Might be for the wedding. Aunt Gabby told me Mom talked him into paying. Also, Mom used to get an alimony payment every month. I don't know how the payments were sent." After a second, Ashley said, "You don't have to worry about him." She looked out at her father. "My dad got off easy. Mom didn't get near as much as she was entitled to. She just wanted the house and some money each month to live on. Dad got the bank accounts, along with the woman who destroyed their marriage. There was no reason he'd want Mom gone." "Thanks." Arlo replaced the envelope. He walked out to the front yard. A couple of neighbors were standing around. One waved for him to come over. "Yes, ma'am." She was older, likely knew everything that went on in the neighborhood. "How's her daughter doing?" the woman asked. "Well, as can be expected." He didn't know what else to say. "It's terrible what happened, and not too long after her friend was attacked. Hard to believe her husband visited that day before, too." "Excuse me? What husband?" "Ryan Brady. He stopped by to visit with Ms. Sullivan the day before someone attacked his wife." Arlo considered that. Could Ryan and Kimberly have been plotting the death of his wife, and she found out? Maybe she struck before they could get a chance. Chapter 46. Thursday, April 3rd. Gabby tapped her thumb against her thigh as she sat in the wheelchair. While she could walk with a cane, the hospital wouldn't let her. Her arm in a sling only made walking more awkward. As much as she wanted to be home, she was also terrified about leaving the hospital and her armed guard. At least here she felt safe. She knew no one would try anything with an officer outside her door. She waited for Ryan to call the desk to let them know he'd pulled the car out front. As tired as she was about being in this room, the notion of leaving the safety of the hospital caused her hands to tremble. She took a sip of water, hoping to help her parched mouth and calm her nerves. The door swung open, startling her. "Your husband's out front," a large man dressed in white said. His smile was wide and his muscles large, like the man in the Florida Fresh Foods parking lot. He shoved the door against the wall, and it remained open. He got behind Gabby and pushed her through the open door. The officer was standing in the hallway. "Ready?" he asked the orderly. "I think so." He looked down at Gabby. "You?" "Yeah, I'm ready." Relief rushed through her at the officer riding down with them. They were all silent as they took the elevator to the first floor. The orderly pushed her out to the waiting Volvo. Gabby looked up at the brilliant blue sky. The sun warmed her face. She'd love to stay outside a while longer, but the man with the gun might be watching, waiting for the perfect shot. "Thanks," Ryan said to the orderly. Ryan helped her into the car. "There you go." He reached around and buckled her seatbelt. Before closing the door, he kissed her cheek. He held her hand all the way home. Every time she glanced in the side mirror to make sure they weren't being followed, Ryan gave her hand a squeeze. He could read her well. They pulled around the corner. 2 cars were parked out front. Her parents and Ava were there. While it was nice for them to welcome her home, the more people around, the better able for someone to get hurt if the shooter showed up. She'd already lost someone in her life. She couldn't lose anyone else. Tears welled in Gabby's eyes. Once parked, Ryan rushed around the front of the car and opened her car door. "Hey, it's okay." He leaned over her. "You'll be fine." She swallowed her trepidation. "It's nothing. Just glad to be home." "Well, get ready for some more happy tears." He unlocked her seatbelt and helped her slide out of the car. "The kids have a surprise." Using her cane, Gabby trudged up the walk. It took forever to get to the front door. Ryan remained next to her with each step, acting like he was there to catch her. He finally unlocked the door and guided her inside. "Surprise!"
Chrissy and RJ stood in the living room, Ava and her parents in the kitchen. A lopsided banner hung on the wall. Welcome home. Warmth rushed through Gabby as she tried to push away the unease inside. She'd never felt as loved as she did at the moment, yet she couldn't eradicate the terror of knowing someone wanted her dead. Chapter 47. The Wallaces lived in a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in the Mandarin area of Jacksonville, Florida. While the house wasn't as upscale as their daughter's, the area had a canopy of trees that lined the street along Mandarin Road, making for a beautiful drive. Sherry had never been out this way. She pulled into the driveway of the red brick home where they'd agreed to meet. Sue Wallace invited her in. Sherry glanced around for Daniel Wallace but saw no sign of him. After offering a drink to Sherry, the two women sat in a large living room with a plate-glass window overlooking a beautiful garden. "Will Mr. Wallace be joining us?" Sherry asked. "No, he went to meet some friends instead." She shook her head. "He's such a fuddy-duddy. He doesn't like your videos like I do." Ms. Wallace gushed. "I haven't been able to bring myself to watch lately because of all that's happened with Gabby." Understandable. Ms. Wallace had her white hair twirled in a bun and the same blue eyes as her daughter's. A cat preened itself in the sofa's corner. The neatly decorated place had fresh vacuum marks on the carpet. A dishwasher whirred in the background. "I hope you don't mind if I grabbed myself a nip." Ms. Wallace used her head to point at a wine glass. "We had a short welcome home party for Gabby earlier. I'm still celebrating." "How sweet." Sherry figured from the smell of it the woman had had several nips at the party. "Now, what can I help you with?" Ms. Wallace took a sip from her wine glass. "I'd like a bit of background on your daughter and Kimberly Sullivan. I understand they were good friends." "The best. Always at the house." Ms. Wallace smiled as if recalling wonderful memories. "They borrowed each other's clothes and makeup, all the things good friends do." "So they continued as friends once they were grown?" "Yes. The best part was they even included Ava, my oldest, into their little group when she returned from the military. Went from a duo to a trio." "That sounds like fun." "Oh, they had so much fun. Concerts, movies, dinners out." Ms. Wallace again took a sip from her wine glass and shuddered, making Sherry wonder how strong that nip was. "I'm so glad the girls made up from all that jealousy." "Made up?" Sherry did her best serious face. Jealousy made for a good family angle. "Yes, Ava and Gabrielle hadn't spoken for several years, but Kimberly got them back together." Ms. Wallace dabbed at her eyes. "She's going to be missed by a lot of people." "That's what I hear." Sherry inched forward on the cushion. "What exactly broke the two sisters up? It must have upset you." "I thought everyone knew. Gabrielle started dating Ryan." Ms. Wallace shook her head. "I thought Ava would never speak to her again." "So Ava didn't like Ryan?" "Not like Ryan?" Ms. Wallace's eyes opened wide and she scoffed a laugh. "He'd been engaged to Ava first, then he cheated on her." It took all Sherry's power not to jump up and kiss Ms. Wallace for this juicy bit of information. Chapter 48. Arlo pulled into a driveway behind an older model silver Ford Escape. Ava Youngerman's home was a nice double-wide with a wood porch on the front. A chair and table were on the porch for sitting out. Ms. Youngerman, while not a professional golfer, did well in local tournaments. He'd seen her play once or twice. He'd never had a reason to meet her until now. "Nice place considering it's a mobile home." Nick scanned the area. "Looks like it's on at least a half-acre." It surprised people to discover there were mobile homes in Florida with the storms they had. The newer models were supposed to resist winds up to 150 miles per hour, something Arlo wasn't sure the newer traditional homes could do with how fast builders were putting those houses up. Ava Youngerman greeted them before they knocked. "Please, come in." She had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as her sister, but Ava was thinner, more fit. She led them to a living room with a tan sofa, one chair, fireplace, and television. A wall blocked the kitchen off, giving a small feel to the living room. Except for a photo of an older couple, the only pictures visible were of her sister's family. School pictures of the children, a wedding picture of Ryan and her sister Gabrielle. Nothing with Ava and some lover or children of her own. The detectives took a seat on the sofa while she sat in the chair, which turned out to be a rocker recliner. "Would either of you like something to drink?" Ava asked. "I have some sweet tea." Both officers declined. "How's your sister doing?" Arlo asked. "Better. It'll be hard until she gets through Kimberly's funeral." "I imagine." Arlo adjusted in the sofa. "How well did you know Kimberly Sullivan?" "Pretty well. She attended family events, and we went to concerts, hung out a bit. We didn't spend any time together without Gabby, but enough for me to say I knew her." "So you wouldn't consider her a close friend?" "No, I wasn't exactly her type." "And what type would that be?" "Rich. Kimberly liked people who had money. While I do well for myself, I live in a trailer, as she would put it." Arlo glanced around. "Looks nice to me." "Yeah, but I'm not one to keep up with the Joneses. Don't get me wrong. Kimberly was nice enough to your face, but behind your back she could get nasty with the best of them. She put on airs, even though I'm sure she made little money herself." Arlo had to agree. Her divorce decree stated she received $100,000 from a joint savings account, the house, and $1,100 a month in alimony. Yet her bank account held only a little over $37,000. Her tax returns said she made less than $25,000 last year, far from the rich lifestyle she portrayed. Did this guy online realize and get angry she wasn't as well off as she tried to appear? He could have been in the relationship for the money. And, when he found out she didn't have any, he killed her. "Had there been anyone lately she'd had issues with, like her new boyfriend?" Arlo asked. Ava shrugged. "I didn't know she had a boyfriend. My sister would be better able to answer those types of questions." After a moment of silence, Arlo asked, "And what about your sister? What type is she?" "Gabby?" Arlo nodded. "She's the type Kimberly wanted to hang with. Her husband had friends with money interested in women who looked like Kimberly. Most wanted younger, but she'd do in a pinch if you needed a date for a nice dinner." "Would any of these men be married, by chance?" "No way." Ava shook her head. "Kimberly's ex cheated on her, made her feel pretty bad. I can't see her going after a married man and causing the same pain that she'd been through." Ava paused. "At least that's what she said. I've no idea if the opportunity presented itself if she'd take it." "How well do your sister and her husband Ryan get along?" "Perfect. Or so that's what they show us." "But—" He drew the word out. "But what?" Ava played innocent. Something in her eyes said not everything was roses in the Brady household. "What is it they don't show us?" Arlo asked. Ava got up and walked to the front window. "I'm not sure I should be the one to say anything. Have you spoken with Gabby?" she asked over her shoulder. "Yes, and she indicated everything was fine." When Ava didn't go any further, Arlo added, "Someone tried to kill your sister. Can you think of anyone who'd want her dead? Anything, no matter how small, might save your sister's life." "I agree." Ava returned to the chair. She leaned forward with her arms on her thighs and said, "Ryan had an affair a couple of years ago." "An affair? Do you know with who?" "No idea. Gabby didn't say. According to her, he claims it's over." "Do you think Ryan Brady would try to have his wife killed?" "Ryan?" She laughed. Not a chance. The man's a cheater, doesn't mean he's a killer. I wouldn't be surprised if there are more women out there. Maybe one of them is tired of waiting for his promise of leaving his wife. The way Ava spoke made Arlo wonder if she'd ever been involved with such a man. Is this the first affair you know about? Yeah, but he was a cheater before he married Gabby. What do you mean? Her candor surprised Arlo. Ryan and I were engaged when he started sleeping with another woman. After they broke it off, he turned to my sister. Arlo had to work to keep from showing his surprise. Not only did she give her brother-in-law a motive for wanting his wife dead, she gave herself one as well. Chapter 49. Sherry stared into the video camera. That's the latest on the Sullivan murder case. Plenty of questions still need answering. Is this connected to the attack on Gabrielle Brady the week before? And where does Ryan Brady fit in? A man who cheats on a fiancée might be cheating on his wife. Is he an innocent whose past is causing fingers to be pointed? Or does he have secrets? If so, I'm sure in time the police will discover those secrets. Or could this shooting be something against both women? I'd love to hear your opinions in the comments section below. She clicked off the screen. Almost 4 p.m, and she was already exhausted. The interview with the mother put a nice spin on things. No other media outlet likely knew about Ryan Brady dating Gabby's sister first. Sherry clapped her hands like a giddy schoolgirl. While not the biggest twist she could hope for, it certainly wasn't the one she saw coming. She headed to the shower, deciding on a bubble bath. When she finished in the tub, she had several comments on the new video. J. Rhodes. Great interview. Most spouses are the ones responsible. Wonder if Ryan Brady will be arrested soon. Tiny Tim. I wouldn't be surprised if he were trying to kill off his wife. Follow the money. There's likely a large payout in the end. Sherry smiled as more people posted and responded to those who'd already made remarks. She had a feeling by this time tomorrow, this would be her most popular video. She continued reading the comments. Susie Q. Can't help but wonder about the sister. Though it's been years, nothing worse than a scorned woman. Even though she broke up with Ryan first, she might want him back, and the sister is in her way. Poker player. Like I said, I worked with Ryan Brady. He never had anything nice to say about his wife. I'm not surprised he tried to kill her. Sherry jerked back. She'd sent a direct message to Poker Player already, but got no response. She'd send another, hoping to hear from him. No matter what, she had to get this person or someone else who worked or had worked with Ryan Brady to do an interview. Chapter 50. Arlo tried his best not to react to Ava's declaration. He needed a minute to get his bearings. Too bad he didn't accept the drink she offered when they first came in. I've stunned you. Ava laughed. I'm trouble like that. She grinned. Hard to believe we're a bunch of good people, huh? Sharing boyfriends, cheating. But we all make mistakes, some worse than others. Arlo had to agree. I need to ask where you were on the night of the attack. She stared at him for a moment. Because I might want my sister dead for taking my man? She grinned. Years ago, I was angry. More because I felt she took his side over mine. But no longer. In answer to your question, I was heading home from a meeting for an upcoming golf tournament in Augusta. I received the call from my parents while I was on the road. I can get you the information if you'd like. We'd appreciate that. Arlo liked this woman. Most people weren't so accommodating. Would you like me to shock you even more? Ava leaned back in the chair. An enormous grin sat on her face. Ryan's always gone on Tuesday nights, claiming he had to work. So this week, I followed him. You followed your brother-in-law? Again, Arlo found himself surprised. She shrugged. He and a couple of guys visited a strip club. What he did once he got inside, I don't know. I sat for about 10 minutes, then headed home. So you have no first-hand knowledge about the cheating?
No.
What strip club was it?
It's called Sapphire Men's Club. It's out on Phillips Highway in Jacksonville.
Arlo caught a sideways glance from Nick. Zena Romero worked at Sapphire's, and that led to Otto Benedict, who tried to kill Ryan Brady's wife. Might be time to speak with Ms. Romero. When did your sister discover her husband's affair?
Ava stared Arlo directly in the eye and said, "Since she just told me, I would assume it was around the time she was first attacked."
Chapter 51. Arlo dropped into his chair. Ava Youngerman's information gave her brother-in-law an excellent motive to want his wife dead. The main reason husbands want their wives dead was for money and other women. Morales. Dave Sweeney stuck his head out of his office. Where's the rookie? He's got a lead on the guy dating Kimberly Sullivan. Okay, come into my office and let's discuss what you've got so far. Arlo followed him in. Dave directed him to sit in a wood chair on the opposite side of the desk. The office had some accolades hanging on the wall. He had 2 computer monitors on his desk, along with several pictures of his wife and 4 children. Gave it a homey feeling, with the kids smiling up at you. Dave leaned back in his nice leather chair. Before you start, thought you'd be interested to know the JSO arrested Zena Romero for hiding her brother. She lawyered up immediately after they Mirandized her. He crossed his ankle over his knee. What you thinking? Thinking I'd like to have talked with her about the murder of Kimberly Sullivan before they got to her. The way things are looking, we might have a conspiracy to kill Gabrielle Brady. And Zena Romero's right in the thick of things. Arlo pulled out his notes. Ryan Brady visited the Sapphire's Men's Club a couple of nights before the shooting. Need to get something on the Romero woman to get her to open up. Dave leaned forward. JSO's searching her property. We might get lucky. She doesn't have a record. Could offer her immunity to roll on the aiding and abetting charge. I'll talk to the state attorney. After a second, he asked, What's next? Might be time to bring in the Brady family to do a formal statement, including the kids. I imagine if the father's thinking of doing his wife in, there's been trouble in the marriage. I agree. But make sure you got someone with the kids so you can't be accused of coercing them into saying something. Was thinking of bringing in a guardian ad litem to sit in with them, Arlo said. Hoping to get something for a search warrant. Treat them with kid gloves right now. The press has made the Bradys out to be the poster family for crime in this country. The last thing we need is to go after a victim if her husband's innocent. With a wave of his hand, Dave dismissed Arlo, who returned to his desk to find the tech guys had sent the information on Sullivan's cell phone and home computer. Before opening the items, he called Ryan Brady and scheduled an official meeting time with his family. Arlo wanted them in tomorrow, but Brady refused because of Kimberly Sullivan's funeral. Since Dave said to treat them nicely, Arlo agreed to let them come in on their terms. Nick walked in within minutes of him hanging up from Ryan Brady. Anything about the boyfriend? Arlo asked. Yeah, he's married, like the kids thought. Nick dropped into his chair. He's a firefighter in Madison, Wisconsin, but was on duty the night of the shooting. His boss corroborates his alibi. He ran his hand through his hair. If he kept this up, he'd be as bald as Arlo within a year. I'm getting ready to go through the phone records and emails, Arlo said. Why don't you head home for a couple of hours of sleep? If you insist. Nick practically ran from the office. Arlo reviewed the information from 2 separate email addresses used by Kimberly Sullivan. Most were about meetings for groups she belonged to, including the planning committee for the gymnasium on the night of her death. Not finding anything there, he turned to the cell phone records. As he scanned through, one caught his eye. 2 telephone calls to Ryan Brady within the month of the shooting. He couldn't wait to get Ryan Brady in an interrogation room and ask him about the calls with his wife's best friend. They might mean nothing, They could have been discussing a surprise party for Gabrielle Brady. Arlo did a quick search on Ryan Brady. No arrests, plenty of speeding tickets. Arlo paused. The man owned a .38. Arlo switched screens to the autopsy. He confirmed a .38 had been used to kill Ms. Sullivan. Arlo grinned. He just got one step closer to getting that search warrant he wanted for the Brady home. Chapter 52. Sherry had no luck getting Poker Player to return her message. He was a bust. She learned a long time ago not to trust anyone who didn't have their picture up on any website. She walked out of the building where DataStream Bytes did business. When she asked about Ryan Brady, the receptionist told her how everyone liked him. He was a good boss to work for. His assistant had the same kind words before asking Sherry to leave. National news media had been on the side of Ryan Brady after the shooting until the news hit that he might be cheating on his wife, all because of Sherry's videos. She had to keep the momentum going. The best way was to speak with Poker Player and find out what he knows about Ryan's marriage. But with him not responding, she assumed he was nothing more than a disgruntled ex-employee or a total liar. A tan 4-door Volvo pulled in as she got to her car. The same type of car Ryan Brady drove. Instead, Wade Foster, Ryan's partner, climbed from the car. Sherry recognized him from his picture on the website. "Mr. Foster?" "Yes?" "I'm Sherry Berry. I do video news. Would you be so kind as to answer a few questions about the shooting involving your partner's wife?" He stopped and turned to her. His brow narrowed. Then he grinned. Wade Foster had to be at least 10 years older than her, but he was extremely good-looking. She glanced at his left hand. No wedding ring. He leaned a bit toward her and lowered his voice. "I shouldn't, but I've seen a few of your videos." He looked around. "You're definitely prettier in real life." "Thanks." Her face heated. She took a second to compose herself, then mentally shook the compliment off. It wasn't the first time someone had flirted with her. "Isn't that Ryan Brady's car?" she asked. "It's a company car. They all look alike." That explained it. There's been speculation Ryan Brady might be trying to have his wife killed, since there had been 2 attempts on her life. Do you think your partner is responsible? "I can't imagine Ryan having anything to do with harming his wife." He stepped closer. A light woodsy scent drifted her way. "Unfortunately, we never know what goes on behind closed doors." He glanced around again. "I shouldn't have said that last part, so please don't quote me." He gave her a wink. "I'm sure I can work around it." She couldn't believe how hot she felt right now. "Enough about Ryan. How do I get a pretty girl like you to dine with me?" She wanted to say, "Tell me everything about Ryan Brady," but chose not to. After making plans to get together, Wade Foster strolled into the building. Maybe she'd get some good tidbits from the partner when they saw each other next. But in the meantime, she needed to deal with this Poker Player. She looked for his last comment where he said Ryan was a cheater. If she responded to his comment, then other viewers might encourage him to contact her. Sherry typed, "I've tried to reach you DM to talk about your work relationship with Ryan Brady. Please contact me." Now he'd either message her or go away if he didn't really know the Bradys. Next step? Try to get into the jail to do an interview with Otto Benedict. If someone paid him to kill Ms. Brady, he might give up the person who hired him. Chapter 53. Friday, April 4th. Gabby hadn't had time to process all the mixed-up feelings she had toward Kimberly. With her being killed, recalling all the anger from earlier only stirred up guilt. She wasn't sure how she would handle the funeral. Would she allow anger to take over, or anguish? RJ and Chrissy insisted on attending as well. Since they'd missed school for the week because of her shooting, Gabby figured this might be a good way for them to say goodbye. She stared out the windshield at the people walking into the church. Her heart ached for what Ashley and her brothers were going through. "You ready?" Ryan said. She nodded. What was he going through? He hadn't shown any sign of suffering over Kimberly's death. Was she nothing more than sex to him? If so, how many others were there? One that she knew about. Gabby mentally shook her head to get the thoughts out. Today should be about Kimberly and her family, not what Gabby was going through. Ryan rushed round the car and opened her door. He helped her stand using a cane. The kids stood on the sidewalk waiting. Gabby hobbled into the church for the funeral of her best friend. Or former friend. These last few days she couldn't decide which way she wanted to remember Kimberly. Other mourners stopped to check on Gabby's health. She tried to be nice, but really just wanted to be left alone. Numbness set in the night before. With everything she'd been through the past couple of weeks, the feeling of loss would be natural, but so would anger. And Gabby, a tall man in a Marine uniform, walked up to her and pulled her into his arms. "I'm so glad you made it." "John," Gabby smiled. "I can't believe how tall you've gotten." He shook hands with Ryan and RJ, then kissed Chrissy on her cheek. Her face reddened. "We wanted to come by, but weren't sure if you were accepting company." He stood straight, like he had a board in his back. "I'm sure you had a lot to do, but if you want to come over before you leave, I'd love to see you all. Maybe do dinner?" "Unfortunately, I need to leave tomorrow, so I won't be able to." "How's Ashley holding up?" Gabby caught sight of Ashley near the front. Her red-rimmed eyes stood out against her pale face. Gabby's heart broke for her. "Pretty well, as long as Gilbert's with her. He seems to be her rock right now." He glanced over his shoulder, then excused himself. A few more people came up to Gabby to check on her well-being. The kids looked as uncomfortable as Gabby from all the attention directed at her. This was supposed to be Kimberly's day. "Can we sit back here?" Gabby asked. "My leg hurts." She hoped, by sitting, people would leave her alone. She couldn't bring herself to go to the front and look in the casket, to see what used to be her best friend lying there. The notion almost drove her to her knees. Ryan led her into a pew. As she glanced around, she realized how many people she and Kimberly had in common in the way of friends or groups they belonged to. If Kimberly hadn't died, would these people have picked sides in any breakup of their friendship? "Mind if we join you?" Ava walked in with Wade Foster close behind. Ryan's jaw locked. After a second, he scooted down, along with the kids. Ava took hold of Chrissy's hand. Tears welled in Gabby's eyes once the pain of the loss of her friend hit her. She swiped at a tear rolling down her cheek. Ryan wrapped his arm around her. The music started. More tears came. Gabby wiped her eyes. Ava reached over RJ and Chrissy to give Gabby's shoulder a squeeze. Gabby glanced around, trying to distract herself from the service. She spotted the detectives in the aisle across the way. Her stomach nodded. Panic set in. She couldn't focus. Her hands trembled. "Gabby?" Ryan looked at her. He pulled her closer.
We'll return to the story in just a bit. But for now, let these soft notes guide you into a state of peace and quiet. Thank you for watching and listening.
She grabbed hold of his hand. "It's okay," he whispered. "I got you." The preacher came to the pulpit to speak. Gabby's eyes darted around. She had trouble catching her breath. "Let's get you out of here." Ryan stood and helped her to her feet. Ava peered around RJ, who was staring up at his mother. Ryan mouthed for Ava to stay with the kids. She nodded. Gabby's legs barely held her. The room spun. Her frailty had nothing to do with the funeral and sadness. It had to do with terror racing through her body. Ryan took hold of her, practically carrying her out of the sanctuary. She could feel eyes on her back as Ryan led her outside. She choked back cries. Outside, the sun was pushing through the overcast sky, making it humid and hard for her to get air. "It's okay. It's okay." Ryan whispered the words. "Gabby?" He brushed hair from her wet face. "I'm here. I'm here."
"This isn't right," she sobbed. "It's Kimberly's day."
Tears fell, no matter how hard she tried to stop them.
"I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
"No, no, no." He pulled her against him. "It's not your fault." He placed his hand against her face. "Take a breath." She sucked in sobs and air.
"I saw the end."
"Shh. I know." No, he didn't. How could anyone understand the fear of thinking the person who wanted her dead was inside that church? Chapter 54. At the funeral, Arlo had watched Ryan Brady help his wife from the sanctuary in the middle of the service. Her distress was understandable. After the service, Arlo found them to make sure Ms. Brady was fine. Ryan said she just needed some air. She needed to trust her husband to protect her. Unfortunately, with everything they'd discovered so far, that wouldn't happen soon. Ryan Brady owned a .38, the same kind of pistol used in the shooting. A neighbor had seen him going to Kimberly Sullivan's home the morning someone attacked his wife, and, according to Ava Youngerman, he was at the same strip club as the sister of the man who supposedly attacked her. If this were baseball, he'd have 3 strikes against him. After the funeral, Arlo returned to the station. A fully refreshed Nick took the list of car tags of funeral attendees to the DMV so they could get the names of the owners. In some cases, the killer attended the funeral, either to see if they could find out how far the police had gotten, or they thought they were smarter than the police and wanted to prove it by being right under their noses. The phone on the desk rang. "Morales." "Arlo, this is Jimmy in tech. The subpoena the school board wanted finally came through. I'm sending you the video from the shooting." "Thanks. If you have any issues, let me know." Within 2 minutes, Arlo had the video, all from different angles. He fast-forwarded the first one to near the time of Kimberly Sullivan's murder. He clicked play as the women walked out the door to leave. 3 together. Then Sharon Herrera headed to a car parked in the first handicapped spot. Gabrielle Brady and Kimberly Sullivan strolled right, out of view of the film. He continued to watch until Ms. Herrera backed out from her spot. Her car stopped within seconds. A dark figure ran past. Arlo slowed the video down. No way to tell who the person was. The second video showed left of the scene. He fast-forwarded to after the shooting. A dark figure darted around the corner of the building and out of sight into the dark of the night. He turned to a side camera. The figure ran to the back parking lot and through the schoolyard. Maybe they'd find a video at a house behind the school. Neither camera got a good look at the suspect. Arlo pulled up the last video. This one stared out over the parking lot in front of the school, again over Kimberly Sullivan's car and 2/3 of the Brady car. He scanned until 20 minutes before the end of the meeting. 6 minutes later, a dark silhouette came into view, walking down the sidewalk. The person paused, looked around, then lowered something over his face. In the darkness, it was too hard to see him clearly. Once fully covered, he pushed through the bushes and ducked down in front of Ms. Brady's car. Arlo's heart raced as each second ticked off. His stomach jumped. He hated to watch videos where someone died, no matter how many times he'd seen one. At exactly 8:01 p.m., Kimberly Sullivan and Gabrielle Brady came into view, talking. Nothing showed any tension between the two. No yelling, no flailing of arms. The man ran up and pointed a gun. Ms. Brady spun around and smacked out with her hand. Ms. Sullivan grabbed her friend and tossed her to the ground, landing on top of her. The gunman pulled the trigger again. He stood over the women. Everything happened fast. Had he meant to hit Ms. Sullivan, or was she in the way of his intended target? Arlo paused and re-watched it. With the way Ms. Sullivan had Ms. Brady covered, it would have been hard for him to hit Ms. Brady again. After the shooting, he reached over Ms. Sullivan's body and took the jewelry off Ms. Brady's wrist. Headlights hit him, causing him to turn around in clear view of the camera. He wore a ski mask over his face and a dark hoodie, but the person was male. Arlo would swear to it. No women's hips, no breasts. And the way he ran with long strides only confirmed it more. He re-watched the videos. Why didn't he take any jewelry from Kimberly Sullivan? Hers would have been easier to reach, especially that expensive ring on her finger, and their purses had fallen to the ground. Why not scoop them up before running off? Because this wasn't a robbery. Just set up to look like one. If the shooting had been a true robbery, he would have gotten the items before shooting the victims. At the very least, the purses. As close as the shooter had been to Ms. Brady, it seemed odd he didn't hit her dead center. Was that on purpose? He watched the video again. A slight shake of his hands. Was the man nervous? Arlo rewound it to before the meeting. The homeless guy strolled up to the Brady car. Arlo then fast-forwarded to the guy hiding in front of the car. Not a good view. Could the homeless guy have gone home and changed? He re-watched all the videos again. What did the slight tremor in that guy's hand mean? Fire burned in the pit of his stomach. Could this have been some kid getting a first taste of murder? No matter the reason, it was clear the shooter had been aiming for Gabrielle Brady, until Ms. Sullivan got in the way. Chapter 55. Saturday, April 5th. The Bradys arrived at the police station 10 minutes before their appointment. An officer put Ryan Brady in an interrogation room and took the kids into an office. A woman from the local guardianship ad litem program sat beside them. Ms. Brady waited in the hallway outside the closed door. "Good morning." Arlo held his hand out to each kid. "You might remember me from the morning the man took your mother's purse." Both kids nodded. The girl, Christina, took hold of her brother's hand. Ryan Jr. looked about to throw up. "Where are our parents?" Chrissy asked. "Your mom is right outside, and your dad is down the hall. We need to make sure no one's helping you with your answers." "Then ask me." She straightened her shoulders. "RJ doesn't want to talk about what happened." Very protective, not acting very upset, like she'd been at the hospital. "Tell us about the day. I'm assuming you both attended school?" "Yes." "How do you get home?" "I walk because it's only 3 blocks. RJ takes a bus and gets home earlier than me." "Did you see anyone strange hanging around your home when you got there?" Her face paled and she glanced at her brother. He shook his head. "No, neither of us did." Her voice faltered. "Was anyone home when you got there?" "Mom, she's always there." She shot Arlo a look that said she thought he was an idiot. The girl's definitely a teenager. She must not realize most mothers these days work and aren't home when the kids leave school. "What happened once you got home?" Arlo said. "We ate a snack, then went up to our rooms and did our homework." She looked at the ceiling for a second. "My dad got home around 5:30 and we had dinner. Then my mom went to the meeting. I'm not sure, but I think it started at 7. "How was dinner?" "Good. My mom's an excellent cook. You should come to dinner one day to see."
Chrissy smiled, showing a mouthful of braces. Arlo grinned, his first invitation to dinner. Did anything happen at dinner? RJ stiffened.
It's okay, she told him.
She turned back to Arlo.
He knows we're getting close to the incident.
RJ seemed to relax at her words. Did anything happen? Arlo asked again. At dinner?
Like what?
She jerked back a bit. Arguing or someone upset about something? She stared at him for a second, then said, No. How about after? She looked at RJ, who shook his head. Again, she said, No. For the first time, she looked at the table when she answered. Had something happened between her parents, or simply a secret between siblings that had nothing to do with the shooting? About what time did your mom leave for her meeting? Arlo asked.
I can't be real sure, but it was after dinner, and she loaded the dishwasher.
She looked at RJ, who shrugged.
It had to be in time to make the meeting. My mom's never late.
Most kids talked too much. These two were different, almost as if being protective of their parents. Arlo leaned back in the chair, then changed his tactic. In the week before the incident, how were your parents getting along? Chrissy's free hand turned to a fist, like she was digging her nails into her palm. She swallowed hard. RJ gripped his sister's hand tighter. Were they arguing about something? Arlo asked. She looked at the lady sitting next to her, hoping she'd stop the questioning, but she wouldn't. Christina. Arlo leaned forward. Husbands and wives argue, but that doesn't have to mean anything. She again stared at him for a second, then said,
They don't really argue when they get mad. Just don't talk. Up until 2 days before the...
She paused and looked at her brother.
The thing, they'd been that way.
Do you know what they were upset about? She shook her head, along with RJ. Now this is going to get a bit hard, but I'd like you to remember the night of the incident. Where were you, RJ? Arlo waited a beat, then added, I need you to tell me, not your sister. He looked up at Chrissy, and she nodded.
I was playing a video game with my dad.
Which game?
Mario Kart.
His voice rose with excitement.
I'm getting really good at it.
My son likes that one, too. Arlo looked at Chrissy. And you?
Upstairs reading,
she muttered. So you weren't playing with the two?
No, I like Animal Crossing better.
Your dad never left the house? Both kids shook their heads, but Chrissy turned her eyes away again. That and the instant paleness of her face made Arlo sure she wasn't telling the truth about something. Did he ever leave the room? Like maybe to go to the garage or to make a phone call? Again, both shook their heads.
He doesn't really make phone calls unless it's to Mom, Chrissy said. He uses texts instead.
Did he use his phone that night?
I don't know.
Chrissy shrugged.
I don't remember a lot of what anyone else did that night because of what happened.
Me neither, RJ muttered. Temporary amnesia is a great way to get out of telling on your parents. It's understandable. Must have been terrible to get that phone call.
It was.
Chrissy wrapped an arm around her brother. He buried his face in her shoulder. They sat like that for a few minutes until RJ finally sat up straight. He wiped a hand under his nose.
Can I ask something?
Chrissy sat forward. Sure.
Did the same guy attack my mother that day at Florida Fresh Foods?
No, he was in jail at the time.
Oh.
She sounded like a tire that had lost some air.
So the SUV had nothing to do with it?
SUV? Arlo glanced between the kids. What SUV?
The one that tried to run us off the road that morning.
She glanced at her brother.
RJ said he thought the guy who attacked her was driving it.
This was the first Arlo had heard about an SUV running them off the road.
Once finished with the kids, he went to his office to check on something. He scanned the report of the attack. A witness said they saw the attacker run around the convenience store and get into a white SUV. They'd been able to keep Otto locked up because of the drug possession. If he had been the person who tried to run Ms. Brady off the road, then the attack at Florida Fresh Foods would now be an attempted murder charge. Chapter 56. Arlo stared through the window with reflective glass coating into the interrogation room. Most people think there were two-way mirrors in police stations, but there is no such thing. It all came down to the coating put on a window that gives the two-way effect. As much as he wanted to do the interrogation, Arlo decided Nick would be a better fit. Since they were close to the same age, Ryan might see Nick as more of an equal than Arlo, be more willing to talk to him as a friend instead of a cop. That would leave Arlo to speak with Ms. Brady once her sister arrived to pick up the kids. Too bad with the news they'd found earlier. Should shock this guy to his core. Under the table across from Nick, Ryan's knee bounced up and down. His hands folded on top as if praying. He continually glanced around, nervous about being interrogated, or because he had something to hide. Hopefully they'd soon find out. Nick leaned forward. "We're here about the shooting of Gabrielle Brady, your wife, and the death of Kimberly Sullivan." Brady nodded. "How are my kids?" "They're with their mother right now. She has her sister coming to get them while we speak with her." "Good." Nick gave a quick glance at a notepad in front of him. Not that he needed to. He knew what had to be asked. By looking like he was incompetent, Arlo hoped Ryan Brady would say more than he intended. "How well did you know Kimberly Sullivan?" Nick asked. "Like I said at the hospital, not very well. She was my wife's friend. She did dinner with us, came to celebrations, things like that." "So you didn't have any reason to be seen at her house without your wife?" "No. Why would I?" "We have a witness who says you were there early." Nick again looked at his notes. "They saw you there Thursday morning, March 20th. "March 20th? His brow narrowed. "Oh, yeah." He snapped his fingers. "I returned her necklace." "Her necklace?" "She had this German necklace, black and gold. Her father gave her before he died. The clasp broke, and the closest place she could get it fixed was in Atlanta. They were going to charge her $60 just to ship it, and I had to be in Atlanta for a meeting, so I told her I'd save her the money and get the necklace for her." "You were returning this necklace?" "Yeah." "But I thought you went to Atlanta that weekend." "I did. I just didn't have time to drop it by, and Gabby wasn't meeting with her, so I stopped on my way back out." "How long did you stay at her house?" "Not long. She opened the door, I handed the box to her, then left." Ryan leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. "I wasn't having an affair with Kimberly Sullivan, if that's what you're thinking. Even if I was the type, she sure wasn't." "I wasn't thinking anything. Just trying to get to who killed Ms. Sullivan." Arlo could tell Nick had lost a bit of momentum, but he still had the Zena Romero zinger to stick him with. "Can you tell us again on the record," Nick said, "where you were on the evening of March 31st? "Home with my children. My wife had gone to a meeting." He swiped a hand across his lips. "I should have driven her," he murmured. Arlo stared through the glass at every move being made by Brady. With every look, every pause, every movement, Arlo would ask himself, was that guilt over her being shot, or guilt over being responsible? "What do you mean, driven her?" Nick asked. "Then she'd have been safe and Kimberly wouldn't have been killed." "Did you speak to anyone over the phone or have pizza delivered while at the house? Any way to confirm you were at home other than your children?" Kids were a poor source of an alibi. Most wouldn't think twice about lying for their parents. Also, parents had a way of manipulating things to make their children not remember events quite like they were. "No, just played video games with my son. My daughter spent most of the time upstairs in her room." He leaned back. But then if you've spoken to them, I'm sure they already told you that. So why are we wasting time here?" Nick ignored the question. "Can you think of anyone who might want to harm Miss Sullivan?" "No one. She was a nice lady." "How about your wife?" "She's a nice lady as well." Ryan's jaw tightened. "If I'd driven her, I might have spotted the guy. Doesn't help that my daughter's still mad at me. She suggested I drive her mother that night. She thought the guy who attacked Gabby might follow her." He looked down at the table. "I should have listened." "So you chose not to drive her, even with your daughter's concerns?" "Actually, Gabby insisted on driving herself. She refused to allow someone to take away her freedom. Told me privately she thought her showing strength would help the kids." He shook his head. "I thought this guy at the store was a one-time thing. I never thought he'd go after her at the school." "He didn't." What? "Otto Benedict, the man we believed attacked your wife, was arrested earlier that evening." "And you didn't tell us?" "We'd arrested him." "Do you know what this has done to my wife?" Ryan slapped the table. "How upset she's been since the assault? And you couldn't call and let us know?" "We have the guy who attacked your wife, but he's not the shooter," Nick said. "Mr. Benedict was in custody at the time." After a second, Ryan's shoulders folded, and he sat back. "What else do you need?" he muttered. "When did you first meet Zena Romero?" His eyes widened again, this time in shock. "What does Zena have to do with this?" "When did you first meet her?" He tugged out his cell and glanced at something. "Tuesday, March 25th, at a strip club. Is she the nut who's doing this?" "Why would you say that?" "Because she's crazy." "What do you mean, crazy?" "My partner and I took some clients to that club where she works. It's on Phillips Highway in Jacksonville. Don't recall the name. I had a bit too much to drink and ended up in a private room with her. Ever since, she's been calling, asking me to come by again. I mean, she's a stripper I never met before then. She even sent a picture of her giving me a lap dance." He shook his head. "Like I said, a nut. I didn't even leave a tip, so it doesn't make sense she'd want me to come back." "Mind if I see what she sent?" "No problem." He shoved the phone over to him. "Take anything you need. Do you think she's responsible?" "Who? This stripper that you claim to have only met once at—" "It's true," Ryan snapped. "I'd never been to that club before that night." "It seems Zena Romero's brother is one Otto Benedict, the man who attacked your wife in the Florida Fresh Foods shopping center." Ryan's eyes grew to about 3 times their size. Arlo took a step closer to the glass. Was his wide-eyed shock from surprise or from getting caught in a conspiracy to kill his wife? Chapter 57. An officer stuck his head in the door, causing Arlo to turn away from Ryan Brady's interview. "Yes," Arlo said. "Miss Brady said to let you know she's ready to meet with you." "Thanks. Tell her I'll be with her in just a moment." Arlo wondered if Miss Brady knew about the stripper and her husband. "You think this Zena shot Gabby?" Ryan asked Nick on the other side of the glass. "We can't be sure." "Can you?" "No. How would I?" "According to her brother, someone hired him to kill your wife." That had been information received from Otto's lawyer earlier that day, hoping for a deal. Otto claimed not to know who wanted her dead. Arlo didn't believe him. "What?" Ryan stood, toppling over the chair behind him. "Who? She needs protection." His eyes darted around. "I need to get out of here now." "Your wife is fine at this moment. She's being interviewed by my partner. We need to finish here. Please sit." Arlo grinned at Nick's calm composure, enough to irritate a suspect. "I need to make sure my family's safe." Ryan glared down at him. "The sooner we get done here, the sooner you can get back to your family." Nick's voice remained calm, with an edge of caring to soothe Ryan.
After a few seconds of staring down at the detective, Ryan picked up the chair and sat. "Like I said, this Zena's a nut." "So how many times did you see Ms. Romero?" "Like I told you, just once." "And is she the only woman you've had an affair with?" "We didn't have an affair," Ryan growled. "But you have had affairs, correct?" When Ryan didn't respond, Nick continued. "There's nothing to say that one of these other women might not have tried to do away with your wife in order to have you on their own. So how many?" Ryan swallowed hard. "Just one. But we haven't seen each other in a couple of years. I doubt she'd want me back bad enough to do this." "We'll need her name." "Roxanne Hughes." She paused. "I met her in North Carolina. I don't know her current address since it's been about 3 years. "How are your finances?" Nick asked. "My finances?" Ryan stared at Nick. He set his jaw. "I did not pay someone to have my wife killed." Arlo stared at the man. He almost believed him. But the coincidence of Otto Benedict and Zena Romero being related, and Ryan knowing one of them, was too much. Chapter 58. Gabby rubbed her hands up and down her arms. She wished she'd worn a sweater, but with the nice weather outside, she didn't think she'd need one. But the air conditioner was blowing high in this building, causing goosebumps to form on her arms. She certainly didn't think the kids' statements would take as long as they had. Once Ava arrived to pick up the kids, an officer led Gabby into the same room where Arlo Morales spoke with the children. They said he'd been nice, which made her feel better about not being in the room with them. She'd been sitting long enough for the coffee they'd given her to grow cold. She got up and glanced out the door, but didn't see any way to get a fresh cup. After a second of looking, she returned to her seat. At once the door opened, and Arlo Morales walked in. "Ms. Brady, sorry to keep you waiting. We're about finished, but we'd like to ask you a few questions to see if you recall anything else." He stuck his head out the door and asked someone to bring in 2 fresh cups of coffee. "How are you holding up?" he asked as he pulled a chair out to sit. "Okay, I guess. The leg's healing, but I still need the cane." She raised the walking stick a few inches. "At least I'm no longer in a sling." "Can you go over the events of that night again? Sometimes as time goes on, the shock has worn off and we remember more than earlier." A man brought in 2 styrofoam cups. After Gabby finished recounting what had occurred, she took a sip of coffee. The warm liquid felt good going down, but did little with the chill that crawled deep into her bones. "Do you recall if the shooter was a man or a woman who came up behind you?" "Everything happened so fast. But I feel like it was a man, though I couldn't see his face." "Why do you think a man? Did he say something to you?" "No, just an impression I had." She shrugged. "Might be because I don't expect a woman to do something like this." "Now, I just want to warn you that some of these questions are going to get hard and personal. If you need to stop, let me know." She swallowed hard. "Okay." "I need to ask you about Zena Romero." "Who's that?" "I believe your husband has been going to a strip club and seeing one of the strippers." Gabby turned away. "I never knew her name." "You've never seen her?" "No." "No one has phoned you or sent you pictures of her with your husband?" Her eyes widened and she jerked up. "I received a phone call telling me Ryan was cheating. There were also some texts." She'd forgotten all about them. "Do you mind if I see them?" "I deleted them." "That's okay. If you give me your cell, we can pull them back up." He leaned toward her. "People don't realize deleted doesn't mean gone." "Really?" She handed her phone to him. That made her feel good to know they could find those calls, possibly catch who made them. "I'll be back in a moment." Arlo got up and walked out the door. Gabby tapped her foot. Could this stripper be the one sending her messages? If so, how'd she get her number? The detective returned. "Thanks.
We're going to download the SIM card so we can get your phone back to you." He sat back down. "We have some good news. We believe we caught the man who attacked you at the Florida Fresh Food Shopping Center. His name is Otto Benedict."
"I knew you had a suspect, but hadn't heard you'd arrested him."
"Who told you we had a suspect?"
"Sherry Berry, some lady on the internet. She wanted to get my reaction to the news."
A crease formed between the detective's eyes.
"I'm glad you caught the guy responsible."
Gabby felt a sense of relief.
"Is he the one who killed Kimberly?"
"No, he was in custody. But there's something you should know." Anxiety rose in her chest from the look in his eye.
"What's that?"
"Otto Benedict is Zena Romero's brother."
The wind left her lungs. "What? The stripper?"
"We think she might have asked him to go after you."
"She's responsible?"
Gabby fought to calm herself. The last thing she wanted was to get hysterical in front of the detective. Arlo reached over and took hold of her hand. "I know this is hard, but I need to let you know your husband could be involved."
"Involved?"
It took all her power not to jump to her feet.
"Involved in what?"
"Mr. Benedict told another inmate someone hired him to kill you that day he attacked you. Who benefits from your death?" She stared at him for a second, too stunned to speak for a moment.
"Ryan."
She shook her head.
"I don't believe he'd do anything to harm me. Even if he hated me, he loves our children."
"It makes sense. Your husband would know where you were that night."
"So did everyone at the school who knew about the meeting."
She kneaded her hands together while she paced. "But were any of them familiar with the sister of the man who attacked you?"
"Maybe she's behind all this, responsible for this all on her own."
She stared at the detective in disbelief. Her entire world was being pulled apart one layer at a time. Someone hired him to kill you. Not just anyone. The police thought Ryan was responsible. The words were like a slap to the face. Ask yourself, how would Ms. Romero know where you were that evening? He leaned back. Ms. Brady, I would suggest you get a restraining order or stay with someone out of town and not let your husband know where you are. She couldn't believe what he was saying. She should run from her husband? No, she didn't believe it. Wouldn't believe it. She stood.
The kids have school, so I can't leave town. She shook her head. They've been through enough.
They'll go through even more if they lose their mother. Her heart raced. A chill raked down her spine. Someone hired him to kill you. The words echoed off every corner of her mind. She couldn't comprehend any of this. When she was first attacked, she thought it was just a robbery. But now this. She had to get out of here, away from all this. She threw the door open. Darting from the room, she raced down the hallway. Her legs screamed with each step. She'd forgotten her cane, but she didn't care. She had to get out of there. Where was the door? She needed air. Her chest felt about to cave in on itself. Someone hired him to kill you.
Ryan? No, he couldn't.
Tears spilled from her eyes. Everything blurred in front of her. An officer standing in a doorway watched her run by. She rounded a corner and stopped short. He was there, the man she loved with all her heart. Gabby. Terror seized her. Did Ryan want her children to grow up without their mother? With some stranger in her place? He rushed up to her. She stepped back.
How could you? She cried. After all I've done for you.
Gabby, what's wrong? He stared at her.
They told me about this stripper, about you and her.
Her sobs racked her entire body. I didn't. I swear. He shot her a hurt look. She wanted to believe him. I love you. Tears filled his eyes. She stared at his stunned face, his pain-filled eyes. At once she swayed into his arms, sobbing. I can't do this anymore.
It's okay. I got you, babe. He held her in his warm arms. Let's go home. No, he wasn't the one. She knew it in her heart. But hearts make mistakes. Hers had done so plenty in the past. A lot of pain before she met Ryan. Would her heart this time be making a mistake that could get her killed? Chapter 59. After getting her cane from the meeting room, Gabby followed Ryan out to the car. She couldn't get the detective's words from her mind. Someone hired him to kill her. Each thought rushed through her head like a mixing bowl full of ingredients being beaten together. How could she trust Ryan ever again with the affairs, the strip club, and the holding company she'd never brought up? A secret of her own in case she needed something in a court of law. Was he the one tearing their marriage apart with his secrets, or was she? Him. After all, he knew the person who attacked her, at least his sister. The look on his face said he wasn't involved, and he'd been very attentive since the shooting. An act or genuine concern? Even if he was part of this conspiracy, he was the one responsible. He brought this stripper into their lives. Gabby choked back a sob. She loved him, wanted to trust him. More confusion on her part. About a mile from the police station, Ryan pulled the car into a strip mall lot. The place appeared to have been closed for a while, with the windows boarded up and graffiti all over the walls. Her heart raced. There were no other cars, no one around. She recalled the attack at Florida Fresh Foods, the man's hands around her throat. Instinctively, her hand jumped to her neck. Could Ryan be planning to kill her now? Her eyes darted around, looking for some accomplice to jump out of hiding. What are we doing here? She tried to keep her voice calm, but it did no good. When she discovered he'd been cheating, it was like he'd pulled her heart from her chest and stomped on it. But finding out he might want her dead was worse. Pain mixed with anger, mixed with terror. I need to talk to you, Ryan said as he stared out the windshield. We need to talk. About what? She dared not look at him. He'd see the fear in her eyes, so she stared out the passenger window, waiting for a phantom to strike. I didn't try to kill you. I don't want you dead, Gabby, no matter what the police believe. Her cell phone shrilled, causing her to jump. She glanced at the caller ID. Please wait to answer it. He placed his hand on the phone. It's Ava. Might be something about the kids. They've had a trying day. She slid her finger across the screen. Hello? Just checking on whether you need bail. Ava chuckled. Not funny. Are the kids all right? Yeah, they're on the back porch. A bit quiet, but I think they'll be fine. Good. We're on our way. Gabby pressed the button to disconnect. Nothing urgent. Now what do you want to say? She felt more relaxed after hearing Ava's voice. If Ryan tried anything, the police would know he was responsible. Can you at least look at me? Ryan touched her leg. After a deep swallow, she forced herself to face him. A tear was rolling down his cheek. I don't want to lose you. He let out a loud breath. This is all my fault. I brought this Xena woman into our lives, but I swear if she's behind this, it's all her. I barely recall what she looks like because of all the alcohol. He took Gabby's hand in his. No matter what the police said, her heart wouldn't allow her to run. She loved him too much not to believe what he claimed. Was she being stupid? This stripper started sending me texts, asking me to stop by. Every time I blocked her number, she'd use a different one to contact me. You should have told me. Gabby spoke low. She wasn't sure he heard until he nodded. I thought I could handle it. If I'd known they'd go this far, I'd have contacted the police. He swiped his eye with the back of his hand. The police apparently also think I had an affair with Kimberly. Is that stupid? Gabby's stomach soured. She removed her hand from his. And were... Gabby, you
out of everyone, should know better. After a second, his glare softened. A neighbor saw me over there before I left for Atlanta. He scoffed. That's what I get for being a nice guy. What do you mean? I was there to give her back her necklace. Her necklace? Gabby's mind reeled. She'd had it fixed in Atlanta, and I picked it up for her. He stared at Gabby. You don't remember her telling you about the necklace her father gave her? The last night we had her over, I overheard her telling you how much the shipping would cost. After a second, Gabby recalled the conversation. He was right. The one made in Germany. Gabby turned more toward her husband. How could she not ask Kimberly about it? Why suspect her when she'd never done anything to hurt Gabby? Yeah, I told her I'd pick the necklace up for her. I assumed she told you. No. At once grief raced through Gabby. Why didn't she ask Kimberly? She'd wasted those last few days because of her own insecurities. She treated her friend so badly, hiding from her, sending her messages to voicemail. Tears welled in her eyes at her own foolishness. I swear, Gabby, I never slept with her. Ryan paused. If you don't believe me, ask yourself, would Kimberly have done that to you? After all she went through with that conniving ex of hers, would she hurt you like that? Gabby knew the answer, and hated herself for all the terrible thoughts she'd had about her best friend. Would she? Ryan asked. No, Gabby sniffled. No, she wouldn't. Right. Ryan released a loud breath. I need you to believe I wouldn't try to hurt you either. He paused, then added, I had an affair years ago. I visited a strip club. I'm having issues with my business, and you being hurt, my world is falling apart. She took hold of his hand and gave it a squeeze. Are there any other secrets? She asked. Anything else that could destroy us? I need to know. Chapter 60. Gabby was so angry, her jaw ached. Would she ever forgive herself for thinking the worst about Kimberly? Her irritation with Ryan for the mess he'd created didn't help. That stripper could have killed Kimberly. He seemed to rock back from her words when she asked him about secrets. In the end, he claimed there wasn't anything else that would hurt her or the family. As of this very second, she believed him. She needed time alone to think about everything. Putting her family back together was the most important thing in her life right now, as long as nothing else hit her between the eyes. While Ryan waited in the car, she walked up to Ava's front door. Her steps felt even more heavy, using the cane. She paused, needing to gather her composure. She didn't want Chrissy or RJ to know the police believed their father killed Kimberly. Ava opened the door. Are you all right? You sounded stressed on the phone. She glanced over Gabby's shoulder at the car parked in her driveway. I'm fine for now, Gabby said. I need to get the kids. Sure. Ava took a step back, allowing Gabby in. Chrissy, RJ, time to go. Both were on the back patio, sitting near the pool. Gabby walked out and joined them. Mom, did they catch him? RJ asked. Catch who? After a second, she realized what he was talking about. They caught the man who attacked us at Florida Fresh Foods, but he wasn't the one who shot your Aunt Kimberly. They caught someone? Ava stood at the sliding glass door. How can they be sure he didn't do the shooting? He was in jail. How convenient. Ava's lips tightened. The kids gathered their belongings and said goodbye to their Aunt Ava. Gabby slowed her steps, leaving. Can I come by tomorrow? She asked her sister. You can come any time. I have a tee-off time at 8. How about you come by after? Ava took Gabby's hand. Are you sure you're going to be all right? Not really. Gabby fought the tears wanting to come. Ava hugged her at the door, something she rarely did, her way of supporting her little sister. Once home, Gabby plodded upstairs to lay down, using her leg as an excuse. She was sure everyone saw through it, but didn't care. She needed time alone. After dinner, she headed outside to the deck. Footsteps sounded behind her.
"You okay?" Ryan asked.
"What's not to be okay about?" Gabby spoke through tight lips. "You're destroying our family because you can't keep your little man in your pants?" He sat in another chair. "I don't want to lose our family, what we have here." "Then why'd you do it? Why'd you sleep with that woman in North Carolina?"
"What I did was wrong, but I can't go back and change things."
Small beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. "Let me guess. You only slept with her once, like the strip club." He said nothing, which answered her question louder than words could have. You don't take a picture of your one-night stand. Silence surrounded them. Finally, she said, "I need to know why, so we can fix it."
"I wish I could tell you." He scrubbed his hands down his face. "I tried to figure it out for months, but have no answer. Maybe because I was never popular in school. I've never had many women in my life. Heck, I hadn't even had sex until the age of 22.
"What's that got to do with anything?"
Gabby grumbled. She couldn't help but wonder if he'd used the same excuse when Ava found out about him cheating on her. "I'm saying that I've got women paying attention to me now. It's kind of nice. It's also a stupid excuse to cheat, but the only one I've got."
"Well, then I should just date popular boys when I get older."
Both Gabby and Ryan turned to find Chrissy standing behind the screen door.
She added, "Then I won't have to worry about my husband cheating on me."
Ryan looked like RJ the day he got his hand caught in his Halloween candy bag one year. "No, honey, that's not what I'm saying." Ryan stood, his jaw clenched. He pulled the screen door open. Chrissy shoved past him and rushed into Gabby's arms.
"I hate you,"
she screamed. Tears stood in her eyes.
"I hate you for ruining our family."
"No." Gabby pulled Chrissy tighter. "You don't hate your father."
"I do, I swear."
Gabby raised her daughter's chin and looked into her eyes. "You're hurt, but you don't hate him."
"I do, Mom. I do."
She swiped at her runny nose with the back of her hand.
"I'm on your side."
Pain gripped Gabby's heart. She didn't want anyone to take sides. She hated that her family was getting torn further apart. "I don't even hate your father. That's the sad part about this whole thing." Gabby swallowed back the tightness in her throat. "No matter what he's done, neither one of us could hate him, because we love him way too much." Chapter 61. Sunday, April 6th. After the interview with the Bradys the day before, Arlo spoke with Roxanne Hughes, the woman in North Carolina who Ryan Brady had been seeing, while Nick met with a judge to get a search warrant for the Brady home. The woman confirmed what Ryan had said. Their relationship ended years before. She was now engaged to be married. Didn't seem to be any hard feelings there. Arlo brought up the credit card receipts for the Brady family. Ryan Brady had agreed to a DNA swab, allowed the police to view his phone, and even check into their credit history. Not the actions of a man who was guilty. But then, some perps thought they were a lot smarter than the average cop. The credit history and credit cards proved nothing to be off-kilter. Ryan had charged a hotel room in Atlanta several times since the beginning of the year, but he had business there. Nothing on the strip club, but then that might be on a business account. "Got it." Nick rushed in with the warrant, excitement in his eyes. "Get a couple of units and let's get over there." Arlo pulled his jacket from the chair. Within 20 minutes they pulled up in front of the Brady home. Arlo knocked and waited. Nick stood behind him with 2 other officers. After a second knock, footsteps sounded, and the door swung open. Ryan Brady stood on the other side. "Can I help you?" Nick charged forward. "Ryan Brady, we have a warrant to search the premises. Is there anyone else in the house besides you?" "My whole family is here." Brady stood with the door open, stunned. "Can't this wait until the children are gone?" "No, we can't," Nick said. "Do you have any weapons in the house?" "I have a gun in my car." "I'll go with you to get it," Arlo said.
Move aside. Nick stared at Ryan eye to eye. If you don't, we'll have to take you in for obstruction. After a beat, Ryan moved over to allow them in. What's going on? What are you doing? Arlo could hear Gabrielle Brady's desperate voice. We need all the electronics, Nick yelled to the officers. Mom, what are they doing? Arlo winced at the sound of the young girl's voice. He saw Ms. Brady hugging the 2 children. Why don't you come outside? He suggested with a wave of 2 fingers. The boy clung to his mother while the girl clutched a notebook. Had they disturbed her homework? No way she'd finish after the police got done. I can't believe you're doing this to us. I'm the victim, don't forget. Gabby's face turned red with anger as she hobbled down the walkway with a cane. You'll be hearing from our attorney, and from here on in, I don't want you speaking to any of us without an attorney. She looked at her husband over Arlo's shoulder. She gave a curt nod of her head. That's right, Ryan nodded back. She led the children to their car parked in the driveway. Arlo turned to Ryan. You said you had a weapon in your car? It's in the garage. Arlo followed him out. Here. Ryan handed him the keys to the car. Look at anything you want. I don't care. Just get done. Unlike Arlo's garage, this one was fairly clean. A built-in table held 3 screwdrivers, a hammer, and other assorted tools. Plastic bins were stacked under a wood table. The police would do a quick search through them before leaving. Bicycles hung on racks from the ceiling. No lawnmower or yard tools, but then you didn't need any if someone took care of your yard. Arlo hit the key fob on the set of keys. The car beeped, and the headlights blinked on the tan sedan. Is the car in your name? Arlo asked. It's my company car. Ryan stood with his arms crossed over his chest in the doorway. Mind if I search it? Do whatever you need so you can get out of here. Arlo nodded. Where's the gun? Glove box. Arlo opened the door to the glove box. He pulled out papers and insurance cards. There's no gun in here. It should be there. Ryan walked down the 3 steps into the garage and looked over Arlo's shoulder. That's where I always keep it. It's not there now. He looked at the concern on Brady's face, like the man was trying to figure out what would happen next. Where else could your weapon be? Arlo asked. I either keep it in the car or in the nightstand in our bedroom. When's the last time you saw it? Arlo searched under the car seat while he spoke. Ryan rubbed his chin with his thumb and forefinger. The night Gabby was attacked, I brought the gun inside the house and put it upstairs. I brought it back down the next morning. Maybe you just thought you put it back. Maybe. His voice didn't sound hopeful. Arlo told another officer to look for the gun upstairs while he continued with the search of the car. What caliber is it? A .38 Special. Ryan stood on the top stair leading to the garage, his brow furrowed. If he was lying about the whereabouts of his gun, he should get an Emmy. The bullets should be up in the walk-in closet. We'll need to take those with us. Ryan nodded but didn't act like he heard, just going through the motions. He started the chin rubbing again, definitely nervous. They both knew if they didn't find that gun, it was likely the weapon used to shoot his wife and kill her friend. Chapter 62. Gabby sent a text to Ava telling her that the police were searching her home. Like we haven't been through enough. Ava replied, Do you want to come stay here? No, it'll be all right. Gabby couldn't run, not just yet. In case you need it, my house is available, even if it's just for a little while. With all the boxes being taken from her home, it took all Gabby's power not to race off to her sisters. How could the police do this to them? She had done nothing wrong. Ryan walked to the front stoop. He looked at her and mouthed the word, sorry. He should be. If he hadn't gone to that strip club, none of this would have happened. Zena had to be the person behind all this. Her brother had attacked them in the parking lot. Gabby figured she got another guy to shoot her and kill Kimberly. Did the police not see that? Gabby tried to rein in her temper, but all she wanted to do right now was get hold of this Zena and tear her hair from her head. A rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. Gabby glanced at the gray sky. A gust of wind rustled a nearby tree, warning of an impending storm. But within her, a storm had already arrived. "This is all his fault," Chrissy frowned. "Stop saying that." RJ crossed his arms over his chest. "Dad would never hurt any of us." Chrissy gave her brother a glare. "He had an affair." "No, he didn't." "Both of you, stop it." The edge in Gabby's voice made both the kids step back. "Excuse me." Gabby turned to the low voice coming behind her. Mrs. Aquino, the neighbor across the street, appeared at their side. "I don't mean to intrude, but I thought you'd like to come over before it rains." The petite woman looked at the children with her big brown eyes. "I whipped up a batch of cookies." At that moment, Arlo Morales walked from the house and passed Ryan. Arlo glanced at Gabby, his face grim. Why did she get the feeling things were not about to get better? Maybe she'd been stupid to stay at her house with a man who might want her dead. She should have gone to stay with her parents, or Ava. At the least, her children wouldn't have been here for this. But no matter what everyone thought, Gabby couldn't believe Ryan would go this far to get rid of her. Why not leave her? Because you'd get half the worth of that holding company and half his business. But she didn't want half. She wanted her home, her family. "Come on, you don't need to be seeing this." Mrs. Aquino wrapped an arm around Gabby. "Not with all you've been through, and the children need to come too." Gabby turned to leave when someone called her name. Detective Morales rushed her way. She waited. He looked at both the kids. "I'm sorry for this, but it's standard procedure when there's a violent crime. We searched the Sullivan home as well." RJ raised his chin in the air. Chrissy had her lips tight, an angry look on her face. Gabby imagined her own expression was about the same. "We'll leave a list of what was taken for you on your dining room table." Morales glanced over his shoulder. "And when can we expect our items back?" Gabby asked. "As soon as we're finished with them. We'll let you know when you can pick them up." Chrissy placed her hands on her hips. "You're taking them. You should have to return them." "Unfortunately, that's not how it works." His eyes were downcast. "Never how it works with people like you." The anger in Mrs. Aquino's voice surprised Gabby. "I can't believe you're doing this with everything this poor woman's been through." Mrs. Aquino took a step forward and got right in the detective's face. Gabby caught the grin spreading across Chrissy's face. "She's not well enough to be putting up with this." Mrs. Aquino waved her hands in the air. "Nonsense. That's what this is." She turned to go, then stopped and turned around. "These are good people. Go down to the gutter and find those responsible, but leave these people alone. Lazy. That's what you are, taking the easy way." She turned on her heel and stomped off, leading Gabby and the kids to her house. Gabby would have laughed too, except for the look on Detective Morales' face when he'd come out of her house. A voice inside told her he'd found something that might prove her husband wanted her dead. Chapter 63. Once the police left, Gabby led the children back home. Ryan sat on the sofa in the living room, his head in his hands. The kids ran upstairs to check their belongings. Gabby could barely look at Ryan. She closed a drawer in the end table. The police had taken all the papers out. The only thing left were pens and a blank notepad. At least the kids had a slight break at Mrs. Aquino's. She filled them full of cookies with strawberries, and they laughed about the look on the detective's face when she yelled at him. Gabby swore the little woman used her entire body to get that anger out. "It's bad," Ryan said. "I don't know what's going on." "What do you mean?" Gabby turned and looked at his hunched shoulders. His voice was weak, nervous. He looked at her with a narrow brow. "My gun's missing." She gasped. "I swear, Gabs, I didn't do this." He scrubbed his hands up and down his face. "I'm so scared." "They even searched my room," Chrissy yelled from the top of the stairs, taking Gabby's attention from Ryan. "They looked at everything." She glared down at her father. "I hate you. I hate you for doing this to us. You're supposed to love us." She turned around before anyone could say anything and rushed back into her room, slamming the door behind her. Tears rolled from Ryan's eyes. "She's right. This is all my fault. All because of that stupid woman." He glanced up the staircase. "How do I fix this with you, much less her?" Gabby walked over and pulled Ryan into a hug. "Once the truth comes out," she said, "it'll fix itself." The tormented look on his face wasn't something he could fake. Unless there was definitive proof, she believed him. She released him and headed upstairs, using the railing more than her cane for support. She stopped in RJ's room. "Everything okay in here?" she asked. "Yeah, they went through stuff and took my tablet, but that's it." She knew the tablet was rarely used. Good. She then headed to Chrissy's room. When she found the door locked, she knocked. "Chrissy, let me in." In a second the door opened and Gabby entered the room. Drawers were in disarray. Chrissy's books were stacked instead of lined up. How could they think anything would be in her children's books? "Don't try to change my mind. I meant what I said." Chrissy sniffled and wiped at her nose. "This is all his fault." "I know, and so does he." When Chrissy turned, there were tears in her eyes. "They tore through everything, including my underwear drawer. They saw everything." As humiliating as that might be for a grown woman, for a teenage girl it had to be worse. Gabby pulled her daughter against her. "I'm sorry you're going through this, but I promise things will get better." "I don't see how. You can't trust him?" "I have to, because of my love for him." She wiped her daughter's wet cheeks. "I love you, and so does your father. Though he hasn't made smart decisions in the past, he loves us. I believe that in my heart." Chrissy pulled away. She turned to her dresser and started straightening things. "You don't understand. He's been lying to you." "What do you mean?" She slid her books from the shelf. After a moment or two, she said, "He had an affair." "I know, but I don't believe he did this. My heart tells me that. I can't believe he'd be responsible." Chrissy stood the books back up, then moved to her dresser, where she straightened her clothing. "Yeah, but does he love you? After all, he cheated with another woman." She slammed her top drawer, then moved on to the second one. "I want to believe he does." "But that doesn't make it true." Chrissy refused to look at her. "He's trying to kill you." Her words shocked Gabby into taking a step back. "How can you say such a thing?" "It's what my heart says. What I don't get is how can you not see it?" Gabby stared at her child. Did both kids know the police suspected their father? Did they both think he wanted her gone? She swallowed a lump in her throat. "He isn't the one doing this." "I hope you're right." Chrissy slammed the second drawer shut. "Because if not, you'll end up dead." Her words were so cold, Gabby didn't know what to say. How could she make her daughter understand? "I'll be in my room if you need me," Gabby muttered. She plodded to her bedroom. Her entire world was crashing in around her. In her bedroom, she found her drawers askew. She refolded clothes the police had disturbed. Footsteps sounded, coming up the stairs. "They searched everything, every inch," she said to Ryan. She looked at the dresser, the door, out the window, anywhere but at him. "Say something," he begged. If there was something to find, they did so. She finally turned to him. There wasn't anything to find. His fists were white. "Then this will be over quickly." She hoped her voice held the conviction she wanted it to. "Sit down. Let me do that," he said. "No. I need to do something other than sit or I'll go crazy." Stomach acid burned in her throat. How could one of his children think he was a killer? Ryan sat on the edge of the bed. You always were that way. When times got tough, you had to clean. It seemed to take your mind off things for a few minutes. He stared at the wall, a faraway look in his eye. You remember when you were pregnant with Chrissy? The doctor said you had high blood pressure. You came home and rearranged and cleaned everything in the kitchen. I wasn't sure how cleaning helped, but you swore it would. And you were right. The doorbell rang. She looked at Ryan over her shoulder. I'll get it. RJ's footsteps pounded down the stairs. If it's the police, Ryan said, I'm going to tell them we want an attorney. I'm tired of all this. Maybe if I'd hired a lawyer from the beginning, this wouldn't be happening. She followed Ryan to the top of the stairs. Her heart pounded in her chest as RJ opened the front door. Ava stood on the other side. Instant relief came in. Ryan did a quick glance at Chrissy's door. Sadness filled his eyes, breaking Gabby's heart. He trudged down the staircase with Gabby behind him. She believed him. She really did. That wasn't acting. No one was that good. Were they? I hear you had some excitement around here. Ava mussed RJ's hair. Yeah, you should have seen Mrs. Aquino, RJ said. She told off one of the detectives. It was great. Ava gave a head nod to Ryan and Gabby. Well, I wish I'd been here to help her. Once at the bottom of the stairs, Gabby hugged Ava. Is Chrissy ready? Ava asked. Ready for what? Gabby looked at Ryan, who shrugged. She called me and asked if she could stay overnight with me. I assumed she asked you already. No, she didn't. Chrissy's door opened and closed. She walked out with everyone downstairs, looking up at her. She pulled a rolling suitcase behind her. Why did you call your aunt? Gabby asked. Because I can't stay here. Chrissy used her arm to wipe her eyes. But you should have asked. Gabby didn't blame her daughter. She wanted to run too. You have school tomorrow. Aunt Ava said she'd take me. I'll be home after. Chrissy walked over and hugged Gabby. I need a break to think about what you said. She sniffled. She looked at her father, pain on her face. This hurt Chrissy as much as it did Ryan. I'm not mad at you, Mom. I know this isn't your fault. She looked again at Ryan. I don't want to lose my mom. If you love me, you won't let that happen. Ryan's eyes widened. Gabby almost broke down, seeing the look of realization on his face that Chrissy believed he killed Kimberly and was trying to kill her mother. Gabby didn't know what to say. Maybe it would be good for the kids to get away, to think things over. She looked at RJ. Do you want to go to your aunt's too? I don't run when things get rough. He raised his chin like he had when the detective confronted them out front. I'm not running, Chrissy muttered. I need to get away to think, without police showing up or... She looked up at her father. Looks like you're running away. RJ narrowed his eyes. Not everything we see is the truth. Chrissy winced at her brother's words, though Gabby wasn't sure what he was talking about. That's enough. Ryan's Adam's apple jumped. If Chrissy needs time to realize I love her and would never do anything to hurt her, including harming her mother, then I think Ava's is a fine place to do so. His jaw tightened. Tears filled Chrissy's eyes. It was clear she wanted to believe him, but something was holding her back. Gabby wished she could make her understand. She hated all this tension. The kids were picking sides, boys against the girls. Yet she wanted it to be the entire family versus everyone else. A rising sense of panic rushed in as Chrissy walked out the door. Gabby bit her lip to keep from bawling upon seeing another piece of her world drop off. Chapter 64. Monday, April 7th. Gabby placed the clean clothes on the corner of Chrissy's bed. The house was too quiet the day before without her at home. Ryan and RJ seemed overly quiet as well. No video games, not even sports on the TV. That Monday morning, Ryan went to work, dropping RJ off on the way. Gabby spent that morning washing all Chrissy's clothes, hoping her daughter felt better about the police searching her room. Apparently, Ava had a long talk with her niece, explaining that it was okay to be mad at her dad. It was all right for others not to be angry with him as well. She told her to remember everything in the past, if there was anything that made Chrissy think her father would do this. Was there anything that proved he hated her mother more than he loved his children? Hopefully, the words worked. Gabby considered doing the same, but as things went on, she knew Ryan wasn't the one responsible. He was a smart man. He'd not have used his own gun. He might have hired someone, but he would not have hired anyone connected with him. No, her husband would not have been so stupid as to use people close to him. She was sure someone stole the gun outside that club. Likely the stripper. As Gabby finished hanging the last of the clothes, her cell buzzed. She snatched the phone out of her pocket. "Hello?" she said. "Miss Brady? This is she?" Gabby didn't recognize the voice on the other end of the line. "This is Shirley in the office over at Gilchrist Elementary." "Hey, how are you?" Gabby hoped they didn't want her to volunteer for something. "I'm fine. The reason for my call is RJ got into a fight at school today. He's been suspended for the rest of the day. He'll have to stay after school for detention the remainder of the week." "What? Wait, are you sure you have the right child? RJ doesn't fight." "Well, he did this time. Apparently the kid he hit said something about his father." Gabby strangled the phone. Of course he'd protect his dad. "I'll be right there." Within 20 minutes, RJ sat in the car's back seat, heading home. RJ spent the entire time trying to convince her the fight wasn't his fault. The boy shouldn't have accused his dad of being a killer. While Gabby agreed, it was still no reason to punch the other kid. Gabby pulled around the corner to see Ryan's tan company car in the driveway. She didn't need him home right now, pleading his case. She had other things to contend with. Her feet felt heavy as she limped into the house. RJ rushed in to tell his dad all about defending him. "It's still no reason to hit someone." Ryan held RJ by one shoulder. "I want you to apologize to this boy, and never fight again unless it's protecting yourself or someone else physically." "Do I have to apologize?" "Yes." Ryan patted RJ's shoulder. "I appreciate you stuck up for me, but I can take some fool's talk. And that's all it is. Fool's talk." "Okay." "You have a book report due next week," Gabby said. "You need to get on it." "Oh, Mom." "What? You thought this would be a vacation? An afternoon of play? It's not." She stood with her hands on her hips. "Head up and get to reading. No computer, no games until detention is over." "It's not like I can do anything anyway, since the police have everything." "You heard your mother." Ryan shook a finger at RJ, but Gabby saw the glint in his eye. She knew before the end of the week he'd have his son off the grounding. Even she wasn't as mad as she should be. RJ trudged upstairs. He'd apparently been sure his parents would be proud of him. "Must run in the family," Ryan said. "What's that?" "Anger." He referred to his father and sister, who lived in California. They visited last year at Christmas, which was more than enough for Gabby. They argued and fought their entire visit. His sister even tried to pull Gabby into several of their arguments. She often wondered what Ryan's mother had been like. She'd left when the kids were young and never looked back. Too bad she left them with a verbally abusive man. "RJ was protecting you in the only way he knew how." Gabby continued with her stare at RJ's closed door. "I know," Ryan said. "But I don't want him to become the type of person who uses his hands when he loses his temper." "He's frustrated. Everything's off kilter. Chrissy's usually here for him to talk to. Right now he's got no one since they are on opposite ends." "He's got us." "Yeah, 2 people falling apart." She shook her head. "It might actually help him if he saw you get angry once in a while instead of hiding." "What do you want me to do? You want me to punch someone?
No, but I'd like to see you fight. Fight this mess. Stop relying on the police to do everything.
I don't know what you expect of me. I'm not a detective.
I don't either, but the least you can do is fight for your family. Take your daughter out to lunch and talk to her. See why she would think you did this.
She turned on her heel to head up the stairs. She stopped halfway up.
You can also think back on things. When was the last time you saw the gun? Who would do this to you? It's hard to believe it's some stripper who only met you once. Something else must be going on.
You don't actually think there's someone framing me? He scoffed. That's such TV.
If you're not being framed, then what is it?
She marched back down the stairs.
It's either someone setting you up,
you're one of the unluckiest men in the world,
or you're responsible.
I told you I didn't have anything to do with the shooting. His shoulders stiffened.
This whole mess started because of your actions.
She glared at him.
Even your daughter thinks you're responsible. So, fix that, if nothing else.
They stared at each other for a few seconds. You're right. Ryan's jaw was taut. This is my doing. I need to fix it.
He grabbed his keys. Where are you going?
Gabby followed him to the door. To the one person who has all the answers. Zena Romero. She grabbed him by his arm.
I didn't want you to go after someone. I wanted you to figure out who and how. Then we'd call the police. Think about the club. Could she have gotten into your car? Why would she be doing this? I can't believe this is all over a lap dance. There's something else going on. We need answers.
And she's the one who has them. His tone left little room for argument. He stormed out the door to the garage, slamming it behind him. Within seconds, he had the outer garage door up. Irritation crawled over Gabby. Why was it easier for him to face a stripper than to pick his daughter up at school and talk with her? She watched him out the window as he sped around the corner. A chill raked through Gabby. Did he believe he'd find answers the police couldn't? She should have stopped him. What if this Zena tried to harm him to keep her secrets? Or what if whoever was really behind Kimberly's death went after him? Gabby paced, thinking. There was another person who had answers, but she wasn't sure how to get in to speak with him. She pulled up the number for the St. Johns County Detention Center. Could she find some way to get Otto Benedict to tell her the truth? Chapter 65. Arlo pulled in the lot to a concrete office building and parked next to a tan Volvo. He grimaced. He'd hoped Ryan Brady wouldn't be there. They wanted to speak with his co-workers. Easier to do when the person you're talking about wasn't there. They needed to either verify Ryan's guilt or take him off the list of suspects. Arlo got a face full of cold air when he opened the door to the office building. He and Nick took the elevator to the third floor to Suite 307, Data Stream Bites. The receptionist rose as he and Nick entered. She appeared to be in her early 20s, good-looking, well-built, and she smelled of some sort of sweet perfume.
"May I help you?"
she asked. "We're here to meet with Wade Foster." Arlo handed her his card.
"I'll let him know you're here. There's coffee if you'd like, and water in the refrigerator."
She used her head to point to the corner of the room where a small fridge sat on the ground, and a single-serve coffee maker was on top. Arlo and Nick both took a seat on the nice furniture. The comfortable chairs kept him from complaining about having to wait. A coffee table sat in the middle of the room, covered with computer magazines. The young woman returned within a minute.
"Mr. Foster will be with you in a few minutes."
Very professional, unlike most young people these days. Wade Foster's appearance surprised Arlo when he came to the reception area. He had dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in a while, and he reeked of cigarettes. Nothing like the professional persona of his receptionist, and nothing like his partner, who, despite his wife's shooting, always looked like a president of the board of directors. When they shook hands, Arlo noticed Wade's overly firm grip, like trying to prove he was the tough guy in the office. He led them down the hallway. On the way, they passed an empty office with the lights off. "This is Ryan's office." Wade jerked his head to the right. "He's not here today. Hasn't been since the shooting. If you want to go through it, I don't think there'd be an issue." Arlo scanned it. He'd likely take Wade up on it later. Inside the room sat a desk with a computer and picture frames. The wall displayed accolades and a diploma, and a large credenza stood under the window. "I thought I saw his car out front," Arlo said. "That would have been mine. We both have the same type of company car, only mine has more bells and whistles inside." Wade's office was larger than Ryan's. The office furniture appeared more expensive. 2 computer screens sat on a credenza to their left. No personal photographs. Just one of Wade with a couple other people outside Caesar's Palace in Vegas. One looked familiar. "Is that Celine Dion?" Nick pointed at a woman in the picture. "Sure is. Got lucky to bump into her." Wade sat behind his oak desk and gestured with his hand for Arlo and Nick to sit in the empty chairs across from him. "What can I help you with?" he asked with a hint of a southern drawl. In a few minutes, they learned DataStream Bytes was a software development company that specialized in things needing an engineering degree to understand. Since Arlo didn't have one, he turned the conversation to the case. "How long have you known Ryan Brady?" Arlo asked. "Since we were kids. Met in middle school and became instant friends." Wade spun his coffee mug, one of those with a lid that kept coffee hot. "What do you know about his marriage?" Arlo asked. "What about it? They appear to love one another. Ryan's never said anything bad about Gabrielle." "How well do you know her?" "Met her when they were dating. Gone to the house for holidays, special events. She's a wonderful cook. Other than that," he shrugged, "we're not good friends." "Yet you and your partner are best friends." "Do you hang with the wife of your best friend, Detective? Without the friend?" Arlo didn't answer, but he knew what the guy was getting at. You know the friend, not necessarily the wife. "I didn't think so." Wade gave a smug grin. "I love the woman because she's my friend's wife, but she in no way confides in me." Arlo nodded. "Did you know Kimberly Sullivan?" "Met her a few times at Ryan's, for things like birthdays for the kids. She was RJ's godmother. I'm his godfather. She seemed like a nice lady." He glanced at the 2 computer screens. "Awful thing that happened. Are you any closer to finding out who did it?" "We're not at liberty to discuss the case." He grunted a laugh. "You think it's Ryan. That's why you're here. Well, I can tell you there's no way he did this. He loves Gabby. If they were having issues, I'd probably know." Something in Wade's demeanor told Arlo he wasn't telling the entire story about his friend Ryan. Maybe his manner had to do with the cheating and not the shooting. "Did you know Ryan had an affair with a woman a couple of years ago?" Wade leaned back. His mouth opened, then closed. After a second, he nodded. "But it's been over for a long time." "What about the Sapphire Men's Strip Club?" Again, Wade appeared shocked. "What about it?" he muttered. "Whose idea was it to go there with the clients?" Wade waited a beat, then said, "I don't recall." The man was doing a good job protecting his friend. "Could Ryan have suggested that particular club?" Arlo asked. "Or one of the businessmen with us. I can't say for sure which." "We understand Ryan took a woman into a private room." Wade grinned. He was so wasted. Drank too much. Unusual for him. He shook his head. "If that's the best evidence you have, then it's not much." "Does your partner go to strip clubs often?" "Not that I'm aware of." "So you can't be sure." Wade stared at them, then shook his head. "I'm not with him 24/7. He released a loud breath. "Just because Ryan sees other women doesn't mean he's a killer. He has no reason to kill Gabby, and he sure wouldn't do something like that for some stripper he met one night." "Are you sure they only saw each other once? Any sign they knew each other when you walked in?" Wade's brow narrowed as if he were thinking about it. Not that I noticed, but they were gone for about 15 minutes. He immediately paid his bill and left when he returned to the table. Did Mr. Brady tell you his gun is missing? What? His .38 from his car. Do you have a key? Wade jerked back. Yes, but anyone in the office has access. What do you mean? He swallowed hard. We keep the spare keys to our cars on a key ring in the supply room. Everyone has access, even maintenance. Do you mind if we check to see if the key is still there? Sure. He stood and led them to a room with a box full of paper, pens, even a spare printer. Here. Wade grabbed the key from the hook before Arlo could stop him. Arlo took it. No point in checking for prints, and no actual way to tell if anyone made a copy. Excuse me. The receptionist walked up to them. Mr. Foster, your phone conference is on the line. He looked at Arlo. Are we finished? We'd like to speak with your staff. Feel free to use our conference room, Wade said. And here, if you have any more questions. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Arlo. Arlo couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something was off about Wade Foster's demeanor. He was too accommodating. Didn't appear reserved about discussing his partner, almost as if he'd rehearsed any questions they might have asked. Arlo sat in the conference room and thought about it. The man was way protective of his partner. Did his caution have to do with the business? Or did he know something about Ryan and the shooting he wasn't willing to share with the police? Chapter 66. Sherry glanced out the peephole to see who was knocking. Her father stood on the other side. She couldn't think of the last time he'd visited her apartment. Terrible timing, since she had a video to edit and to decide what she planned to wear for her first television show. The people for The Guilty Party had invited her on. She wanted to make a good impression. After another knock on the door, she welcomed her father in. She got him some sweet tea, and they sat in the living room across from each other. So, what brings you by? She asked. I've been watching your videos on this Brady situation. And what do you think? They've been interesting. She could feel a but coming. I hope I'm not out of line, but exactly how much proof is there that this husband's guilty? He asked. There's no smoking gun. Yet. Sherry's heart ratcheted up a notch. Why? You've pretty much got him convicted. Last time I looked, a man's innocent until proven guilty. How could he accuse her of this? There's plenty of circumstantial evidence against him, including having an affair and knowing the woman whose brother attacked his wife. I'm worried about the implications you're making. If you're going to do this right, you need to just give the evidence. Let your fans draw their own conclusions. Heat rose in her chest. I didn't say Mr. Brady did the shooting. Not in those words, but close enough. Even if I did, he's likely guilty. She jerked a pillow up and placed it against her chest to deflect the accusations of her father. That word there, likely. That means you don't know for sure. Her dad raised his eyebrows. Sherry opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. I know you don't mean any harm, Dad said. But you need to think how this might affect him if he's not guilty. She couldn't speak. How could he accuse her of something so terrible? She stared at her father. It's like the poor security guard in the Atlanta bombing in 1996. He paused. You should look up the story. The media had him guilty long before the police discovered he had been protecting people. Destroyed him. By the time it came out that he was innocent, most people didn't care. Sherry smacked the pillow once with her hands. I'm not saying anything different from any other station. You're right. You're not. But watching your prior videos, I always thought you were better. Why did you change things for this particular case? A lump formed in Sherry's throat, keeping her from answering. She had changed things up, gotten more involved. Tears filled her eyes. Listen, honey. He got up and walked over to her. He sat on the coffee table and took her hands in his. The media is now one of the least respected businesses because they care more about ratings than the truth. You're better than that. I didn't mean to accuse him. I suggest you take a step back. Make it clear he might still be innocent, even with everything pointing at him. I do a lot of research. Even have someone in the police department who gives me information. I'm legit. I know you are, and I've always been proud of what you've done. He did a sideways grin. Always telling my friends to watch you. You do? Of course I do. But you said nothing. Just seemed upset because I didn't go to college. He flinched. Because I figured some classes could help you. Take some marketing courses, advertising, something to go with your business. He stood. Don't for a second think I'm not proud of you. He pulled her up into a hug. I love you, honey, and I don't want to see you get hurt. He held her by the shoulders and looked her in the eye. I know you're appearing on the guilty party tonight, but if you accuse Mr. Brady of something he didn't do, you could get sued. Just give the facts. The people watching will draw the same conclusion without you having to say it. He kissed her on top of her head. Just think about it, okay? I will. I know you'll do the right thing. You always do. After he left, she watched her last couple of videos on the Brady crime. Dad was right. She did insinuate Ryan Brady shot his wife. She either had to find proof or back off. Her phone rang, and she rushed to it, thinking Dad forgot something. Instead, the name Wade Foster came up on the caller ID. Hello? Sherry? This is she. Wade Foster here. He paused, then said, I hate to do this, but I have to cancel tonight's dinner. Disappointment rushed through her. She'd hoped to give the guilty party something new. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, with everything going on with Ryan, I need to go out of town. But please let me have a rain check when I get back. Sounds good. Thanks. I'll call you as soon as I can. With her dad's warning in her mind, and now Wade canceling, Sherry hoped they weren't a premonition that other things were about to fall apart. Chapter 67. As much as Sherry wanted to interview Wade, she was glad he canceled their date. Her nerves were on edge after her dad's visit, and with the upcoming television show. She couldn't eat anything for dinner, and if all went well, the show would give her the boost she needed to hit 1 million followers. Sherry did her hair back in a messy ponytail and allowed loose strands to hang free on the side of her face. She'd just finished her makeup when the host of The Guilty Party, Corey Laster, came on the screen. We'll be starting up in a moment, he said. At once a typewritten paragraph popped up stating, The views expressed by guests are their own, and their appearance on the program does not imply our agreement with any of their statements. Great. Legal verbiage. After a quick introduction, Corey Laster asked about any updates on the murder of Kimberly Sullivan. Sherry told them about the Brady home being searched, and she found from an inside source that Ryan Brady's 38 is missing. Wow, that's big, Corey said. You seem to indicate that Ryan Brady is responsible. Her father's words rushed into Sherry's head. I'm not saying he is or not. I'm telling the facts. She held up one finger. The first fact is, Mr. Brady probably has more to gain if his wife dies than divorcing her. They live in a $500,000 home that holds no mortgage, and his business is doing well. She hesitated. Money is a top motive for killing someone. What is another fact that shows he might be guilty? He had been seen with a stripper by the name of Zena Romero within a week of the shooting. Ms. Romero is the sister of Otto Benedict, the #1 suspect in the assault on Gabrielle Brady on March 21st, 10 days before the shooting. But Mr. Benedict is not the one who shot her and killed her friend. No, he isn't. He was in jail.
So you're thinking someone might have paid the shooter to kill Ms. Brady?
That, of course, could be what happened. Or the shooting could all be pure coincidence and not be related at all to the attack. She paused to steady herself. I want to say a couple of things about Mr. Brady that moves to his innocence, if I can.
Please do.
If Mr. Brady hired someone, the police are good at digging into finances and finding where the money came from. Since they haven't arrested Mr. Brady yet, I'm assuming there isn't any such proof. As of yet. She paused, then added, From everything I've discovered so far, there's no life insurance on Ms. Brady, and no one will confirm that Mr. Brady had been at the strip club more than one time, like he claims.
Those are big.
Yes, they are. I try to give all the information to my viewers and let them make their own decisions. Right now, the consensus among my viewers is Mr. Brady is guilty. But tomorrow there might be some proof that changes their mind.
No one knows better than we do how fast the tide can turn.
Corey smiled.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have tonight. I want to thank Sherry Berry for joining us.
Sherry inhaled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding since she started the broadcast. She'd have to go back and re-watch the show to see if she'd said anything stupid, but overall she felt things went well. Her phone rang before she could click over to see what her viewers thought. She bit her lip. Dad. Hey, Dad. Just saw the show. And? He chuckled. You did good. I'm proud of you. An enormous smile came over Sherry's face. She no longer cared what her viewers thought. The most important person in her world liked it. And that was all that mattered. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. She had a direct message. Her finger paused in the air after swiping across the screen. The message was from Zena Romero. She wanted to meet. Sherry stared at the screen. Her heart rate increased. Would Zena's information give Sherry something to help break the Sullivan case wide open? Chapter 68. Arlo walked through the door of his home after 10. Heather sat on the sofa watching the local news. He walked over and kissed her. Let me heat you up the pork chops. She strolled into the kitchen. After washing up, he plopped down at the dining room table. His food was already on a plate, while Heather returned to her show. Thought you'd like to watch the guilty party tonight, she said. Someone locally is going to be speaking about your Brady case. Who? He turned sideways in the chair to see the television. Someone named Sherry Berry, some social media person or the like. I know who she is. Sherry Berry would likely know nothing more than he did, though she seemed to have a knack for getting information from witnesses. Might be worth watching, just in case. The last thing he needed was her coming up with something he missed, and he not hearing about it until morning. It's a replay of the show from earlier, Heather said. While waiting for the television show to begin, Arlo finished his meal and thought through the case in his mind. The biggest question was, if Ryan Brady tried to have his wife killed, how would Arlo prove it? There had been nothing in his bank records that showed he'd paid anyone a large sum of money in the past couple of months. Might be worth looking at the business account. Heather's phone rang. She glanced at it. It's Kyle! Excitement in her voice. He listened to her side of the conversation. No grandbaby yet. Arlo couldn't believe they were going to be grandparents. Seemed like yesterday they married. Time really flew. Arlo glanced at Heather, seated in the living room on the sofa. As beautiful as when they'd first met. Her brown hair was now gray, but she had a smile that still knocked his socks off. She wasn't as thin as when they'd first married, because of the 3 wonderful children she'd given him. He couldn't recall a time he didn't want her in his life. From the first day they met, he knew they were destined to spend their lives together. It had been a hot day at the University of Georgia, where they'd both attended college. He had been running late to an important test in his chemistry class. His nerves were on edge. His grades had slipped. He rounded a corner and bumped into the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Unfortunately, her first impression of him wasn't good, because Heather was carrying a cup of coffee, and he spilled it all over her. Their eyes met, and all thoughts of his test disappeared from his mind. He offered to buy her another drink. She agreed. They talked for 2 hours until she had to go to her next class. That was their first date. "No baby yet," she said, bringing Arlo back to the present. "The doctor said if she didn't go into labor in a day or two, they'd induce." Arlo nodded. Heather flipped the channel to the show The Guilty Party. Arlo joined her in the living room. He took her hand in his. Hopefully this case would get over soon, so he could be there when his new grandchild was born. Chapter 69. Gabby walked into RJ's bedroom. She inched the door open. Out like a light. When she got to Chrissy's door, she could hear voices coming from the other side. After knocking, she opened the door to find Chrissy watching something on her cell phone. "What are you watching?" Gabby asked. "A snippet from a TV show. A local crime lady, Sherry Berry, was on TV talking about Dad." "You shouldn't watch those. They don't have all the facts," Gabby said. "She has a lot of viewers." "I know, but you need to make sure she's not just telling the gossip to get people to watch." "She seemed okay to me." "Well, you need to get to sleep. You've got school tomorrow." She paused. "Ava and I are going to go out for a little bit. Your grandmother is coming to watch you." "I don't need a babysitter. I'm old enough to watch us both." "You probably are, but it's already done. Maybe next time." Chrissy used her thumb to watch something on her telephone screen. Gabby hated how the media cast Ryan in such a terrible light. Already convicted without a trial. The stations would bring on specialists who would espouse why Ryan wanted his wife dead without having any facts or proof. No one seemed to care about the truth these days. Chrissy slid down under her covers. "Where is Dad?" she asked. "He had to go to the office." Gabby lied. She wasn't about to tell her daughter the truth. One of them being worried about him was enough. No matter how she'd acted the past couple of days, Chrissy loved her father. "This Sherry Berry lady said the police haven't found anything to arrest him. Is that true?" Chrissy asked. "If they did, he'd be in jail." She pulled her daughter up against her. "These people are a bunch of nobodies, hoping to get their 15 minutes of fame. They don't care if what they say tarnishes your father's good name. No one seems willing to do any work to find the truth these days." Because of that, her husband was at a strip club, putting his life in danger. "She seemed to know a lot. Like there's no life insurance on you, and that Dad hadn't been to some club more than once." "I'm glad someone cares to find the truth." She kissed Chrissy on her head and limped out the door. She hated that her daughter knew so much about this case, especially about the strip club. Gabby sighed. Now Ava had talked her into going out and doing something that could potentially be as dangerous as what Ryan was doing. Chapter 70. Gabby couldn't believe she allowed Ava to talk her into this. It was bad enough that her sister spied on Ryan before the shooting, but now Gabby was doing so as well. She stared at the bikini-clad model on the sign for the strip club. Men walked in and out. Every once in a while they'd follow a woman to a nearby motel. It didn't take much to figure out why. Ava had pulled up a picture of Zena Romero from the club's website. She was beautiful. No wonder Ryan liked her. This might be stupid. Gabby's heart raced. We're just going to make sure Ryan's not doing anything dumb. Right. Gabby looked over at her sister. I think you're enjoying this spying game a lot more than you want to admit. It is kind of fun. Ava grinned. If Ryan is responsible for Kimberly's shooting and is planning to take off, we'll be there to call the police. If he's just going to speak with her and gets carried away, we'll be there to stop him. Either way, by the end of tonight, we should know the truth. Gabby raised her eyebrows. I'm hoping he comes out and heads home without doing either. Look, Ava pointed. Isn't that the woman in the picture? Yeah, but no Ryan. Doesn't mean he isn't with someone else. Why do you do that? Gabby glared at her sister. Make him out to be such a bad guy. Okay, let's say he's not with someone else. But there's nothing to say he's not waiting for this Zena to go home, pack her stuff, and come on back. Well, I'm not going in to ask. I've got a better idea. Ava grinned and started the car. Where are we going? Ava raised her eyebrows up and down. More spy stuff. Before Gabby could ask anything further, Ava pulled out and began following Zena Romero's dark sedan. This is nuts. Gabby's heart raced. What if she catches us? Her sister was right. This was kind of fun. It'd be more fun if her marriage wasn't in danger. Then we talk to her. We need to find out what's going on and if Ryan's involved. 2 blocks from the strip club sat a police car. Gabby's stomach jumped into her throat. Ava took hold of Gabby's hand. We're not doing anything wrong. Just stalking some woman. Gabby kneaded her hands in her lap. They remained quiet as they watched Zena drive a half-mile and turn into a small complex. Ava pulled against the curb across the street. What now? Gabby whispered. She can't hear us. Ava laughed. But now, one of us has to get out and ask her some questions. She looked at Gabby, who stared back but made no move to get out. Don't worry, I'll do it, Ava said. No. Gabby took hold of Ava's arm. He's my husband. I will. Ava put the car into gear and turned into the parking lot. Zena Romero was reaching into her car for something when Ava parked a few feet away. Gabby sucked in a deep breath and got out. Ms. Romero? This woman had long hair that flowed down her back to the middle of her backside. She was petite, no more than 5 feet tall. The midriff shirt showed incredibly toned abs. Who wants to know? She looked Gabby up and down, making her feel very self-conscious about her oversized shirt. My name's Gabrielle Brady. I'd like to speak with you about my husband and your brother. Sheesh. She shook her head. She tapped her foot on the cement. Listen, I saw Otto the other day. He told me some stuff. She glanced at an apartment on the 2nd floor. Tell you what, I've got someone in my place right now, number 202. Come back in 30 minutes and I'll tell you what I know. Oh, okay. That was way easier than Gabby thought it would be. Maybe this Zena wasn't happy to be put in the middle of a murder investigation. Chapter 71. At 1:33, Gabby and Ava returned and parked next to Zena's car. Gabby stared at apartment 202. Her heart stood in her throat. Did she really want the truth? The lights were showing through the curtain on the 2nd floor. She must be waiting for you. Ava sipped some soda through a straw. She and Ava had just returned from using the facilities at a nearby burger joint that was open all night. You sure you want to do this alone? Ava asked. Gabby considered it. Yeah, this is my problem. If I'm not out in 5 minutes, call the police. She gave a fearful chuckle. I'm sure you'll be fine. If everything's cool, I'll text you. Gabby held up her phone. Okay. Ava gave her sister's hand a squeeze. I hope you get the answers you want. Gabby opened the door and got out of the car. She walked up the stairs, each step slower than the last. She wanted to blame her cane, but she knew it was more her own apprehension. A couple of front door lights lit her path. She got to apartment 202 and knocked lightly. No answer. She knocked again. She glanced down at Ava's car. What would her sister do? After a second of considering, Gabby turned the knob and the door opened. She jerked back in surprise. Her heart raced and her mouth went dry. Zena? She said in a harsh whisper, not wanting to disturb any neighbors. Zena? Gabby opened the door farther. No sign of anyone. Had Zena left while they were gone? No, her car was downstairs. Maybe Ryan picked her up. If so, why wouldn't he leave the club when she did? Gabby stepped inside. The place reeked of cat urine. A pizza box sat on a coffee table in front of a black sofa that had faded through the years. She took a step inside, keeping the door open. There were several pictures of Zena with other people on an end table. Would she have left those pictures behind if she'd taken off? Maybe if she was in a hurry. Could she be trying to get away before her boyfriend's wife returned? A cat bed and tower were opposite the sofa, next to a large screen television. A half-full bowl of cat food and a water bowl sat just inside the kitchen. What would this woman have taken with her if she'd left? Gabby thought for a second. Clothes? No doubt. Her cat? Gabby wasn't sure, since her most important things were her children. She tiptoed down a long hallway. Zena? This time louder. The sound came from behind a closed door. Would this Zena leave her cat to fend for itself? The light shone from underneath the door. Gabby knocked. Zena? Maybe she had fallen asleep. It's me, Gabrielle Brady. She knocked again. Gabby turned to leave. Something inside stopped her. Could this stripper be hiding in that room? Anger rushed in, playing games to keep from talking to her. Scratching sounds. Hard to hide with an animal in the room with you. Gabby swung the door open. The yellow cat darted out, heading straight for the front door. Gabby had no time to stop it. She glanced at the bed. A blanket covered the midsection of a woman. Gabby stepped closer. Blood seeped from Zena's head. Strands of black hair laid over her face. Her eyes were wide open. Dots of blood dribbled down the headboard. Zena? Gabby's legs weakened. She pressed her hand against her mouth to swallow back a scream. A noise behind her sounded. She turned. No one. Her pulse pounded in her ears. A loud voice sounded in the apartment next to Zena's. Run, fool, run. Gabby turned and raced out the front door. She tugged the door closed behind her. Her breaths came out in spurts. Taking the steps too fast, she stumbled. She caught herself before she fell. Pain rushed through her leg. She paused to catch her breath, then continued down. She glanced over her shoulder. No one followed. She sped to the lot and jumped into the car. Her entire body shook. What's going on? Ava asked. Get me out of here, now! Gabby screamed. Chapter 72. Tuesday, April 8th. A car sped out of the parking lot with its brights on, momentarily blinding Sherry. She jerked the steering wheel to the side, but was able to keep control and not go off the road. Idiot! She hollered. The other driver couldn't hear her through her closed window. Likely didn't even see her, since they were going so fast. At 1:58 in the morning, they were probably drunk and had a fight with their significant other. Sherry pulled into the parking lot at an 8-unit unnamed apartment complex. Zena Romero had agreed to meet after she got off work to discuss her brother's involvement in the attack on Gabrielle Brady. She also claimed to know who was responsible for the Kimberly Sullivan murder. Sherry parked her car in the lot. Dark. Her stomach bounced. What she didn't do for her career. She double-checked her cell phone recorder. Even if Zena didn't agree to let her tape her, Sherry wanted to make sure she didn't miss anything. No one was out. Except for the lights in the parking area and a couple of apartments, no signs of life. Sherry drew in a nervous breath. This area wasn't the best for a woman to be alone in at night. She should have tried to find someone to come with her. After a few minutes, she got out of the car and climbed to the second-floor apartment. The door was ajar, and lights were on inside. Sherry took hold of the knob and knocked. No point in going inside and ticking off some stripper who might have the story of a lifetime. She listened for any sound inside the apartment. No footsteps. No yell from someone asking her to wait. Sherry knocked again, this time louder. After a few seconds, she pushed the door open further. Ms. Romero, it's Sherry Berry. We have an appointment at 2? She paused, then called even louder. Ms. Romero? Sherry's stomach bounced. Something wasn't right. She sniffed the air. A strange burnt odor hung in the air. With the light on, Sherry assumed Zena was home from work. But the unlocked door caused Sherry's hair to stand up on the nape of her neck. No one left their home unlocked in Jacksonville. She stepped inside. "Ms. Romero? Zena? Are you all right?" Sherry didn't know what type of car Zena drove to ensure she was there. "Ms. Romero?" She put a lilt to her voice, hoping to calm her own nerves. "Ms. Romero, your door's open. Are you all right?" No sound of a shower. Sherry stepped farther into the living room. "Ms. Romero, it's Sherry Berry." Sherry tiptoed to the hallway. "Is anyone here?" She took another step, pausing outside a closed door. "Ms. Romero, I'm coming in. I want to make sure you're all right." She hesitated with her hand on the knob. "If you're all right, say so now, and I'll leave." Sherry could see the headlines now. Sherry Berry arrested for trespassing. A trace of foreboding rushed over her. She wanted to leave, to run out the door. Could this woman be pretending to not be there so she could sue Sherry for crossing the line? But then Zena might be hurt. People fall in their homes all the time. A thought hit Sherry. She swallowed a lump in her throat. With Zena's lifestyle, could she be dying from an overdose? Bump. Sherry jumped and turned. A yellow cat wandered in and went to a food dish. Could that be why the door was opened? "You scared the bejeebers out of me." Sherry shook her head. Sherry stared at the closed door in front of her. "Zena, your cat's in. Should I close the door?" Still no answer. Oh, well. Sherry swung the door open. She spotted a woman on the bed. "Zena?" Sherry's voice was barely audible. Blood splatter dotted the pillow and headboard. Everything in Sherry's body told her to bolt and call the police. She turned to go, then stopped. Pulling out her cell phone, she walked into the room. She took a quick picture of Zena Romero's dead body, straggles of long black hair hanging over her face. Something was familiar about this woman, but she couldn't place it. She turned to leave, but paused. Glancing at the picture on her phone, she realized where she'd seen the woman before. Zena Romero was at the hospital the night someone shot Gabrielle Brady. Chapter 73. Arlo ran over the interviews he and Nick had with the staff at Data Stream Bytes. The only thing they discovered talking with the employees was everyone liked Ryan. He would never harm his wife. No one seemed to have an issue with him. Still nothing concrete to remove him from the list of suspects. An assistant gave Arlo a list of former employees to check into, but he figured most wouldn't have access to the back storeroom to get a copy of the key to Ryan's car. Without the key, how would someone get his gun? They'd check on those who had access first, then work their way out. He'd had a restless night. Deciding he'd find nothing else in the interviews, he headed to the shower. The warm water relaxed his aching muscles. While standing under the water, he recalled the look on Christina Brady's face when asked if her father left the house. She was hiding something. But what? The boy said his dad never left. Arlo hated cases where children were involved. He wanted the parents to all be innocent. Unfortunately, in most cases, they weren't. And with a .38 used in the killing, that was one coincidence Arlo couldn't ignore. He knew deep in his gut the weapon used in the shooting would end up belonging to Ryan Brady. It's too much a coincidence for it to come up missing. The water pounded his muscles for a few more minutes before he got out and dried off. After getting dressed, he headed to the dining room. "Got you some bacon and eggs," Heather greeted him with a kiss. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep." She placed a plate filled with scrambled eggs and 2 pieces of bacon on the table. She then filled his mug with fresh coffee. "You're a doll," Arlo said. "No, I'm real." "That was bad," he chuckled. "Yeah, it was, wasn't it?" She laughed. He loved the sparkle in her eyes. She sat across from him with her own plate. "You look tired. I know you were up and down half the night." This case is dragging me down.
I imagine. Rich woman killed in the school parking lot? A lot of pressure to find out what happened. He nodded and took a bite of eggs. He loved the melted cheese she put in. So what's bothering you? Heather asked.
What makes you think something's bothering me?
That squinty look you get every time you think something's not right. He blurted a laugh.
Okay, everything is pointing to the husband, and I think he's responsible. But there's not enough for an arrest.
Why do you think he did it? He explained about the missing gun and his connection to Otto Benedict.
Besides, he's too nice. Overly.
She laughed. Someone in this world has to be.
I don't know, just weird. Maybe you're right, since no one has anything bad to say about him. Even his wife, who someone has tried to kill twice, seems to be standing by him.
Some women are like that, afraid if they leave, they'll be on the losing end.
Yeah, but if he's responsible, I can't figure out why. There's no life insurance on the wife. They have a paid-for house, no car payments, no debt.
He took a drink of his coffee. Girlfriend?
Not that I've been able to prove.
So most of the usual motives aren't working in this case?
No. If he wanted out of the marriage, it wouldn't be too hard to leave.
Arlo took a bite of bacon.
The kids are old enough to decide who they want to live with in the case of a divorce, and the wife doesn't strike me as the vindictive type to keep them from their father.
Anything point to him paying someone to kill her?
Nothing. And I can't imagine anyone would kill for free, hoping to get paid later. At least not guys like Otto Benedict.
Arlo tossed down the rest of the bacon piece on his plate, his appetite gone.
If this guy's responsible, I don't think I'll ever be able to prove it. There's too much to create reasonable doubt.
Which means, if he's smart, he'll wait to get rid of the wife until later, when all this hoopla has died down.
That's what I'm afraid he's going to do.
Arlo nodded. But if he's innocent, someone did a real good job of fixing the blame on him. Heather spoke over the rim of her coffee mug.
Definitely.
Arlo tapped his spoon against his saucer. Could someone else have paid the killer to keep any evidence from coming back to this husband? Arlo shook his head.
If so, we haven't found them.
No good friends?
The partner.
Arlo leaned his head to one side.
Another nice guy. Overly. But there's not enough to get a subpoena for his records. And I doubt if he'd let us look without one.
She leaned back and closed her eyes. After a second, she opened them. Don't schools have cameras these days? Have you looked at those?
Yeah, our subject wore all black, including over his face. Couldn't even tell if it was a man, and unfortunately the victim didn't get a look either.
It's been my experience mothers are a wonderful place for information.
What do you mean?
I know when our kids are having issues with their significant others before they tell me. It's in our mother's blood.
It is it?
Arlo grinned and picked up a quarter slice of toast. Moms or sisters usually know secrets others don't know. Same with best friends.
Unfortunately, the best friend was the woman killed. The sister appeared pretty open and she didn't mention any type of abuse, and she was the type to tell us.
He finished his eggs.
She's Ava Youngerman, the golfer.
Oh, I like her.
You'd like her more once you met her. He laughed. Another nice person. Too many in this case.
His phone rang in the other room, so he got up to answer it.
Morning, Nick.
Just got a call. Zena Romero was killed early this morning. Apparently Ryan Brady came looking for her at the strip club. She snuck out before he could see her. The man left pretty mad. Chapter 74. Gabby paced the floor most of the night. She couldn't stop shivering. The vision of Zena Romero dead wouldn't leave Gabby's brain. They should have called the police, but they didn't. Gabby was too scared to admit she'd been in that apartment. Mom knew something was wrong when they returned home. They were too quiet for a couple of women who'd been out on the town. Neither told her a thing, and Mom hadn't pushed.
It didn't take much to realize they had just missed the killer. If they'd waited outside instead of going to the fast food joint, they would have seen who it was leaving. Another thought sneaked in. Could the person who killed her still have been in that apartment when she ran out? The notion caused her to worry even more. Ryan not returning home wasn't helping her anxiety. All she could picture was him hurt somewhere, possibly shot by the same person who killed Zena. Unless it had been Ryan who'd... She shook her head to get that thought out. But Ryan had grown up in a brutal household. The stories he had told about his father made Gabby agree their children were never to be left alone with their grandfather. But Ryan differed from his father. Most of the time. However, last night, when he'd left to talk with Zena, his eyes were so dark. She hoped by the time he reached Jacksonville he'd calm down and return home. Could he have killed her? At breakfast, she'd explained to the kids that Ryan had to go to work early. They seemed to buy the lie. Funny how easily children wanted to believe their parents, and wives wanted to believe husbands. Chrissy left 5 minutes ago to walk RJ to the bus stop before heading to school herself. Gabby's phone rang. She rushed to answer it. Ava, not Ryan. "Hey," Gabby said, answering her sister's call. "Have you seen the news this morning?" Ava's voice filled with excitement. "No, why?" "They found Zena." Gabby lowered herself onto the sofa. Her hands shook. "Should I call the police?" "And put yourself in the middle of another murder investigation? You didn't see anyone, did you?" "No. Did you?" "No. We have nothing to add to the investigation, so no point in calling." Gabby's phone pinged, letting her know she had a text message. "Please be from Ryan." "Hold on, I have a text." "This is more important, don't you think?" "Yeah, except Ryan never came home last night." "Don't keep me hanging too long. We need to get our story straight in case anyone asks us about this Zena." Gabby swiped her finger over the screen. She could barely focus. What if the person who killed Zena saw them? Worse, what if it was Ryan? She might have been able to stop him. She glanced at the text on the screen. "The end is coming near." What? She looked at the name of the person who sent it. Poker player. Gabby's pulse thudded in her ears. It had been days since this jerk contacted her. Could this have to do with Kimberly's death? If so, he'd have contacted her sooner. Anger rushed in. She didn't want to deal with this guy right now. For the first time since she started receiving the texts, she hit reply. "Leave me alone, you jerk, or I'll give the police your information." She spoke with Ava for a few more minutes, then headed to the kitchen for her second cup of coffee. Her hands trembled, taking hold of the mug. Where was Ryan? Should I report him missing? When she didn't know what to do, she always spoke with someone. Ava was on her way to play golf, so Gabby decided to go to the one person she always relied on when her sister wasn't around. Kimberly. Within 10 minutes, Gabby parked at the cemetery and walked to the gravesite. The cane made her steps clumsy in the grass. She was getting to where she no longer wanted to use it, or needed to, until last night when she stumbled down those steps. She felt stooped over after the happenings of the past couple of weeks. Would she ever straighten up? She stopped at the marker for Kimberly's grave. The stone had yet to be erected. "Hey, Kimberly." Gabby looked down. "I don't know what to say. I'm sure you know everything that's going on. It's been a nightmare. The worst part is you being gone." She sniffled back a sob. "I'm so sorry for how I treated you. I let my imagination get the better of me. If I'd asked about that necklace, then this might not have happened. At least I wouldn't have been so mad at you that last week." Tears flooded her eyes. "I wish you were here to help me. I don't know who to trust. There's Ava, always Ava, but I miss you. You were the one who could talk sense into me, tell me to my face whether I'm stupid to stay with Ryan. Maybe Ava's right, and I enjoy drama. Now my life's full of it." She stepped closer. "I'm not sure why I can't leave him." She inhaled a deep breath.
One minute I'm scared Ryan might actually be involved in what happened to you, and now this Zena. The next I'm feeling like a traitor for not believing in him. He didn't come home last night, and that doesn't help my concerns. I wish you could send me a sign of some sort to let me know the truth. Though in the sun, Gabby felt a chill race down her spine. She ran her hands up and down her arms. I miss you so much. She wiped a tear rolling around her chin. They told me you protected me, died trying to save me. Please don't hate me for thinking the thoughts I did before you died. Gabby lowered her head. I guess you were a better friend to me than I was to you. Thinking all those bad things. Who knows, if I'd talked to you and you explained, we might have driven together. Then you wouldn't be gone. Gabby wept. I'm so sorry. Her phone rang in her pocket. She glanced at her blurred screen. An unknown number. She ignored it. The last thing she needed was some stranger causing trouble right now. I'm sorry about everything, and I'd do anything to have you back here with your family. Ashley says you're in a better place, but I know she misses you terribly. Her phone pinged in her pocket. A message on voicemail. I guess I need to go. Thanks for always being my friend. I'll never forget you. Gabby walked back to the car, her heart heavy. She waited until she got buckled in before she listened to the message. Gabs, it's me. Gabby jerked up at Ryan's voice. She glanced again at the unknown number. He sounded tired and worn. I've done it this time. I bought a bottle of whiskey on my way to find Zena. Liquid courage, I guess. I don't have much time, but I'm in jail. He grunted a laugh. I'm not sure what I'm doing anymore. Chapter 75. Arlo arrived at the apartment of Zena Romero. A crowd of people gathered around the small complex. An officer raised the crime scene tape so he could walk under. What's with all the people? Arlo asked. Sherry Berry was the one who found the body. She videotaped the news. At least she didn't post the picture she took, but the video of finding the body is making the rounds. People are showing up to see what happened. Where is she? I had them take her downtown to get her prints for elimination purposes. He did air quotes with his fingers. Arlo glanced around. Most gawkers had their phones up, taking video. Keep them back. I will. Arlo climbed the stairs to the second floor. As he neared the apartment, voices sounded from inside. He entered the front. Nick walked from a back room, another officer beside him. They both joined Arlo in the living room. After Nick introduced the officer, Arlo asked, I'm assuming murder? Definitely, Nick said. Zena Romero's dead from a gunshot wound to the back of her head. Someone also tried to light the place on fire, but didn't get far. I'll do a formal interview with Ms. Berry once I get done here. Anything from the coroner? No, but we found a .38 shell casing. Find out where Mr. Brady was early this morning. After his tantrum at the strip club, he might have headed here to take care of Ms. Romero for good. Chapter 76. Gabby did her best to listen to the attorney representing her husband at the bail hearing, but her mind kept rushing back to Zena Romero's body. The judge released Ryan on his own recognizance for having an open container in his car and driving erratically. Ryan told her he drank a couple of swigs of the whiskey and 2 drinks in the strip club over the course of a couple of hours while waiting to see Zena. She'd sneaked off, which only made him angrier. When he left, he ran off the curb, leaving the lot. Then he sped down a residential street, swerving and hitting a mailbox. He passed the breathalyzer, but they wanted a urine test to make sure. It'd take several weeks to get the results, and until then, any charges would be up in the air. Ryan looked and smelled like a drunken homeless man. They sat with the attorney around a small table at a restaurant across from the courthouse. Good news is this is your first offense, the attorney was saying. If you aren't over the legal limit, you'll have to pay a fine and replace the mailbox, but that should be about it. If it comes back positive, we'll then talk about your choices. Okay, thanks, Ryan whispered. He looked exhausted and worried. I'm glad I didn't hurt anyone. Once finished with the attorney, they headed to the impound lot to pick up Ryan's car. There wasn't much talk on their way. What was there to say? He'd already apologized, and things could have been worse. Instead of jail, he could be in the hospital, or the morgue. Gabby shuddered at the thought. After paying $400 to get his company car released, she followed him home. At the corner, Ryan put on his brakes and stopped for a moment, then turned. When she pulled up to the corner to their house, she saw why Ryan had paused. A Jacksonville Sheriff's Office police car was parked out front. Detective Morales leaned on the hood of the car. Gabby's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Were they coming to arrest her? She wanted to run, to speed away, but she knew they'd catch her eventually, so she followed Ryan to the house. He pulled all the way into the garage. She took her regular spot in the driveway. After a second of sitting in his car, he got out. So did she. Detective Morales, we told you we wouldn't answer any more questions without an attorney, Gabby said. She dug in her purse for the attorney's name. Before she could say anything, the detective spoke. I'm not here about Kimberly Sullivan's death. He looked straight at Gabby. It's about Zena Romero. Gabby stepped back. She forced herself to behave normally. What would someone in her position say? Did she confess to shooting Kimberly? Unfortunately, she was found dead early this morning. Arlo turned his attention to Ryan. Where did you go after you left the strip club? Ryan threw his hands up, exasperated. What am I, the easiest person to come after? We know you were looking for her at the club, so we have to ask. I was in jail. Ryan's voice rose. Don't you guys talk with each other? What time did you get arrested? I can't be sure. I'm sure your JSO friend can find out. He jerked his head in the direction of the officer standing near the cruiser. Gabby stepped forward. My husband spent the night in a Jacksonville cell. The police arrested him for a DUI after he left the club. He didn't have time to go look for Ms. Romero. Arlo nodded. And where were you, Ms. Brady? Gabby jerked back. Me? I wouldn't. Did guilt show on her face? Are you saying there was no evidence to point to the culprit? Ryan crossed his arms over his chest. Someone lit the place on fire to destroy the evidence. But we have found some things. Arlo turned back to Gabby. And you have a motive, so I have to ask. I was with my sister. Gabby swallowed the bile rising in her throat. She took me out for a couple of drinks. She could barely hold herself upright. A fire? Had someone been in that apartment when she was there? Had they seen her? She worked to catch her breath. Where did you go? Morales asked. She stared at him for what felt like an hour before she finally composed herself. I don't know. Just some bar. There were a lot of people there. Would she know? I guess. Gabby shrugged. Ava told Gabby to play stupid if anyone asked her questions. She wasn't a good liar. Gabby only hoped her sister could keep her composure and not show any sign of lying. As she walked into the house, Gabby realized she'd touched both doorknobs. Would the police find her fingerprints and arrest her for Zena's murder? Or had the fire destroyed enough to keep the police from ever knowing she'd been there? Chapter 77. An hour after Zena's autopsy, Arlo knew someone had used the same weapon to shoot her as Kimberly Sullivan. Once back at the station, he confirmed Ryan Brady had spent the night in a Jacksonville cell until after 11 that morning, when his wife arrived with an attorney. Arlo had called Ava Youngerman, and she confirmed her sister's whereabouts. While Ryan had an alibi for Zena's death, Arlo still couldn't rule him out for the death of Kimberly Sullivan. Kids weren't the strongest alibi witnesses. The school was only a few minutes away, and the daughter's reaction to whether her father left told him she was hiding something. Nick walked into the office and plopped down at his desk. The manager at the strip club where Zena worked doesn't recall ever seeing Ryan before last night, when he came in making a scene. They didn't even recall him the other time we know he visited. The manager had been out of town the first time they'd visited after Kimberly Sullivan's death. So he wasn't a regular? Nick shook his head. Well, in Zena's case, Mr. Brady has a tight alibi, Arlo explained. That means someone did take his gun. Nick shook his head. I never would have believed it. There's still a chance he hired someone and gave them the weapon, but I'm thinking someone either set him up or took advantage of him being at the club with Zena. Someone could have broken into his car. Yeah, but what's the connection to Ms. Brady or Ms. Sullivan? Nick grinned. Here's something to throw into the mix. Seems Sherry Berry saw Zena at the hospital the night of the shooting, when she tried to get upstairs. Bumped into her on the first floor. Did Zena say anything to her? Claimed she was visiting her mother. Arlo clicked on information regarding Zena. Says here her mother died a couple of years ago. That puts her with Ryan Brady. Almost. Yeah, almost. I checked with a couple of nurses on that floor, but they didn't remember seeing her. I left her picture hoping we get lucky. Arlo leaned back in his chair. I don't think at this point Kimberly Sullivan was ever the target. I just don't see it. Sweeney walked into the office. Thought you'd want to know we got word from the jail. Otto Benedict was transferred here to St. John's, and someone's put in to visit him in jail. Who's that? Arlo asked. Gabrielle Brady. Arlo almost bolted from his chair. Could this be the break they've been looking for? Was Ms. Brady the one who got this entire thing into motion in the first place? Chapter 78. Wednesday, April 9th. Gabby sat in her car in the parking lot and stared at the St. Johns County Detention Center on Lewis Speedway in St. Augustine. Was this a good idea? Would she give anything away, so Otto Benedict would realize she'd found Zena's body? She had to hold it together. No matter what, she had to know. She had to look this man in the eye and ask if her husband hired him to kill her. Ryan had just been getting up when she left. He'd woke before the kids got home from school the day before because he didn't want any questions. She'd told him she wanted to watch Ava practice hitting some golf balls. He'd have a fit if he knew she was here, meeting a man who tried to kill her. Was this just a fool's errand? Did she think she could get Otto Benedict to tell her anything? No. She hoped by looking him in the eye she'd get some reassurance that Ryan hadn't paid to have her killed. She got out of the car and waited in line with a couple of others. Something beeped as she walked through the security line. A female cop walked over with a rectangular wand and swiped it up and down Gabby's body. Within a minute, the guards allowed her through. Gabby and another woman followed a guard to a gray door. Neither said anything to the other. What could they say? They both assumed the other was visiting a child, a brother, a relative of some sort. If asked, how would Gabby explain she wanted to speak with the man who tried to kill her? Otto Benedict's agreeing to meet with her had been a shock, probably hoping to get her on his side. She had no reservations about his guilt. No matter what he said to convince her, she'd not believe in any claim of innocence. The door to the gray room opened, and she followed the other woman in. Two men were already seated on chairs, with handcuffs on both their hands and feet. The door slammed shut behind her, causing her to jump. She glanced over her shoulder. The urge to flee was strong, but her need for answers was stronger. Gabby spotted Otto Benedict instantly. A large man with tattoos on his neck would be hard to miss. Her heart raced even more, wanting to run from this place, from this man who put his hands around her neck to kill her. The memory caused her hand to cover her throat. She knew if she left, she'd never have her answers. There'd be no peace in her life with Ryan. After a moment of staring at Mr. Benedict, she raised her chin and walked directly to him. Show no fear. That had been her mantra all the way to this place. Now it had to be her mantra while she looked into the eyes of someone who wanted her dead. "Mr. Benedict?" He nodded. She slid the chair back and slowly lowered herself onto the seat. "I understand you want to see me?" His eyes turned black. "What can I do for such a fine lady?" "I know you're the man who attacked me, so don't try to convince me otherwise. It'll do you no good." He let out a low chuckle, which chilled her. "Then why are you here if you're so sure?" "I need to know who hired you." His shoulders raised up and down like he was laughing, but no sound came out, and no smile appeared, just a cold smirk on his face. "If I did this thing, and I ain't saying I did, what makes you think I was hired?" he asked. "Because you were there for more than a robbery, and you have no personal reason to want me dead." She waited for any sign that he was nervous by her statement, but found none. What did she think this was? TV, where he'd be so shocked by her bravado he'd tell her name? "Might want to ask yourself who would want such a fine lady gone." Another fool's errand. She wasn't getting very far. What was she hoping for? "The police tell me you won't talk to them." He cocked his head to the side. "Attorney's orders." "Yet you're speaking with me." He shrugged. "I would think if you wanted less jail time and someone else was involved, you'd be talking to help yourself." Gabby leaned a couple of inches closer. "I ain't no snitch," he scoffed. "Cut the crap." Gabby slapped the table with the palm of her hand. One of the guards stepped toward them. She mouthed the word sorry. She waited until the guard returned to his post before she continued. "We all know that snitch rule jumps out the window when you got something to trade. So trade." They sat in silence for a second. She never removed her eyes from him. Otto Benedict glanced around. "You a brave lady coming here." His cold tone sent a chill down her back. "Or crazy, since you think I tried to kill you." "I know you tried to kill me. Same height, same weight, my credit card. I'll make a perfect witness to all my rich friends." "Lots of men look like me." "But not the eyes. Cold, dark, doesn't care about anyone but himself." She hesitated, hoping for a response of some kind. When none came, she changed her tact. "By the way, I'm sorry about your sister." He blinked, and sorrow came into his eyes. Had she really seen it? Instantly, the terrifying man returned. "You cared for her, I can tell. I'm sure the police have told you it's likely whoever hired you is the person who killed her. Maybe she knew too much about what you were involved in. Imagine a rich white guy spending the rest of his life in prison for murder. Possibly the same prison you'll be in." He turned away. She wondered if he was considering it. "Come on, give me something." Instead, he just returned his stare to her. "Did my husband hire you to kill me?" He glanced around, leaned back, then gave a quick shake of his head. "Will you tell me who did?" He leaned forward and whispered, "They mine when I get out." A guard cleared his throat, and Mr. Benedict leaned back. "I gave you what you wanted. That's all I'm going to do." He spoke through tight lips. Their visit was over. She stood. "I really am sorry for your loss. I know what it's like to lose someone you're close to." He raised his head in a nod. As she walked to the main room, she wondered if he'd have taken the money to kill her, if he knew his actions would cost his sister her life. Something inside said no. He cared for his sister. Her shoulders relaxed. A great weight had seemed to have lifted. She didn't seem to limp as much as before her meeting with Mr. Benedict. Her shoulders were back and her head raised. There was a release of anxiety from Gabby's body. Ryan was innocent. They might never discover who was responsible, but it wasn't Ryan. Of that she was sure now. And if the man responsible never made it to a court of law, she knew Otto would hold him accountable in his own way one day, when he got out of prison. Chapter 79. Arlo watched the video of the meeting between Otto Benedict and Gabrielle Brady. Most inmates and visitors knew they were being taped. Otto had been in prison before. This wouldn't come as a surprise to him. And since a sign was posted for everyone coming into the room, he was sure Miss Brady also knew. But when she walked in, she didn't seem to know which man was Otto Benedict until the other woman went toward the man on the right. Nothing between Miss Brady and Otto showed any familiarity with one another, and Otto wasn't giving her the time of day until she mentioned his sister. Unless they were good actors, Miss Brady wasn't the one who hired him. Miss Brady came away, believing her husband was as innocent as he claimed. That slight nod when she asked him was all it took. Arlo was ready to come to the same conclusion, mainly because of Zena's shooting. Arlo caught up with Gabby in the hallway. "Miss Brady?" She spun, a shocked look on her face. "Are you following me?" "We heard you were coming to meet with Mr. Benedict. We hoped he'd tell you something he hadn't told us." "Like my husband hired him?" She raised her chin. "Or that he didn't." He shook his head when I asked. That indicates Ryan is innocent. "You can't trust what Otto says completely. He's lived his life lying." Arlo walked with her to the exit. "As of today, he'll likely spend little time for using your credit card, but no time for the assault, since we have nothing on him. Then he'll walk away a free man, with his payment." He paused. "There still might be someone out there trying to kill you, so be careful." "I will." "Also, we found a piece of jewelry in the alleyway where the killer ran. We need to know if it's yours or Ms. Sullivan's." He pulled a photograph from his front pocket and showed her the picture. "There were no fingerprints, but our shooter was wearing gloves." She took the picture of the bracelet with a heart pendant and stared at it. Her face paled. She fell against the wall. "Miss Brady, are you all right?" Arlo helped her to a bench by the door. "I'm sorry. Yes, it's mine," she whispered. A stunned look remained on her face. "I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Seeing the bracelet brought that night all back." "That and meeting with the man who attacked you. But I gotta say, you're one tough lady, doing something like this. But do be careful." He helped her to her feet and watched her walk out the door. Hopefully she listened and wasn't putting too much into the words of someone like Otto Benedict. Chapter 80. Gabby's hands were still shaking as she climbed into her car. The keys kept missing the ignition. She had to get control, or someone might realize something was wrong. She caught sight of Arlo watching her. She gave a light wave and started the car. He finally returned inside. A momentary memory flashed into Gabby's mind, seeing the bracelet dangle on Chrissy's arm the night of the shooting. The same piece of jewelry the police now had. No way would Chrissy have shot Kimberly. But one thing was clear. Chrissy had to have been there that night. Gabby swatted at tears. She needed to remain strong to protect her child. Chrissy might have seen the shooter, and if so, her life could be in more danger than Gabby's. Chapter 81. Gabby sped home, her heart in her throat. She tried to calm down. Maybe they made 1,000,000 of those bracelets, and Gabby only felt like hers was special because the gift came from her beloved grandmother. All the way home she prayed for Chrissy's safety. In the driveway, her cell phone pinged. She dug through her purse and pulled the phone out. The message was from Poker Player. "It's almost time." She slammed her phone back into her purse. There was no time for this nonsense. She had to see if Chrissy's bracelet was in her room. If so, then the one found by the police belonged to someone else, and she'd notify the detective that she'd made a mistake. She left her cane in the car and rushed into the house to find Ryan seated on the sofa. She practically skidded to a stop. "How was practice?" He stared at a laptop computer on the coffee table in front of him. "What?" "Ava's practice. How was it?" He finally looked up at her. "Gabby, what's wrong?" Why worry him if she didn't have to? This could all be drama in her mind. If the bracelet was hers, then they'd make a plan of action to protect their child. Nothing, she said. Just surprised to see you up.
Don't lie to me. He rose. I can tell something has you upset. After a second, she pulled out her cell phone.
It's these. I keep getting these text messages that appear to be threats. The police took the information, but they don't seem to know who's sending them, or if it's the person responsible for all this.
She waved her hand in the air. What messages?
Here. She handed over her cell. They started about a month ago.
He read the one she'd received moments earlier. Why didn't you tell me?
I thought at first they were spam. She inhaled a deep breath. It wasn't until the police asked to copy them from my phone did I think they might be more.
What does he mean? It's almost time. She inhaled a deep breath, not wanting to get into this now.
They started by telling me you were cheating. Then they moved on to you were planning to kill me. Her stomach did a somersault. The affair was true. What about the rest? Had she been stupid to believe in Ryan? He placed his hand against his chin as he stared at her phone.
All came from this same person? This poker player?
Yeah, do you know who it is?
Why did she not show him earlier? I'm not sure. I need to go to the office. Will you be all right?
Yeah,
she nodded, glad he'd be leaving so she could get to Chrissy's room without any questions. He leaned over and kissed her. I love you.
Love you too.
She wanted to shove him out the door, but patience was the better tactic. After his car pulled around the corner, she ran up the stairs to her daughter's bedroom. Her leg hurt from slipping the night before, and not relying on the cane as much as she should today. She pulled open Chrissy's jewelry box. No bracelet with a heart pendant. She dug through her nightstand and dresser. No sign of it. Gabby dropped onto the edge of the bed. She placed her fists over her face and rocked back and forth. Fear raced through her. What if the man who killed Kimberly realized her daughter was there that night? If so, he would have gone after her by now. Wouldn't he? This was ridiculous. She needed to protect Chrissy. Gabby hoped she'd just misplaced the bracelet, and she'd find it buried somewhere she didn't look. She glanced around the room. A journal sat on the end table, the one Chrissy usually took with her everywhere. She'd even had it in her hands the day the police searched her room. Why hadn't she taken it to school today? Gabby fanned pages dated with events. Her birthday party. Had a great time. Loved having my friends over. Got the 3D pen I asked for. Can't wait to use it. A smile came over Gabby's face, recalling the party. It had been a good time, along with the sleepover. She peeled back the pages to March 31st, the date of the shooting. I don't know why she had to go. Why was I the one who had to protect her? If she hadn't gone to that stupid meeting, then I wouldn't have seen him. I never would have known. And now I'm too afraid to say anything. Chapter 82. Arlo couldn't erase the look on Ms. Brady's face when she saw the bracelet. He was afraid she might faint. It irritated him that she was still going through this. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd done everything he could to find the culprit. What if it had been Heather attacked instead of a stranger? He pulled the file up on his computer. The report from the crime scene investigators who'd gone through Zena's apartment had arrived while he was at the jail. Arson was the determination for the fire. No surprise there. She'd been shot, then someone tried to burn the place down, probably to cover up for the murder. Fingerprints discovered on one of the inner doors didn't match anyone in AFIS. The automated fingerprint identification system carried most people arrested in the United States. He continued reading but found nothing to point to who killed Zena. He glanced through the phone calls made to her cell phone. A couple came from DataStream Bytes. Arlo perked up. His phone rang on his desk. Morales here. It's me, Nick said. I just left the hospital. A nurse saw Zena hanging around but never saw her with anyone. However, a janitor saw her speaking with a man who wasn't Ryan Brady. In fact, it sounded enough like Wade Foster that I pulled his business photo up. He confirmed.
Wade Foster?
Arlo stared at the opposite wall.
Do me a favor. Go to that gentleman's club and show the business picture for data stream bytes. See if anyone is recognized. Several phone calls were made to Xena from that office number.
Will do.
Arlo hung up. Would Wade Foster help his good friend get rid of his wife? Might be a good idea to know where Ryan was before Nick called back. Arlo looked up Ryan's number and dialed.
Hello?
A radio played low in the background when Ryan Brady answered.
Mr. Brady, this is Detective Morales.
I don't plan to speak with you without my attorney.
You're more than welcome to have him come, but I need to ask you and your partner a couple of questions. Will you be in the office today?
I'm here now.
And Mr. Foster?
I don't know. I'll need to find out, but he should be.
I'll see you within the hour.
Arlo jerked his coat from the back of his chair, then paused. He needed to be careful. It would take Nick about an hour to get to Jacksonville and get the answer to their question. No point in rushing over until he knew for sure. He slid back down into his chair. Fixing his sights on these men, if they were innocent, would allow a killer to get access to Ms. Brady. And the last thing Arlo wanted was to have 2 more children in this world being raised without their mother. Chapter 83. Gabby rushed downstairs and pulled her cell phone from her purse. She pressed the first 3 numbers for Ryan's phone, then stopped. Why did he leave so soon after seeing those texts? Her pulse pounded in her head. Had she been wrong about him all along? Did Otto play her? Why didn't Chrissy name who she saw? It had to be someone she cared about. Only one name popped into Gabby's head. She ran out to the car. She needed help to make Chrissy tell her who she saw. Chrissy trusted Ava more than anyone else, including her parents. Within minutes, Gabby pulled into the driveway for her sister's mobile home. She ran up the porch steps. The pressure on her leg was getting worse, but she had no time to go back and get the cane. If she was right, and she hoped she wasn't, she had to get to her daughter. She slammed her fist against the door. "Ava? Ava!" The door opened. "Gabby, what are you doing? What's the matter?" "It's Chrissy. She was there that night." "What do you mean, she was there?" Ava waved Gabby inside. "Calm down and tell me what's going on." Gabby explained to her sister about Chrissy being at the school the night of the shooting and the memo in her journal. "If she saw the man who killed Kimberly, he might have seen her." "Slow down, Gabby. Chrissy's safe at school. We'll pick her up. And if the person responsible had seen her, they'd have come after her by now." Ava paced around the room while she spoke. "Now, you're sure you saw the bracelet on her arm that night?" "Absolutely." Gabby gave a quick nod. "Did she say anything to you when she stayed over?" "No, I knew something was wrong because she hardly talked at all. I just figured it had to do with the police searching her room and everything else going on. I should have pressed her." Ava let out a loud breath. "Okay, we'll bring her back here and get answers." "So you don't think I'm being crazy here?" "Not in the least. If she was there that night, we have to know what she saw, if anything." Gabby tunneled her fingers through her hair. Her phone pinged. She glanced at it. "Another text." "Text? What are you talking about?" Gabby explained to her sister about receiving the texts the last couple of weeks. "Let me see it." Ava took the phone. "I'm on my way, getting closer by the minute." "We need to call the police." Ava dialed the main number. She asked for Detective Morales, but he wasn't available, so she left a message for him to call her. Gabby couldn't stand waiting anymore. She rushed to the front door. "Where are you going?" "To get Chrissy from school. I have to make sure she's safe." "I'll drive. You call the school to make sure she knows we're coming to pick her up. We can wait in the car line until she gets out. It's not that long." Ava grabbed her keys and purse. "What about RJ?" "He has to stay late for detention. Then he'll take a bus home. He has a key to get into the house. Gabby's chest tightened. She had to get to her daughter. Gabby's heart raced. Ava was likely right. If the man had seen Chrissy, he'd have gone after her by now. But what if those texts were all just part of an elaborate scheme to throw everyone off? Maybe the man on the phone wanted everyone to think he was after Gabby, when Chrissy was really the one in danger. Chapter 84. Arlo's foot tapped on the floor. He called Nick a few minutes before to see how close he was to the club. He'd just parked in the lot. Now Arlo waited for a call back. He'd found nothing else on the file to point in any direction but Ryan Brady. But a lot could also point to Wade Foster. Doing a quick search of the man, he found Foster had no arrest record. His phone rang before he could search social media. "What you got, Nick?" Wade Foster's a regular. Seems his favorite dancer was Xena. He spent a lot of money on her. Bragged all the time about his winnings in Vegas. Vegas? Arlo recalled the picture on Foster's desk of him with Celine Dion. Yeah, he's a high roller. Goes there at least once a month. Even took Xena a couple of times. They say he's a huge poker player. Arlo jerked forward. Poker player? Yeah. Just a minute. Arlo glanced through the text messages that Ms. Brady received. Get this. The person harassing Ms. Brady over the phone calls himself Poker Player. Why didn't she know it was Foster making the calls? What was it he said? He is friends with the husband, not necessarily the wife. She might not know how prolific his playing is, so it might not have dawned on her. But her husband should know. I agree. I'm heading there now. See you when you get back. Within 2 minutes, Arlo pulled from the parking lot of the station and headed to A1A. His phone rang before they got to the first light. Dave Sweeney. Arlo swiped his finger over the screen. Morales here. You got a message from someone named Ava Youngerman. She's Gabrielle Brady's sister. She wants you to call her. I will. Ava had called several times to see the status of the case. Right now I'm on my way to see Ryan Brady. Seems his partner was a regular at that strip club where Xena Romero worked. There were also a few calls to her cell from the business and a couple to Otto Benedict. Take backup just in case. I'm meeting a cruiser there. Arlo pressed his foot down on the gas pedal. At the next light, he input the number for Ava Youngerman. Ms. Youngerman, this is Arlo Morales. I'm returning your call. Thanks for calling me so soon. Gabby happened upon her daughter's journal earlier, and Chrissy apparently went to the school the night of the shooting. We think she might have seen something. Where is she now? She's still in school. We're going to take her to my house to speak with her to make sure. Arlo recalled the talk with the kids. It was clear Chrissy was hiding something. He should have pressed harder. He had a choice to make. Go to the kid or to the office to Wade Foster. If the girl just saw someone running past, then she wouldn't know who it was, with them covered from head to toe. Seemed the smarter thing would be to get Foster into custody, then speak with the girl, just in case she saw more. Chapter 85. Excitable laughter floated into the car in the pickup lane. Gabby stared at the sea of teens walking out of the middle school. Relief came over Gabby when Chrissy came into view, walking with a couple of other girls. There she is, Gabby pointed, practically bouncing in her seat. Ava took Gabby's arm to keep her from getting out of the car. You don't want to scare her. Take a deep breath and remain calm. Gabby did as she'd been told. Chrissy walked to the door, waved to the girls, then got in. So, why the chauffeur treatment? She asked with a huge smile. We have something to discuss with you. Ava pulled away from the curb. It's important. Okay. Chrissy dragged out the word. What is it? Once we get back to my house. Ava drove around a couple of cars waiting for children, then got on the main road. Is it about a divorce? Because if it is, I want to live with you. Chrissy poked Gabby's shoulder with her finger. What? No. Gabby glanced at her daughter over the front seat. It's not about a divorce. Within 10 minutes, they were at the mobile home. Ava fixed Chrissy a snack of crackers and cheese. Then they all sat at the round dining room table. You want something to go with those crackers? Ava asked. Sweet tea would be nice. Chrissy bit into half a cracker. Crumbs appeared on her lips. She took a drink of tea, then said, So, am I in trouble? No, nothing like that. Then what's this important thing you want to talk about? She grinned. A girls' weekend at a spa? Maybe for your next birthday, Ava said, but that's not it either. Gabby looked at Ava, who nodded at her to go ahead. It's about the bracelet. Gabby cleared her throat. The bracelet I gave you. Chrissy's eyes widened and her face paled. What about it? The police found it. She froze. A terrified look came across her face. Her lips trembled and tears brimmed in her eyes. No matter what you tell me, you will not be in trouble. Gabby took hold of her daughter's hand. Believe me, I love you and would do anything for you. Just tell us about that night at the school. Chrissy looked at both the women. She swiped at a tear with her free hand. I know I shouldn't have gone. She started, shaking her head. I wanted to make sure you were safe. You followed me to the school? Not really followed. Chrissy tilted her head to the side. I hid in the car's back seat under the blanket you keep in there. When you got out, I was going to wait for you to come back, but I had to go to the bathroom, so I sneaked into school. When I came out of the bathroom, I heard the gunshots. I ran out the side door and hid in some bushes. Her lip wobbled. Not much of a hero, am I? A tear snaked down her cheek. You were brave wanting to protect your mom, Ava said. I'm glad you hid so this guy didn't see you. But did you see the person who shot me? Gabby pushed hair from Chrissy's wet cheeks behind her ear. They would have run that way. Chrissy looked at Ava, then focused her eyes on the plate of crackers in front of her. He ran past me. She let out a shudder. That's when I lost the bracelet. It got caught on a branch. I came back the next day after the police were done, and it was gone. Did you get a good look at the man who ran past? He was wearing a mask. Then why are you worried about telling anyone? Ava sat on the other side of Chrissy. Gabby took hold of Chrissy's hand. Even if you sneaked into the car, we wouldn't have been mad. We would have been relieved you were safe. Chrissy jerked her hand free from her mother and covered her face with her hands, sobbing. It's all right. Gabby pulled her daughter into her arms. No one's mad at you. We just need to tell the police you were there and what you saw. Chrissy lifted herself free. I can't. Why? Gabby asked. You were right. I don't hate him. Chrissy shook her head. I tried to hate him, but I don't. She jumped to her feet and rushed from the room. Both the women looked at each other, then ran after Chrissy down the hallway to Ava's spare room. Honey, it's all right. Gabby slid a hip on the bed beside her daughter. No, it's not. I wish I'd never gone, she sobbed. I can never tell on him. Never. Gabby's heart stood in her throat. Chrissy, sit up here. She continued to lie on the bed. Gabby reached over and pulled her daughter up by her shoulders. She wiped tears from her face. Listen, sometimes we need to do things we don't like. But if you saw something, you have to tell us, no matter how hard it is. Who can you not tell on? Ava stood against her dresser. The look in her eye told Gabby they both suspected the same person. Chrissy sniffled. She wrapped her arms around her mother's neck. I saw a car speed off. After a second, she added, It was Dad's. Chapter 86. Arlo stood in the outer waiting area. He hoped he played it cool. Within a minute of the receptionist heading to the back room, Ryan Brady came out. I expected you sooner. He led Arlo back to his office, definitely smaller than his partner's. Where's your attorney? Arlo sat in a chair while Ryan took a seat on the other side of the desk. Thought I'd wait to see what you wanted. What about your partner, Wade Foster? I don't know. He's not here. Ryan frowned. He did this, didn't he? Arlo couldn't hold in his shock. What do you mean? Poker player. Ryan grunted a laugh. I should have known after he embezzled money from this office he'd do something. Never expected all this, though. Ryan stared off for a moment. I'm sorry. He shook his head as if to get something out. It's been a rough couple of months. Discovering your best friend is a thief and a liar, then with everything going on with Gabby? What makes you think Mr. Foster stole from the office? We each need to sign any checks leaving this office. Every time I left town, I always signed 2 in case something happened. During those times, a couple were cashed. 6 months ago, I had a CPA friend make sure before I confronted Wade. He owes almost $250,000 to date. It didn't take much to figure out. Ryan shook his head. That's when he told me about the gambling. And why didn't you tell us about the embezzlement after your wife was shot? I didn't think it had anything to do with what was going on with Gabby. I mean, the first attack appeared to be a robbery. He let out a sigh. About a month ago, I realized Wade replaced the ledger to erase any proof of his wrongdoing. I never told him about the CPA until then. He didn't realize someone else made copies of those checks. I told him if he didn't leave quietly, I'd go to the police. But he had to accept the money he stole as his share of the business. And he wouldn't go. The business is worth way more than he owes. He accused me of ripping him off. Ryan snorted a laugh. I was willing to keep him from going to prison. Even figured I'd give him a bit more, but not with all this. Why didn't you tell us sooner that Foster was this poker player who'd been calling your wife? Gabby never mentioned the texts before today. He raised his shoulders high, then lowered them. I came here to confront him, only to find he wasn't here. He should have been back by now. Arlo crossed his ankle over his knee. Mr. Brady, would it surprise you if I told you there were several phone calls placed between your office and Zena Romero? At this point, no. He winced as if someone punched him in the gut. Arlo watched for indication of lying, but found none. But there had to be more. Going after Gabby made no sense. Why go after your wife instead of killing you? He asked. Most partnerships have a life insurance policy on each other. We never did that. Ryan walked over to a file cabinet. And our contract states if either partner dies, the other has to buy out the spouse or beneficiary of the other. Which would mean an audit. Arlo nodded. The big picture was becoming clear. And the embezzlement would come out. Yeah, but there's more. Ryan brought a file to the desk. Our partnership agreement states if either partner becomes disabled, the other partner takes over. That means if I'm sitting in jail, Wade would have the business and the money that goes with it. And what exactly is your business worth? Arlo asked. Right now, about $1.5 million. Clean and clear. Arlo got it. Great plan if it worked. He also had access to my car keys and the gun in the glove box. Ryan's jaw tightened. Arlo mentally kicked himself. Wade Foster must have walked out of that storage room laughing to himself at how he'd fooled the police. Where's your partner now? Ryan swallowed hard. Like I said, I don't know. Is there someone here who might? He took up his phone and asked Peggy to find out if anyone knew where Foster had gone. Silence filled the room until Peggy ran back. Yes? Brady put the phone on speaker. Mr. Foster just said he had an errand to run. He said he'd be back in about an hour. It's been longer than that. Thanks. Ryan pressed a button on the phone to turn the speaker off. You don't mind if I stay and wait for him to return, do you? No. Arlo wasn't about to take Ryan's word that he wasn't in on this series of events, but one step at a time. While we're waiting, show me proof your partner was embezzling from your company. Chapter 87. Gabby gripped the steering wheel. She had to pick up RJ before Ryan got back. She hated the thought of breaking his heart, telling him his father had been trying to kill her all along. How Chrissy protected her father this long was a surprise. Even after finding out about the affair and being angry with her room being searched, she told no one. How long would her silence have lasted? Would she have told someone if her mother had ended up dead? Now it became clear why she told Ryan she didn't want to lose her mother the day she went to Ava's. She knew he was responsible all along. Gabby's heart raced and sweat tickled her armpits. How could she have been so stupid? Everything pointed to Ryan, but she wouldn't listen. She recalled the phone call she'd overheard Ryan having the morning before he left for Atlanta. She couldn't remember the exact words, but it was something about someone having the money, and it was time to do something. A ripple of ice ran across her shoulders. Thinking back now, he had to be talking to his buddy Otto. Gabby shook her head. She'd believed Otto also when he said Ryan wasn't involved. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She banged her palm against the steering wheel. She tore around the corner and slowed. A tan Volvo S90 sat parked out front. No, she muttered. She'd have to come up with an excuse why she left Chrissy with Ava, and one for getting RJ out of the house. She pulled into the driveway and jumped from the car. She rushed up to the front door. With the key in hand, she stopped. Looking back at the car on the street, she wondered why Ryan hadn't parked in the garage. For a quick getaway? She shoved her key in the lock and strolled in, hoping she didn't appear out of sorts. She didn't want RJ to worry more than he would. Voices sounded from the living room. RJ's was one. The other was not Ryan's. A wave of relief came over her when she found RJ and Wade Foster on the sofa, playing a video game. She placed her purse on the table near the door before going to the living room. It was his idea, Mom. RJ placed the controller down and held up both hands. Wade turned his controller to make the car he was guiding go right. I stopped by to see Ryan, but got it to playing video games. I hope you don't mind. RJ told me he was grounded, but I didn't listen. Not at all. In fact, I'm glad you're here. Her voice quivered. RJ, go upstairs and pack a bag. Why? Just do it. He looked at his mother for a second, then shrugged. Okay. When he was gone, she turned to Wade. I need your help. What's going on? Ryan did it. Tears filled her eyes. Ryan's the one who's been trying to kill me. Wade tossed the controller and stood. Let's get you out of here. Where's Chrissy? Safe for now. I'll go pack. Her hands trembled. Can you call this detective and let him know we're heading to see him? She rushed over and grabbed the business card from the table. Okay, I will. He took the card. You hurry. She rushed upstairs and paused inside the doorway. Why didn't he ask? He just took her word. Wade was supposed to be Ryan's best friend. He should have asked questions, tried to convince her otherwise, but he didn't. Did he already know? She listened for Wade's conversation with the police. She heard nothing. Her mouth went dry. Mom, what's going on? RJ walked to the middle of the hallway. Gabby thought about the car parked out front. Both partners drove the same brand. Could Chrissy have seen Wade instead? If so, why would Wade be responsible for this nightmare? Something to do with work. Ryan said Wade wanted a larger bonus. There had to be more. Even if she was wrong, she'd not take a chance with her son's life. RJ, get in here. He did as she said, and she quietly shut the door and locked it. Gabby? RJ? Wade yelled from the stairs. We're almost finished, Gabby yelled through the closed door. Her pulse pounded in her ears. She'd trapped them in the bedroom with no phone, no way to get help. She glanced around.
What's wrong, Mom? Confusion stood in RJ's eyes. Why are we hiding from Uncle Wade? Listen to me. We can't trust anyone right now. You understand? He nodded, yet she wasn't sure he did. Pounding footsteps rushed up the stairs. She gasped and looked at the locked door. "Gabby?" Wade knocked on the door. After a second, he walked down the hallway toward RJ's room. Gabby closed her eyes, trying to think through the wall of fear that engulfed her. Was Ryan guilty? Or Wade? Ryan had a reason, but Ryan had said there were issues with Wade at work. I need you to answer a question honestly. She took RJ by the shoulders. Okay. RJ looked up at her. Concern filled his eyes. Did your father leave this house at all the night I was shot? Gabby stared RJ in the eye. Don't lie for him if he did. A light breeze brushed the tree limbs against the house. The only time he wasn't in the living room was when he used the bathroom. I swear. I believe you. She rushed over to the window and opened it. There was only one way out. We have to get out of here. She kicked the screen and it gave a few inches. She kicked again and it flew to the ground. Gabby! A yell came from down the hall. She took hold of RJ's arm. We've got to climb down the tree. Tears filled his eyes. I'm scared. So am I. She motioned with her hand for him to come. But... A fist pounded on the door. Open up or I'll kick the door in. RJ's eyes grew big as saucers. He rushed to his mother's side. You can do it, Gabby said. She kissed RJ and helped him out on a limb. Run to Mrs. Aquino's and call the police. What about you? He asked over his shoulder. I'm coming. I need you to get down first. She feared the limbs wouldn't hold both of them, and she had to make sure RJ made it safely across the street before she headed down. She kept her eyes on him as he climbed one limb at a time. A loud kick came from behind her. She glanced over her shoulder, then looked down at RJ. He was halfway down. Hurry, hurry. A loud bang. She spun around. The door bounced against the wall. Wade Foster stood in the now open doorway, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 88. Sherry rounded the corner and spotted Gabrielle Brady's car in the driveway and a tan Volvo in front of the home. She had to find a way to keep the momentum going on this story. Xena Dying gave her over 1 million followers. Now to make sure they continue watching. Parking on the street on the other side of the driveway is the Volvo, she flipped on the recording app, then got out of the car. On the side of the house, a boy was attempting to climb down a tree. She recognized him as Ryan Brady, Jr., age 10, baseball player, average grades in school, and now sneaking from the house, or just playing like boys do. Hurry, RJ, hurry! A woman's voice screamed through an open window on the second floor. Sherry's heart rose to her throat. She rushed over to the tree. A screen lay on the green grass a few feet away. The woman glanced out the window, fear in her eyes. Gabrielle Brady. Something was wrong. A feeling of dread rushed over Sherry, like it's Xena's. She should have called the police then. Come on, kid, you can do it. She jerked out her phone and dialed 911. We need help, she sputtered when the operator answered the line. After a minute, she'd gathered herself and told them something was wrong at the Brady residence. A shriek sounded from the room through the open window. RJ looked up. He then looked down at Sherry. Hurry, Sherry yelled into the phone before she shoved it into her pocket. Jump, kid. You can do it. He stared at her for a moment, then back at the window. Come on, kid. She opened her arms to catch him. He wasn't that high, just a few more feet, and she could touch his shoes. I can do it. Just move, he said. She stepped aside. He jumped to the ground and did a roll. Once on his feet, Sherry grabbed hold of his hand, and they both ran. Chapter 89. Gabby glanced out the window.
RJ and the video lady were in Mrs. Aquino's yard. Gabby turned and put a leg out the window. Arms surrounded her, dragging her back inside. She turned and faced Wade. "You need to leave. RJ's going to get help." He slapped her, momentarily stunning her. "He won't get far." Wade turned and ran out the bedroom door. Gabby raced after him, forgetting her aching cheek. Wade was halfway down the stairs when she dove. She landed on his back. The two toppled forward, rolling the rest of the way down. She hit her head hard, and her leg screamed out in pain. She lay with her hand against the back of her head. Wade pulled her up from the ground by her shirt. "That was really stupid," he growled. "Let me go." She tried to jerk free, only causing him to pull her closer. The phone in her purse rang. They both glanced in that direction. When he looked back at Gabby, she swung her head fast, hitting him square in the nose. A snap sounded. He shoved her away. She stumbled backward. He cursed, blood spilling down his face. Gabby ran to the door, bolted. Wade pinned her against the wood. "Your only hope is to leave now," she said. "Chrissy snuck out that night. She saw your car, and now RJ will tell. Hurry, Wade. Go." Terror filled her. Would the police get there in time? If he didn't leave, she'd fight until her last breath. No way would Wade get away with killing Kimberly. Not if Gabby had anything to say about it. Chapter 90. Arlo glanced through the canceled checks Wade Foster used to steal from his company. After speaking with the CPA who helped Ryan, Arlo returned to Ryan's office. He was standing, staring out the window, rubbing his chin. Just because Foster stole from the office didn't mean he was trying to kill Ms. Brady. Her husband still had the better motive, and what better place to put the blame than some guy who might have taken off? This could be Ryan's way of setting up Foster to take the fall. "We've got an APB out on the car Wade Foster is driving," Arlo said. "We'll also have to let our guys go over these books to make everything official." "Take whatever you need." Ryan turned around and leaned against his credenza. "I don't get this. I've known him since we were kids. He's the godfather to my son." The door burst open. Peggy ran in without knocking. "Ryan, it's your neighbor," she blurted. "Something's going on at your house." "What do you mean?" "All I know is your son told the neighbor that some guy was trying to kill his mother." Ryan looked at Arlo, who jumped to his feet. "Come on," Arlo said. "You can ride with me." Chapter 91. "Hurry, Wade, go," Gabby pleaded, hoping he'd leave, away from her. So far away from her family she'd never see him again. "I'm going to open the door so you can get out of here before the police come." She turned and unlocked the door. An inch into opening it, Wade shoved the door closed with his hand above her head. He wrapped his arm around her throat and dragged her backward to the living room. "RJ doesn't know anything, and Ryan's car looks like mine. That's enough to get me off, as long as you're not around to testify." He tightened his hold. "Just need to make it look good. Maybe a crazy woman gone mad. I had to protect myself." Gabby bit hard into Wade's arm through his shirt. He let out a scream. She jerked free and with her bottom shoved him back. Once released, she turned and looked at him. "You need to get away. It's your one chance." She used her hands to guide herself along the wall. "Wade, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail if you don't run. Or worse, this is a death penalty state." He jerked a gun from his waistband. She backed up against the table in the foyer. Sirens sounded outside. He looked in that direction. She couldn't take her eyes off the gun. "Run, Wade, run." She was breathing loudly. "Out through the back." "I think I'll have a better chance with a hostage." His hand took hold of her elbow. She jerked her arm away, striking the hand holding the weapon. The gun slid down the foyer. She twisted and kicked out, striking Wade between his legs. He cupped himself and fell. She jerked around him. She had to get the gun. A hand snaked around her ankle, sending her crashing to the floor just outside Ryan's office. Her hand slipped, sending the gun further away. She glanced over her shoulder. Wade's red face held a mixture of pain and anger. She slammed her free foot into his face, causing him to roll to his side. Gabby crawled as fast as she could into the office and slammed the door. She ran straight to the fireplace for a poker and hid in the space behind the door. The memory of the night she almost killed Ryan rushed in. "I'm gonna kill you," Wade panted. Shuffling feet sounded. Her heart sank, knowing he'd probably picked up the gun. The knob turned. "Please, God, help me." Gabby held the poker over her head and waited. Chapter 92. Arlo pulled up behind a deputy's car. Ryan rushed out of the door before Arlo got the engine turned off. He ran over to RJ, who stood next to Mrs. Aquino and Sherry Berry. Just his luck, she'll be videoing everything, and there will be a lot of gawkers arriving any second. "What's going on?" Arlo asked one of two deputies standing in a yard across from the Brady home. "I don't know, just got here. Boy says his mom told him to run, but he doesn't really know why. Sherry Berry, the younger woman there, says she heard Ms. Brady scream. All we know is the boy's uncle's in the house with the mom. We were just getting ready to knock. One of you stay back, the other come with me." Arlo didn't wait for the decision to be made. "We have to get her out of there." Ryan rushed up. "We're heading there now." "I'm going too." "No, you're staying with your son." Arlo took hold of Ryan's arm. "Depending on what we find, he might need you." After a beat, Ryan nodded and returned to the boy. Across the street, a gunshot went off. "Gabby!" Ryan yelled. "Keep them back." Arlo pointed at the officers staying behind. He and the other deputy ran up to the front door, which was partially open. "This is the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office," he yelled. "Come out with your hands up." When he got no response, he repeated his words. "If you don't come out, we're coming in." After no answer again, he shoved the door open all the way. He paused, counted to 3, then ran inside. "Ms. Brady!" Arlo yelled. Adrenaline rose with each step he took. "Mr. Foster!" A noise sounded in a room to his left. He motioned for the officer to check the kitchen. The officer did so, then mouthed, "Clear." Each second felt like an hour. Arlo pointed to a door partially closed to the left of them. The officer nodded and moved to the other side of the door. "Miss Brady?" Arlo paused. "Mr. Foster?" He slid the door open. It bounced against something inside. Wade Foster lay on the floor. Blood covered the side of his head. Arlo glanced around. No sign of Gabrielle Brady. Arlo walked in and knelt beside the body. A noise behind him made him jump up. Standing behind the door was Ms. Brady, her arms raised, a poker in her hand, ready to strike. "Ms. Brady, it's okay. It's me, Detective Morales." She stared at the body. He walked over, his hand braced for a blow. "It's okay. Your son's safe, but he needs you." Arlo spoke softly. She jerked her attention from the body on the floor to Arlo. She blinked hard, then allowed him to take the poker from her hand. Within 10 minutes, an ambulance had arrived, along with other officers, to block off the scene. They covered Gabby with an EMS blanket to help her with the shock. Arlo guided her out the front door. "Gabby!" Ryan and RJ ran up, but an officer stopped them from getting through the crime scene tape. Ryan said something to RJ, and the boy returned to Sherry's side. "Let him through," Arlo said. Gabby stared straight ahead, her body trembling. Ryan stopped about 2 feet from her. She covered her mouth with her hands and started sobbing. Her knees folded. Ryan grabbed her before she hit the ground. "It's okay, baby. It's all over." He looked at Arlo and raised his eyebrows. Arlo nodded. "Yeah, I think it's all over." He'd know for sure once they searched Foster's house. If they found nothing to implicate Ryan Brady, he was a free man. Arlo kept his eyes on the two as they walked to an ambulance where their son joined them. According to Gabby's shaky statement inside the house, Wade hadn't seen her when he walked in. She took a swing and hit the hand holding the gun, causing the weapon to fire. She then hit him on the side of his head, and he went down. His pulse was weak. The blow to the head had been severe. Only time would tell if he'd make it. But Gabby impressed Arlo. She had done everything in her power to keep from losing her family. And she'd won. Chapter 93. Wednesday, April 23rd. It had been a busy couple of weeks. Arlo and Nick searched Wade Foster's home and found that he owed over $100,000 to a gambling house in Las Vegas. Foster agreed to talk to them once he came to. He told them Ryan had nothing to do with the killings. At this moment, he took responsibility for everything. Once he hired an attorney, he might change his mind. It seemed strange that Wade Foster appeared to be protecting his partner when Arlo questioned him. Maybe he hoped to draw any attention from himself. And it worked. Arlo never suspected him because he didn't appear to be hiding anything. 2 days ago, Arlo and Heather welcomed their first granddaughter, Gracie Evelyn Morales, who weighed in at 7 pounds 3 ounces. Both grandparents were present at the birth. The smile had yet to leave his face. Arlo walked into Ryan Brady's office to get him up to date on the case. Unlike the first time he went to the business, today no receptionist was there to greet them. In fact, the place felt like a ghost town. The only person Arlo saw was Peggy at her desk in front of Ryan's door. Ryan told those who wanted to go they were free to leave, and he'd give them a good recommendation, Peggy explained. Everyone stayed. He gave them a 2-week break, hoping all the hoopla dies down by then. He's considering changing the name of the business. Don't know if it'll help, but we'll see. You didn't take the time off? He needs someone to answer the phone if it rings. She glanced over her shoulder. Like I told you before, he's a wonderful boss. Ryan walked out. Detective. He held his hand out to Arlo, who accepted it. Come on in. I wanted to stop by and let you know that after searching through Wade Foster's place, we found he owed a lot of money to some guys in Vegas. They were bothering him to pay up. That's likely what made him decide to go after your wife. Fear instead of greed. So you're telling me it wasn't a tax bill for the money he stole that pushed him over the edge? Ryan dropped into his chair. I appreciate you trying to waylay my guilt, but if I'd had him arrested in the beginning, none of this would have happened. He was a good friend. I still can't believe I didn't see it. If he'd come to me, I'd have helped him. Instead, my best friend tried to set me up for the murder of my wife. He shook his head. Unbelievable. In addition, he's implicated Otto Benedict in attempted murder, so he'll spend a long time in prison. Foster paid him $2,000 to kill Gabby that day. If your kids hadn't been with her, he might have succeeded. Arlo paused, then asked, How's your family doing? Well, considering. Ryan spun his chair in a quarter circle. Gabby and I are working things out. It's going to take time for me to get her trust back because of the affair, but that's on me, not her. She stood by you the whole time, Arlo said. Never once did she waver to us in her belief of your innocence. Yeah, Ryan smiled. She's definitely a keeper. I just have to prove to her I am, too. He smiled with a shake of his head. Oh, by the way, we heard you had a grandchild. Ryan pulled a gift bag from behind his desk. We wanted to congratulate you. 2 hours later, Arlo walked into his house with the bag in hand. It's a gift for the new grandbaby from Ryan Brady and his wife. What was it you said about him? Heather asked. Overly nice? That he is. His wife, too. Arlo nodded. It still surprises me that someone in this day and age still is. Well, I know someone else who is. Who's that? Heather put her arms around her husband's neck. This man who I love dearly. He returned her kiss. So you think us grandparents are still young enough to get it on in the afternoon? He raised his eyebrows up and down, causing Heather to laugh. She took his hand and led him back to their bedroom. Chapter 94. Sherry adjusted the microphone. This is Sherry Berry. This is an update on the attack on Gabrielle Brady and the death of Kimberly Sullivan. Earlier this evening, I discovered the police transported Wade Foster to the Main Detention Center in St. Johns County, Florida. She paused for effect. Within an hour of arrival, he was involved in an altercation with Otto Benedict. Mr. Foster died at the scene. Mr. Benedict has yet to give a motive. I can only speculate that he did so as revenge for the killing of his sister, which Mr. Foster confessed to. Her heart went to her throat. She'd found a dead body, and a killer asked her out. What a case. I hope the Bradys enjoy the rest of their lives, and I will be coming back with a new case soon. She shut off the camera. After a quick review, she posted the video and climbed into bed. That was an ending no one would likely see coming. Not that she wished Wade Foster dead, but now the Bradys wouldn't have to face him in court. Mr. Brady had done an interview with Sherry a couple of days ago, but the rest of the family chose not to speak. He made it clear he never wanted his wife dead. Sherry was glad she could give him a platform to speak without accusations. Her viewers seemed to like it also. Finding Zena's body gave her pause about going out on some of these cases. It was clear once the police arrived, Zena hadn't been dead for long. Sherry's hands shook. She could have walked in on the killer. The notion caused her mouth to go dry. From there on in, she'd take her brother's advice and see if Dad would help her. He'd likely enjoy getting back into some of the investigative journalism he did in New York. The car engine from the neighbor next door revved. Sherry smiled. It was just a matter of time until she got into a home where she didn't have to worry about someone right outside her window making noise. Until then, she'd enjoy what she had. There were too many ways things could have turned out different with this video case. She curled under her blankets and closed her eyes. Just a matter of time until she moved out and never had to listen to that noisy engine again. She couldn't help but giggle. Chapter 95. Gabby stared at the third-place trophy from the Augusta Adult Golf Tournament. She couldn't be more proud of her sister. The family had gone up to Augusta to watch her play. The weather had been nice, with the sun out and a light breeze to keep it from becoming too warm. It had been an enjoyable weekend, getting away from everything. While they were gone, Mrs. Aquino had a friend replace the carpet in the office so they'd not come home to the blood stains from where Wade's head had bled. The family was doing better, talking more. Peace seemed to have come over her home. Chrissy and her father had spent time together, talking over what she saw and about her feelings. It would take time, but he'd get her trust back. Gabby stood at the fireplace in her sister's home, looking at the family pictures. Now the smiles didn't upset her. They seemed to work with the way her world was going at the moment. I'm just glad Wade confessed to killing Zena. That should keep the police from looking into it further, Gabby said. Keeps us out of trouble. Yeah, but you have to admit, except for the body we found, it was quite a fun adventure, Ava said. I wouldn't go that far. Gabby walked over and sat on the sofa. I still can't believe all this happened because of Wade. He was always so nice to us all. I actually dated him once, remember? Too egotistical for me. Imagine if he'd become an in-law. Gabby laughed. Don't even want to go there. Ava placed her sweet tea on a coaster. So, did you ever ask Ryan about the holding company? Yes, I did. Gabby laughed. It's my anniversary present. What? Yeah, he bought the building for our retirement and planned to surprise me with the holding company on our anniversary next month. That's one weird gift. That's my husband, hoping the rent would get us enough for Ireland next year. But with all that happened, they lost the new client. We might end up having to wait for our trip. You're saying Ryan bought you a building instead of a piece of jewelry for your 14th anniversary?
Ava raised her eyebrows.
He did.
I didn't know the gift for any of the anniversaries was concrete. Ava smiled. It sounds like you're planning to stay with him and work things out.
Yeah, after everything, I think it's worth trying to keep my family together, especially for the kids.
Warmth filled Gabby. It would take a while for her full trust to return, but after everything they'd been through, she knew they'd make it to old age, holding hands, walking down the street together. She smiled. While Ava was still Chrissy's hero, Gabby knew when push came to shove, she'd do anything to keep her family safe, and that spoke volumes in her book. This concludes Betrayal's Whisper by Kathryn J. Bain, narrated by Emily Sutton Smith. Copyright 2024 by Kathryn J. Bain. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kathryn J. Bain and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.